Chapter XVI of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter XVI. Whack 'em, my dear rogues, dear boys, bluster-ending boy, you are the bravest fellows that ever scoured yet. Shadwell, Scours. Cato the Thessalian was wont to say that some things may be done unjustly, that many things may be done justly. Lord Bacon, being a justification of every rascality. Although our three worthies had taken unto themselves a splendid lodging in Milsom Street, which, to please Ned, was over a hairdresser's shop, yet instead of returning thither, or repairing to such taverns as might seem best befitting their fashion and garb, they struck at once from the gay parts of the town, and tarried not till they reached a mean-looking ale-house in a remote suburb. The door was opened to them by an elderly lady, and Clifford, stalking before his companions into an apartment at the back of the house, asked if the other gentlemen were come yet. "No," returned the dame. "Old Mr. Baggs came in about 10 minutes ago, but hearing more work might be done, he went out again." "Bring the lush and the pipes, old blown," cried Ned, throwing himself on a bench. "We are never at a loss for company." "You indeed never can be, who are always inseparably connected with the object of your admiration," said Tomlinson, dryly, and taking up an old newspaper. Ned, who, though choleric, was a capital fellow, and could bear a joke on himself, smiled, and drawing forth a little pair of scissors, began trimming his nails. "Curse me," said he, after a momentary silence, "if this is not a devilish deal pleasanter than playing the fine gentleman in that great room, with a rose in one's button-hole. What say you, Master Lovatt?" Clifford, as henceforth, despite his other aliases, we shall denominate our hero, who had thrown himself at full length on a bench at the far end of the room, and who seemed plunged into a sullen reverie, now looked up for a moment, and then turning round and presenting the dorsal part of his body to Long Ned, muttered, "Fish!" "Hark ye, Master Lovatt," said Long Ned, colouring, "I don't know what has come over you of late, but I would have you to learn that gentlemen are entitled to courtesy and polite behaviour, and so, do you see, if you ride your high horse upon me, splice my extremities if I won't have satisfaction." "Hist, man, be quiet," said Tomlinson, philosophically snuffing the candles. "For companions to quarrel is extremely immoral. Don't you see that the captain is in a reverie? What good man ever loves to be interrupted in his meditations? Even Alfred the Great could not bear it. Perhaps at this moment, with the true anxiety of a worthy chief, the captain is designing something for our welfare." "Captain, indeed!" muttered Long Ned, darting a wrathful look at Clifford, who had not deigned to pay any attention to Mr. Pepper's threat. "For my part, I cannot conceive what was the matter with us when we chose this green slip of the gallows tree for our captain of the district. To be sure, he did very well at first, and that robbery of the old lord was not ill planned, but lately—" "Nay, nay," quoth Augustus, interrupting the gigantic grumbler, "the nature of man is prone to discontent. Allow that our present design of setting up the gay Lothario, and trying our chances at Bath for an heiress, is owing as much to Lovatt's promptitude as to our invention." "And what good will come of it?" returned Ned, as he lighted his pipe. "Answer me that. Was I not dressed as fine as a lord, and did not I walk 3 times up and down that great room without being a jot the better for it?" "Ah, but you know not how many secret conquests you may have made. You cannot win a prize by looking upon it." "Humph!" grunted Ned, applying himself discontentedly to the young existence of his pipe. "As for the captain's partner," renewed Tomlinson, who maliciously delighted in exciting the jealousy of the handsome tax collector, for that was the designation by which Augustus thought proper to style himself and companions, I will turn Tory if she be not already half in love with him. And did you hear the old gentleman who cut into our rubber say what a fine fortune she had? Faith, Ned, it is lucky for us two that we all agreed to go shares in our marriage speculations. I fancy the worthy captain will think it a bad bargain for himself." "I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Tomlinson," said Long Ned, sourly eyeing his comrade. "Some women may be caught by a smooth skin and a showy manner, but real masculine beauty, eyes, color, and hair, Mr. Tomlinson, must ultimately make its way. So hand me the brandy and cease your jaw." "Well, well," said Tomlinson, "I'll give you a toast. The prettiest girl in England, and that's Miss Brandon." "You shall give no such toast, sir," said Clifford, starting from the bench. "What the devil is Miss Brandon to you? And now, Ned," seeing that the tall hero looked on him with an unfavorable aspect, "here's my hand. Forgive me if I was uncivil. Tomlinson will tell you in a maxim, men are changeable. Here's to your health, and it shall not be my fault, gentlemen, if we have not a merry evening." This speech, short as it was, met with great applause from the two friends, and Clifford as president stationed himself in a huge chair at the head of the table. Scarcely had he assumed this dignity before the door opened, and half a dozen of the gentlemen confederates trooped somewhat noisily into the apartment. "Softly, softly, messieurs," said the president, recovering all his constitutional gaiety, yet blending it with a certain negligent command. "Respect for the chair, if you please. 'Tis the way with all assemblies where the public purse is a matter of deferential interest." "Hear him!" cried Tomlinson. "What, my old friend Baggs," said the president, "you have not come empty handed, I will swear. Your honest face is like the table of contents to the good things in your pockets." "Ah, Captain Clifford," said the veteran, groaning and shaking his reverend head, "I have seen the day when there was not a lad in England forked so largely, so comprehensively like as I did. But as King Lear says at Covent Garden, I be's old now." "But your zeal is as youthful as ever, my fine fellow," said the captain soothingly, "and if you do not clean out the public as thoroughly as heretofore, it is not the fault of your inclinations." "No, that it is not," cried the tax collectors unanimously. "And if ever a pocket is to be picked neatly, quietly, and effectually," added the complimentary Clifford, "I do not know to this day throughout the three kingdoms a neater, quieter, and more effective set of fingers than old Baggs's." The veteran bowed disclaimingly and took his seat among the heartfelt good wishes of the whole assemblage. "And now, gentlemen," said Clifford, as soon as the revellers had provided themselves with their wonted luxuries, potatory and fumus, "let us hear your adventures, and rejoice our eyes with their produce. The gallant Addie shall begin, but first a toast. May those who leap from a hedge never leap from a tree." This toast being drunk with enthusiastic applause, Fighting Addie began the recital of his little history. "You sees, Captain," said he, putting himself in a martial position and looking Clifford full in the face, "that I'm not addicted to much blarney. Little cry and much wool is my motto. At 10 o'clock A.M. saw the enemy in the shape of a doctor of divinity. 'Blow me,' says I to old Baggs, 'but I'll do his reverence.' 'Blow me,' says old Baggs, 'but you shan't. You'll have us scragged if you touches the church.' 'My grandmother,' says I. Baggs tells the pals, all in a fuss about it. What care I? I puts on a decent dress and goes to the doctor. As a decayed soldier, Wat supplies the shops in the turning line. His reverence, a fat jolly dog as ever you see, was at dinner over a fine roast pig. So I tells him I have some bargains at home for him. Splice me if the doctor did not think he had got a prize. So he puts on his boots and he comes with me to my house. But when I gets him into a lane, out come my pops. 'Give up, doctor,' says I. 'Others must share the goods of the church now.' You has no idea what a row he made, but I did the thing, and there's an end on't." "Bravo, Addie!" cried Clifford, and the word echoed round the board. Addie put a purse on the table, and the next gentleman was called to confession. It skills not, boots not, gentlest of readers, to record each of the narratives that now followed one another. Old Baggs, in especial, preserved his well-earned reputation by emptying 6 pockets which had been filled with every possible description of petty valuables. Peasant and prince appeared alike to have come under his hands, and perhaps the good old man had done in the town more towards effecting an equality of goods among different ranks than all the reformers from Cornwall to Carlisle. Yet so keen was his appetite for the sport that the veteran appropriator absolutely burst into tears at not having forked more. "I love a warm-hearted enthusiasm," cried Clifford, handling the movables, while he gazed lovingly on the ancient purloiner. "May new cases never teach us to forget old Baggs." As soon as this sentiment had been duly drunk, and Mr. Bagshot had dried his tears and applied himself to his favorite drink, which, by the way, was Blue Ruin, the work of division took place. The discretion and impartiality of the captain in this arduous part of his duty attracted universal admiration, and each gentleman having carefully pouched his share, the youthful president hemmed thrice, and the society became aware of a proposed speech. "Gentlemen," began Clifford, and his main supporter, the sapient Augustus, shouted out, "Hear!" "Gentlemen, you all know that when some months ago you were pleased, partly at the instigation of Gentleman George, God bless him, partly from the exaggerated good opinion expressed of me by my friends, to elect me to the high honor of the command of this district, I myself was by no means ambitious to assume that rank, which I knew well was far beyond my merits, and that responsibility which I knew with equal certainty was too weighty for my powers. Your voices, however, overruled my own, and as Mr. Muddlepud, the great metaphysician, in that excellent paper, the Athenaeum, was wont to observe, the susceptibilities innate, extensible, incomprehensible, and eternal, existing in my bosom, were infinitely more powerful than the shallow suggestions of reason, that ridiculous thing which all wise men and judicious Athenians sedulously stifle." "Plague take the man! What is he talking about?" said Long Ned, who, we have seen, was of an envious temper, in a whisper to old Baggs. Old Baggs shook his head. "In a word, gentlemen," renewed Clifford, "your kindness overpowered me, and despite my cooler inclinations, I accepted your flattering proposal. Since then I have endeavored, so far as I have been able, to advance your interests. I have kept a vigilant eye upon all my neighbors. I have, from county to county, established numerous correspondents, and our exertions have been carried on with a promptitude that has ensured success. Gentlemen, I do not wish to boast, but on these nights of periodical meetings, when every quarter brings us to go halves, when we meet in private to discuss the affairs of the public, show our earnings, as it were, in privy council, and divide them amicably, as it were, in the cabinet" (hear, hear, from Mr. Tomlinson), "it is customary for your captain, for the time being, to remind you of his services, engage your pardon for his deficiencies, and your good wishes for his future exertions. Gentlemen, has it ever been said of Paul Lovett that he heard of a prize and forgot to tell you of his news? Never, never! (Loud cheering.) Has it ever been said of him that he sent others to seize the booty, and stayed at home to think how it should be spent? No, no! (Repeated cheers.) Has it ever been said of him that he took less share than is due of your danger, and more of your guineas? (Cries in the negative, accompanied with vehement applause.) Gentlemen, I thank you for these flattering and audible testimonials in my favor. But the points on which I have dwelt, however necessary to my honor, would prove but little for my merits. They might be worthy notice in your comrade. You demand more subtle duties in your chief. Gentlemen, has it ever been said of Paul Lovett that he sent out brave men on forlorn hopes, that he hazarded your own heads by rash attempts in acquiring pictures of King George's, that zeal, in short, was greater in him than caution, or that his love of a quid (a guinea) ever made him neglectful of your just aversion to a quad (a prison)? (Unanimous cheering.) Gentlemen, since I have had the honor to preside over your welfare, fortune, which favors the bold, has not been unmerciful to you, but 3 of our companions have been missed from our peaceful festivities. One, gentlemen, I myself expelled from our corps for ungentlemanlike practices. He picked pockets of Fogles. handkerchiefs. It was a vulgar employment. Some of you, gentlemen, have done the same for amusement. Jack Littlefork did it for occupation. I expostulated with him in public and in private. Mr. Pepper cut his society. Mr. Tomlinson read him an essay on real greatness of soul. All was in vain. He was pumped by the mob for the theft of a bird's eye wipe. The fault I had borne with the detection was unpardonable. I expelled him. Who's here so base as would be a fogle hunter? If any, speak. For him have I offended. Who's here so rude as would not be a gentleman? If any, speak. For him have I offended. I pause for a reply. What? None? Then none have I offended? Loud cheers. Gentlemen, I may truly add that I have done no more to Jack Littlefork than you should do to Paul Lovett. The next vacancy in our ranks was occasioned by the loss of Patrick Blunderbull. You know, gentlemen, the vehement exertions that I made to save that misguided creature, whom I had made exertions no less earnest to instruct. But he chose to swindle under the name of the Honourable Captain Smiko. The peerage gave him the lie at once. His case was one of aggravation, and he was so remarkably ugly that he created no interest. He left us for a foreign exile, and if as a man I lament him, I confess to you, gentlemen, as a tax collector, I am easily consoled. Our third loss must be fresh in your memory. Peter Popwell, as bold a fellow as ever breathed, is no more. A movement in the assembly. Peace be with him. He died on the field of battle, shot dead by a Scotch colonel, whom poor Popwell thought to rob of nothing with an empty pistol. His memory, gentlemen, in solemn silence. These make the catalogue of our losses, resumed the youthful chief, so soon as the red cup had crowned the memory of Peter Popwell. I am proud, even in sorrow, to think that the blame of those losses rests not with me. And now, friends and followers, gentlemen of the road, the street, the theatre, and the shop, prigs, tobymen, and squires of the cross, according to the laws of our society, I resign into your hands that power which for 2 quarterly terms you have confided to mine, ready to sink into your ranks as a comrade, nor unwilling to renounce the painful honour I have borne with much infirmity, it is true, but at least with a sincere desire to serve that cause with which you have entrusted me. So saying, the captain descended from his chair amidst the most uproarious applause, and as soon as the first burst had partially subsided, Augustus Tomlinson, rising, with one hand in his breeches pocket, and the other stretched out, said, Gentlemen, I move that Paul Lovett be again chosen as our captain for the ensuing term of 3 months. Deafening cheers. Much might I say about his surpassing merits, but why dwell upon that which is obvious? Life is short, why should speeches be long? Our lives, perhaps, are shorter than the lives of other men, why should not our harangues be of a suitable brevity? Gentlemen, I shall say but one word in favor of my excellent friend. Of mine, say I of mine of yours. He is a friend to all of us. A prime minister is not more useful to his followers and more burdensome to the public than I am proud to say is Paul Lovett. Loud plaudits. What I shall urge in his favor is simply this: the man whom opposite parties unite in praising must have supereminent merit. Of all your companions, gentlemen, Paul Lovett is the only man who to that merit can advance a claim. Applause. You all know, gentlemen, that our body has long been divided into 2 factions, each jealous of the other, each desirous of ascendancy, and each emulous which shall put the greatest number of fingers into the public pie. In the language of the vulgar, the one faction would be called swindlers, and the other highwaymen. I, gentlemen, who am fond of finding new names for things and for persons, and am a bit of a politician, call the one Whigs and the other Tories. Clamorous cheering. Of the former body I am esteemed no uninfluential member. Of the latter faction Mr. Baggs is justly considered the most shining ornament. Mr. Addy and Mr. Edward Pepper can scarcely be said to belong entirely to either. They unite the good qualities of both. British compounds, some term them. I term them liberal aristocrats. Cheers. I now call upon you all, Whig or swindler, Tory or highwayman, British compounds or liberal aristocrats, I call upon you all to name me one man whom you will all agree to elect. All love it forever. Gentlemen, continued the sagacious Augustus, that shout is sufficient. Without another word, I propose as your captain, Mr. Paul Lovett. And I seconds the motion, said old Mr. Baggs. Our hero, being now by the unanimous applause of his confederates restored to the chair of office, returned thanks in a neat speech, and Scarlet Jem declared with great solemnity that it did equal honor to his head and heart. The thunders of eloquence being hushed, flashes of lightning, or, as the vulgar say, glasses of gin, gleamed about. Good old Mr. Baggs stuck, however, to his blue ruin, and Addie to the bottle of Bingo, some among whom were Clifford and the wise Augustus, called for wine; and Clifford, who exerted himself to the utmost in supporting the gay duties of his station, took care that the song should vary the pleasures of the bowl. Of the songs we have only been enabled to preserve two. The first is by Long Ned, and though we confess we can see but little in it, yet, perhaps from some familiar allusion or other with which we are necessarily unacquainted, it produced a prodigious sensation. It ran thus: THE ROGUE'S RECIPE. Your honest fool a rogue to make, as great as can be seen, sir. Two hackneyed rogues you first must take, then place your fool between, sir. Virtue's a dunghill cock, ashamed of self when paired with game ones, and wildest elephants are tamed, if stuck betwixt two tame ones. The other effusion with which we have the honor to favor our readers is a very amusing duet, which took place between Fighting Addie and a tall thin robber, who was a dangerous fellow in a mob, and was therefore called Mobbing Francis. It was commenced by the latter: Mobbing Francis. The best of all robbers as ever I knowed, is the bold Fighting Addie, the pride of the road. Fighting Addie, my hero, I saw you to day, a purse full of yellow boys' seize, and as just at present I'm low in the lay, I'll borrow a quid, if you please. Oh, bold Fighting Addie, the knowing, the natty, by us all it must sure be confessed, though your shoppers and snobbers are pretty good robbers, a soldier is always the best. Fighting Addie, stubble your wids, hold your tongue. You wants to trick I, lend you my quids, not one by Dick I. Mobbing Francis, oh, what a beast is a niggardly ruffler, nabbing, grabbing, all for himself. Hang it, old fellow, I'll hit you a muffler, since you won't give me a pinch of the pelf. You has not a heart for the general distress. You cares not a mag if our party should fall. And if Scarlet Jem were not good at a press, by goals it would soon be all up with us all. Oh, Scarlet Jem, he is trusty and trim, like his wig to his poll, sticks his conscience to him. But I vows I despises the fellow who prizes more his own ends than the popular stock, sir. And the soldier as bones for himself and his crones, should be boned like a traitor himself at the block, sir. The severe response of Mobbing Francis did not in the least ruffle the constitutional calmness of Fighting Addie, but the wary Clifford, seeing that Francis had lost his temper, and watchful over the least sign of disturbance among the company, instantly called for another song, and Mobbing Francis sullenly knocked down old Baggs. The night was far gone, and so were the wits of the honest tax gatherers, when the President commanded silence, and the convivialists knew that their chief was about to issue forth the orders for the ensuing term. Nothing could be better timed than such directions, during merriment and before oblivion. Gentlemen, said the captain, I will now, with your leave, impart to you all the plans I have formed for each. You, Addie, shall repair to London, be the Windsor road and the purlieus of Pimlico your especial care. Look you, my hero, to these letters. They will apprise you of much work. I need not caution you to silence. Like the oyster, you never open your mouth but for something. Honest old Baggs, a rich grazier, will be in Smithfield on Thursday. His name is Hodges, and he will have somewhat like £1,000 in his pouch. He is green, fresh, and avaricious. Offer to assist him in defrauding his neighbors in a bargain, and cease not till thou hast done that with him which he wished to do to others. Be excellent, O man, like the frog–fish, which fishes for other fishes with two horns that resemble baits. The prey dart at the horns, and are down the throat in an instant. For thee, dearest Jem, these letters announce a prize. Fat is Parson Pliant, full is his purse, and he rides from Henley to Oxford on Friday. I need say no more. As for the rest of you, gentlemen, on this paper you will see your destinations fixed. I warrant you, ye will find enough work till we meet again this day 3 months. Myself, Augustus Tomlinson, and Ned Pepper remain in Bath. We have business in hand, gentlemen, of paramount importance. Should you by accident meet us, never acknowledge us. We are incog., striking at high game, and putting on falcons' plumes to do it in character. You understand. But this accident can scarcely occur, for none of you will remain at Bath. By tomorrow night may the road receive you. And now, gentlemen, speed the glass, and I'll give you a sentiment by way of a spur to it. Much sweeter than honey is other men's money. Our hero's maxim was received with all the enthusiasm which agreeable truisms usually create, and old Mr. Baggs rose to address the chair. Unhappily for the edification of the audience, the veteran's foot slipped before he had proceeded further than Mr. President. He fell to the earth with a sort of reel. Like shooting stars, he fell to rise no more. His body became a capital footstool for the luxurious Pepper. Now Augustus Tomlinson and Clifford, exchanging looks, took every possible pains to promote the hilarity of the evening, and before the 3rd hour of morning had sounded, they had the satisfaction of witnessing the effects of their benevolent labors in the prostrate forms of all their companions. Long Ned, naturally more capacious than the rest, succumbed the last. "As leaves of trees," said the chairman, waving his hand, "as leaves of trees the race of man is found, now fresh with dew, now withering on the ground." "Well said, my Hector of highways," cried Tomlinson; and then helping himself to the wine, while he employed his legs in removing the supine forms of Scarlet Jem and Long Ned, he continued the Homeric quotation with a pompous and self–gratulatory tone. "So flourish these, when those have passed away." "We managed to get rid of our friends," began Clifford. "Like Whigs in place," interrupted the politician. "Right, Tomlinson, thanks to the milder properties of our drink, and perchance to the stronger qualities of our heads. And now tell me, my friend, what think you of our chance of success? Shall we catch an heiress or not?" "Why, really," said Tomlinson, "women are like those calculations in arithmetic, which one can never bring to an exact account. For my part, I shall stuff my calves, and look out for a widow. You, my good fellow, seem to stand a fair chance with Miss you know who." "Oh, name her not!" cried Clifford, coloring, even through the flush which wine had spread over his countenance. "Ours are not the lips by which her name should be breathed, and faith, when I think of her, I do it anonymously." "What, have you ever thought of her before this evening?" "Yes, for months," answered Clifford. "You remember some time ago, when we formed the plan for robbing Lord Mauleverer, how, rather for frolic than profit, you robbed Dr. Slopperton of Warlock, while I compassionately walked home with the old gentleman. Well, at the parson's house I met Miss Brandon. Mind, if I speak of her by name, you must not, and by heaven, but I won't swear, I accompanied her home. You know, before morning we robbed Lord Mauleverer. The affair made a noise, and I feared to endanger you all if I appeared in the vicinity of the robbery. Since then business diverted my thoughts. We formed the plan of trying a matrimonial speculation at Bath. I came hither. Guess my surprise at seeing her." "And your delight," added Tomlinson, "at hearing she is as rich as she is pretty." "No," answered Clifford, quickly, "that thought gives me no pleasure. You stare. I will try and explain. You know, dear Tomlinson, I'm not much of a canter, and yet my heart shrinks when I look on that innocent face, and hear that soft, happy voice, and think that my love to her can be only ruin and disgrace; nay, that my very address is contamination, and my very glance towards her an insult." "Heyday!" quoth Tomlinson. "Have you been under my instructions, and learned the true value of words, and can you have any scruples left on so easy a point of conscience? True, you may call your representing yourself to her as an unprofessional gentleman, and so winning her affections, deceit. But why call it deceit, when a genius for intrigue is so much neater a phrase? In like manner, by marrying the young lady, if you say you have ruined her, you justly deserve to be annihilated. But why not say you have saved yourself? and then, my dear fellow, you will have done the most justifiable thing in the world." "Pish, man!" said Clifford, peevishly. "None of thy sophisms and sneers. By the soul of Sir Edward Coke, I am serious. But look you, my friend, this is not a matter where it is convenient to have a tender–footed conscience. You see these fellows on the ground, all durned clever, and so forth, but you and I are of a different order. I have had a classical education, seen the world, and mixed in decent society. You, too, had not been long a member of our club before you distinguished yourself above us all. Fortune smiled on your youthful audacity. You grew particular in horses and dress, frequented public haunts, and being a deuced good–looking fellow, with an inborn air of gentility and some sort of education, you became sufficiently well received to acquire in a short time the manner and tone of a—what shall I say?—a gentleman, and the taste to like suitable associates. This is my case, too. Despite our labors for the public weal, the ungrateful dogs see that we are above them. A single envious breast is sufficient to give us to the hangman. We have agreed that we are in danger. We have agreed to make an honorable retreat. We cannot do so without money. You know the vulgar distich among our set. Nothing can be truer. Hanging is nation more nice than starvation. You will not carry off some of the common stock, though I think you justly might, considering how much you have put into it. What then shall we do? Work we cannot, beg we will not, and between you and me, we are cursedly extravagant. What remains but marriage?" "It is true," said Clifford, with a half sigh. "You may well sigh, my good fellow. Marriage is a lackadaisical proceeding at best, but there is no resource. And now, when you have got a liking to a young lady who is as rich as a she Croesus, and so gilded the pill as bright as a Lord Mayor's coach, what the devil have you to do with scruples?" Clifford made no answer, and there was a long pause. Perhaps he would not have spoken so frankly as he had done, if the wine had not opened his heart. "How proud," renewed Tomlinson, "the good old matron at Tim's Court would be if you married a lady. You have not seen her lately?" "Not for years," answered our hero. "Poor old soul, I believe that she is well in health, and I take care that she should not be poor in pocket. But why not visit her? Perhaps, like all great men, especially of a liberal turn of mind, you are ashamed of old friends, eh?" "My good fellow, is that like me? Why, you know the beaux of our set look askant on me for not keeping up my dignity, robbing only in company with well–dressed gentlemen, and swindling under the name of a lord's nephew. No, my reasons are these. First, you must know that the old dame had set her heart on my turning out an honest man." "And so you have," interrupted Augustus. "Honest to your party. What more would you have from either prig or politician?" "I believe," continued Clifford, not heeding the interruption, "that my poor mother, before she died, desired that I might be reared honestly. And strange as it may seem to you, Dame Lopkins is a conscientious woman in her own way. It is not her fault if I have turned out as I have done. Now I know well that it would grieve her to the quick to see me what I am. Secondly, my friend, under my new names, various as they are, Jackson and Howard, Russell and Pigwig and Villiers and Gotobed, Cavendish and Solomons, you may well suppose that the good persons in the neighborhood of Tim's Court have no suspicion that the adventurous and accomplished ruffler, at present captain of this district under the new appellation of Lovat, is in reality no other than the obscure and surnameless Paul of the Mug. Now you and I, Augustus, have read human nature, though in the black letter, and I know well that were I to make my appearance in Tim's Court, and were the old lady, as she certainly would, not from unkindness, but in sobriety, not that she loves me less, but heavy wet more, to divulge the secret of that appearance." "You know well," interrupted the vivacious Tomlinson, "that the identity of your former meanness with your present greatness would be easily traced. The envy and jealousy of your early friends aroused, a hint of your whereabout and your aliases given to the police, and yourself grabbed, with a slight possibility of a hempen consummation." "You conceive me exactly," answered Clifford. "The fact is, that I have observed in 9 cases out of 10, our bravest fellows have been taken off by the treachery of some early sweetheart, or the envy of some boyish friend. My destiny is not yet fixed. I am worthy of better things than a ride in a cart, with a nosegay in my hand; and though I care not much about death in itself, I am resolved, if possible, not to die a highwayman. Hence my caution, and that prudential care for secrecy, and safe asylums, which men less wise than you have so often thought an unnatural contrast to my conduct on the road. "Fools!" said the philosophical Tomlinson. "What has the bravery of a warrior to do with his insuring his house from fire?" "However," said Clifford, "I send my good nurse a fine gift every now and then, to assure her of my safety; and thus, notwithstanding my absence, I show my affection by my presence. Excuse a pun." "And have you never been detected by any of your quondam associates?" "Never. Remember in what a much more elevated sphere of life I have been thrown. And who could recognize the scamp Paul with a fustian jacket in gentleman Paul with a laced waistcoat? Besides, I have diligently avoided every place where I was likely to encounter those who saw me in childhood. You know how little I frequent flash houses, and how scrupulous I am in admitting new confederates into our band. You and Pepper are the only two of my associates, save my protege, as you express it, who never deserts the cave, that possess a knowledge of my identity with the lost Paul. And as ye have both taken that dread oath to silence, which to disobey until indeed I be in the jail or on the gibbet, is almost to be assassinated, I consider my secret is little likely to be broken, save with my own consent." "True," said Augustus, nodding. "One more glass, and to bed, Mr. Chairman." "I pledge you, my friend, and our last glass shall be philanthropically quaffed. All fools, and may their money soon be party." "All fools!" cried Tomlinson, filling a bumper. "But I quarrel with the wisdom of your toast. May fools be rich, and rogues will never be poor. I would make a better livelihood off a rich fool than a landed estate." So saying, the contemplative and ever sagacious Tomlinson tossed off his bumper, and the pair, having kindly rolled by pedal applications the body of Long Ned into a safe and quiet corner of the room, mounted the stairs, arm in arm, in search of somnambular accommodations. Chapter XVII. Chapter XVII of Paul Clifford, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. Recording is in the public domain. Chapter XVII. That contrast of the hardened and mature, the calm brow brooding o'er the project dark, with the clear loving heart and spirit pure of youth, I love, yet hating, love to mark. H. Fletcher. On the forenoon of the day after the ball, the carriage of William Brandon, packed and prepared, was at the door of his abode at Bath. Meanwhile the lawyer was closeted with his brother. "My dear Joseph," said the barrister, "I do not leave you without being fully sensible of your kindness evinced to me, both in coming hither, contrary to your habits, and accompanying me everywhere, despite of your tastes." "Mention it not, my dear William," said the kind-hearted squire, "for your delightful society is to me the most agreeable, and that's what I can say of very few people like you; for my own part, I generally find the cleverest men the most unpleasant in the world. And I think lawyers in particular, very different indeed from your tribe you are, perfectly intolerable." "I have now," said Brandon, who with his usual nervous quickness of action was walking with rapid strides to and fro the apartment, and scarcely noted his brother's compliment, "I have now another favor to request of you. Consider this house and these servants yours for the next month or two at least. Don't interrupt me. It is no compliment. I speak for our family benefit." And then seating himself next to his brother's arm-chair, for a fit of the gout made the squire a close prisoner, Brandon unfolded to his brother his cherished scheme of marrying Lucy to Lord Mauleverer. Notwithstanding the constancy of the earl's attentions to the heiress, the honest squire had never dreamed of their palpable object, and he was overpowered with surprise when he heard the lawyer's expectations. "But, my dear brother," he began, "so great a match for my Lucy, the Lord Lieutenant of the "And what of that?" cried Brandon, proudly, and interrupting his brother. Is not the race of Brandon, which has matched its scions with royalty, far nobler than that of the upstart stock of Mauleverer? What is there presumptuous in the hope that the descendant of the Earls of Suffolk should regild a faded name with some of the precious dust of the quondam silversmiths of London? Besides," he continued, after a pause, "Lucy will be rich, very rich, and before 2 years my rank may possibly be of the same order as Mauleverer's." The squire stared, and Brandon, not giving him time to answer, resumed: "It is needless to detail the conversation. Suffice it to say that the artful barrister did not leave his brother till he had gained his point, till Joseph Brandon had promised to remain at Bath in possession of the house and establishment of his brother, to throw no impediment on the suit of Mauleverer, to cultivate society as before, and, above all, not to alarm Lucy, who evidently did not yet favor Mauleverer exclusively, by hinting to her the hopes and expectations of her uncle and father. Brandon, now taking leave of his brother, mounted to the drawing room in search of Lucy. He found her leaning over the gilt cage of one of her feathered favorites, and speaking to the little inmate in that pretty and playful language in which all thoughts, innocent yet fond, should be clothed. So beautiful did Lucy seem, as she was thus engaged in her girlish and caressing employment, and so utterly unlike one meet to be the instrument of ambitious designs and the sacrifice of worldly calculations, that Brandon paused, suddenly smitten at heart as he beheld her. He was not, however, slow in recovering himself. He approached. "Happy he," said the man of the world, "for whom caresses and words like these are reserved." Lucy turned. "It is ill," she said, pointing to the bird, which sat with its feathers stiff and erect, mute and heedless even of that voice which was as musical as its own. "Poor prisoner!" said Brandon. "Even gilt cages and sweet tones cannot compensate to thee for the loss of the air and the wild woods." "But," said Lucy, anxiously, "it is not confinement which makes it ill. If you think so, I will release it instantly." "How long have you had it?" asked Brandon. "For 3 years," said Lucy. "And is it your chief favorite?" "Yes, it does not sing so prettily as the other, but it is far more sensible and so affectionate." "Can you release it, then?" asked Brandon, smiling. "Would it not be better to see it die in your custody than to let it live and to see it no more?" "Oh, no, no!" said Lucy, eagerly. "When I love any one, anything, I wish that it to be happy, not me." As she said this, she took the bird from the cage, and, bearing it to the open window, kissed it, and held it on her hand in the air. The poor bird turned a languid and sickly eye around it, as if the sight of the crowded houses and busy streets presented nothing familiar or inviting. And it was not till Lucy, with a tender courage, shook it gently from her, that it availed itself of the proffered liberty. It flew first to an opposite balcony, and then, recovering from a short and, as it were, surprised pause, took a brief circuit above the houses, and, after disappearing for a few minutes, flew back, circled the window, and, re-entering, settled once more on the fair form of its mistress, and nestled into her bosom. Lucy covered it with kisses. "You see it would not leave me," said she. "Who can?" said the uncle, warmly, charmed for the moment from every thought but that of kindness for the young and soft creature before him. "Who can?" he repeated, with a sigh, "but an old and withered ascetic like myself. I must leave you, indeed. See, my carriage is at the door. Will my beautiful niece, among the gayeties that surround her, condescend now and then to remember the crabbed lawyer, and assure him by a line of her happiness and health? Though I rarely write any notes but those upon cases, You at least may be sure of an answer. And tell me, Lucy, if there be in all this city one so foolish as to think that these idle gems, useful only as a vent for my pride in you, can add a single charm to a beauty above all ornament." So saying, Brandon produced a leathern case, and touching a spring, the imperial flash of diamonds, which would have made glad many a patrician heart, broke dazzlingly on Lucy's eyes. "No, thanks, Lucy," said Brandon, in answer to his niece's disclaiming and shrinking gratitude. "I do honor to myself, not you. And now bless you, my dear girl. Farewell. Should any occasion present itself in which you require an immediate adviser, at once kind and wise, I beseech you, my dearest Lucy, as a parting request, to have no scruples in consulting Lord Mauleverer. Besides his friendship for me, he is much interested in you, and you may consult him with the more safety and assurance, because," and the lawyer smiled, "he is perhaps the only man in the world whom my Lucy could not make in love with her. His gallantry may appear adulation, but it is never akin to love. Promise me that you will not hesitate in this." Lucy gave the promise readily, and Brandon continued in a careless tone, "I hear that you danced last night with a young gentleman whom no one knew, and whose companions bore a very strange appearance. In a place like Bath, society is too mixed not to render the greatest caution in forming acquaintances absolutely necessary. You must pardon me, my dearest niece, if I remark that a young lady owes it not only to herself, but to her relations, to observe the most rigid circumspection of conduct. This is a wicked world, and the peach like bloom of character is easily rubbed away. In these points Mauleverer can be of great use to you. His knowledge of character, his penetration into men, and his tact in manners are unerring. Pray be guided by him. Whomsoever he warns you against, you may be sure is unworthy of your acquaintance. God bless you. You will write to me often and frankly, dear Lucy. Tell me all that happens to you, all that interests, nay, all that displeases." Brandon then, who had seemingly disregarded the blushes with which, during his speech, Lucy's cheeks had been spread, folded his niece in his arms, and hurried, as if to hide his feelings, into his carriage. When the horses had turned the street, he directed the postilions to stop at Lord Mauleverer's. "Now," said he to himself, "if I can get this clever coxcomb to second my schemes, and play according to my game, and not according to his own vanity, I shall have a Knight of the Garter for my nephew in law." Meanwhile Lucy, all in tears, for she loved her uncle greatly, ran down to the squire to show him Brandon's magnificent present. "Ah!" said the squire, with a sigh, "few men were born with more good, generous, and great qualities. Pity only that his chief desire was to get on in the world. For my part, I think no motive makes greater and more cold-hearted rogues than my brother William." Chapter XVIII. Part I of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter XVIII. Part I. Why did she love him? Curious fool, be still. Is human love the growth of human will? To her he might be gentleness. Lord Byron. In 3 weeks from the time of his arrival, Captain Clifford was the most admired man in Bath. It is true, the gentlemen who have a quicker tact as to the respectability of their own sex than women, might have looked a little shy upon him, had he not himself especially shunned appearing intrusive, and indeed rather avoided the society of men than courted it, so that after he had fought a duel with a baronet, the son of a shoemaker, who called him one Clifford, and had exhibited a flea-bitten horse, allowed to be the finest in Bath, he rose insensibly into a certain degree of respect with the one sex, as well as popularity with the other. But what always attracted and kept alive suspicion was his intimacy with so peculiar and dashing a gentleman as Mr. Edward Pepper. People could get over a certain frankness in Clifford's address, but the most lenient were astounded by the swagger of Long Ned. Clifford, however, not insensible to the ridicule attached to his acquaintances, soon managed to pursue his occupations alone. Nay, he took a lodging to himself, and left Long Ned and Augustus Tomlinson, the latter to operate as a check on the former, to the quiet enjoyment of the hairdresser's apartments. He himself attended all public gayeties, and his mien, and the appearance of wealth which he maintained, procured him access into several private circles which pretended to be exclusive. As if people who had daughters ever could be exclusive! Many were the kind looks, nor few the inviting letters which he received, and if his sole object had been to marry an heiress, he would have found no difficulty in attaining it. But he devoted himself entirely to Lucy Brandon, and to win one glance from her he would have renounced all the heiresses in the kingdom. Most fortunately for him, a leverer, whose health was easily deranged, had fallen ill the very day William Brandon left Bath, and his lordship was thus rendered unable to watch the movements of Lucy, and undermine or totally prevent the success of her lover. Miss Brandon, indeed, had at first, melted by the kindness of her uncle, and struck with the sense of his admonition, for she was no self-willed young lady who was determined to be in love, received Captain Clifford's advances with a coldness, which, from her manner the first evening they had met at Bath, occasioned him no less surprise than mortification. He retreated and recoiled on the squire, who, patient and bold as usual, was sequestered in his favorite corner. By accident Clifford trod on the squire's gouty digital, and in apologizing for the offense was so struck by the old gentleman's good nature and peculiarity of expressing himself, that without knowing who he was, he entered into conversation with him. There was an offhand sort of liveliness and candor, not to say wit, about Clifford, which always had a charm for the elderly, who generally like frankness above all the cardinal virtues. The squire was exceedingly pleased with him. The acquaintance once begun was naturally continued without difficulty when Clifford ascertained who was his new friend. And next morning, meeting in the pump room, the squire asked Clifford to dinner. The entree to the house thus gained, the rest was easy. Long before Malever recovered his health, the mischief effected by his rival was almost beyond redress, and the heart of the pure, the simple, the affectionate Lucy Brandon was more than half lost to the lawless and vagrant cavalier who officiates as the hero of this tale. One morning Clifford and Augustus strolled out together. "Let us," said the latter, who was in a melancholy mood, "leave the busy streets and indulge in a philosophical conversation on the nature of man, while we are enjoying a little fresh air in the country." Clifford assented to the proposal, and the pair slowly sauntered up one of the hills that surround the city of Blaudeuil. "There are certain moments," said Tomlinson, looking pensively down at his kerseymere gaiters, "when we are like the fox in the nursery rhyme. The fox had a wound, he could not tell where. We feel extremely unhappy, and we cannot tell why. A dark and sad melancholy grows over us. We shun the face of man. We wrap ourselves in our thoughts like silkworms. We mutter fag ends of dismal songs. Tears come into our eyes. We recall all the misfortunes that have ever happened to us. We stoop in our gait and bury our hands in our breeches pockets. We say, 'What is life? A stone to be shied into a horse pond.' We pine for some congenial heart, and have an itching desire to talk prodigiously about ourselves. All other subjects seem weary, stale, and unprofitable. We feel as if a fly could knock us down, and are in a humor to fall in love, and make a very sad piece of business of it. Yet with all this weakness, we have at these moments a finer opinion of ourselves than we ever had before. We call our megrims the melancholy of a sublime soul, the yearnings of an indigestion. We denominate yearnings after immortality, nay, sometimes a proof of the nature of the soul. May I find some biographer who understands such sensations well, and may he style those melting emotions the offspring of the poetical character, which in reality are the offspring of a mutton chop. "You jest pleasantly enough on your low spirits," said Clifford, "but I have a cause for mine." "What then?" cried Tomlinson. "So much the easier is it to cure them. The mind can cure the evils that spring from the mind. It is only a fool and a quack and a driveler when it professes to heal the evils that spring from the body. My blue devils spring from the body; consequently, my mind, which, as you know, is a particularly wise mind, wrestles not against them. Tell me frankly," renewed Augustus after a pause, "do you ever repent? Do you ever think, if you had been a shop boy with a white apron about your middle, that you would have been a happier and a better member of society than you now are?" "Repent?" said Clifford, fiercely, and his answer opened more of his secret heart, its motives, its reasonings, and its peculiarities than were often discernible. "Repent? That is the idlest word in our language. No, the moment I repent, that moment I reform. Never can it seem to me an atonement for crime merely to regret it. My mind would lead me, not to regret, but to repair. Repent? No, not yet. The older I grow, the more I see of men and of the callings of social life, the more I, an open knave, sicken at the glossed and covert dishonesties around. I acknowledge no allegiance to society. From my birth to this hour I have received no single favor from its customs or its laws. Openly I war against it, and patiently will I meet its revenge. This may be crime, but it looks light in my eyes when I gaze around and survey on all sides the masked traitors who acknowledge large debts to society, who profess to obey its laws, adore its institutions, and above all, oh, how righteously, attack all those who attack it, and who yet lie and cheat and defraud and peculate, publicly reaping all the comforts, privately filching all the profits. Repent? Of what? I come into the world friendless and poor. I find a body of laws hostile to the friendless and the poor. To those laws, hostile to me, then, I acknowledge hostility in my turn. Between us are the conditions of war. Let them expose a weakness, I insist on my right to seize the advantage. Let them defeat me, and I allow their right to destroy." The author need not, he hopes, observe that these sentiments are Mr. Paul Clifford's, not his. "Passion," said Augustus coolly, "is the usual enemy of reason. In your case it is the friend." The pair had now gained the summit of a hill which commanded a view of the city below. Here Augustus, who was a little short winded, paused to recover breath. As soon as he had done so, he pointed with his forefinger to the scene beneath, and said enthusiastically, "What a subject for contemplation!" Clifford was about to reply, when suddenly the sound of laughter and voices was heard behind. "Let us fly," cried Augustus. "On this day of spleen, man delights me not, or woman either." "Stay," said Clifford, in a trembling accent, for among those voices he recognized one which had already acquired over him an irresistible and bewitching power. Augustus sighed, and reluctantly remained motionless. Presently a winding in the road brought into view a party of pleasure, some on foot, some on horseback, others in the little vehicles which even at that day haunted watering places, and called themselves flies or swallows. But among the gay procession Clifford had only eyes for one, walking with that elastic step which so rarely survives the first epoch of youth, by the side of the heavy chair in which her father was drawn. The fair beauty of Lucy Brandon threw, at least in the eyes of her lover, a magic and a lustre over the whole group. He stood for a moment, stilling the heart that leaped at her bright looks and the gladness of her innocent laugh, and then, recovering himself, he walked slowly and with a certain consciousness of the effect of his own singularly handsome person towards the party. The good squire received him with his usual kindness, and informed him, according to that lucidus ordo which he so especially favored, of the whole particulars of their excursion. There was something worthy of an artist's sketch in the scene at that moment. The old squire in his chair, with his benevolent face turned towards Clifford, and his hands resting on his cane; Clifford himself bowing down his stately head to hear the details of the father; the beautiful daughter on the other side of the chair, her laugh suddenly stilled, her gait insensibly more composed, and blush chasing blush over the smooth and peach-like loveliness of her cheek; the party of all sizes, ages, and attire, affording ample scope for the caricaturist; and the pensive figure of Augustus Tomlinson, who, by the by, was exceedingly like Liston, standing apart from the rest on the brow of the hill where Clifford had left him, and moralizing on the motley procession, with one hand hid in his waistcoat, and the other caressing his chin, which slowly and pendulously, with the rest of his head, moved up and down. As the party approached the brow of the hill, the view of the city below was so striking that there was a general pause for the purpose of survey. One young lady in particular drew forth her pencil and began sketching, while her mamma looked complacently on, and abstractedly devoured a sandwich. It was at this time, in the general pause, that Clifford and Lucy found themselves, heaven knows how, next to each other, and at a sufficient distance from the squire and the rest of the party to feel in some measure alone. There was a silence in both which neither dared to break, when Lucy, after looking at and toying with a flower that she had brought from the place which the party had been to see, accidentally dropped it; and Clifford and herself stooping at the same moment to recover it, their hands met. Involuntarily Clifford detained the soft fingers in his own; his eyes, that encountered hers, so spellbound and arrested them that for once they did not sink beneath his gaze. His lips moved, but many and vehement emotions so suffocated his voice that no sound escaped them. But all the heart was in the eyes of each; that moment fixed their destinies. Henceforth there was an era from which they dated a new existence, a nucleus around which their thoughts, their remembrances, and their passions clung. The great gulf was passed; they stood on the same shore, and felt that though still apart and disunited, on that shore was no living creature but themselves. Meanwhile Augustus Tomlinson, on finding himself surrounded by persons eager to gaze and to listen, broke from his moodiness and reserve. Looking full at his next neighbor, and flourishing his right hand in the air till he suffered it to rest in the direction of the houses and chimneys below, he repeated that moral exclamation which had been wasted on Clifford, with a more solemn and a less passionate gravity than before. "What a subject, ma'am, for contemplation!" "Very sensibly said, indeed, sir," said the lady addressed, who was rather of a serious turn. "I never," resumed Augustus in a louder key, and looking round for auditors, "I never see a great town from the top of a hill without thinking of an apothecary's shop." "Lord, sir," said the lady. Tomlinson's end was gained. Struck with the quaintness of the notion, a little crowd gathered instantly around him to hear it further developed. "Of an apothecary's shop, ma'am," repeated Tomlinson. "There lie your simples, and your purges, and your cordials, and your poisons; all things to heal, and to strengthen, and to destroy. There are drugs enough in that collection to save you, to cure you all; but none of you know how to use them, nor what medicines to ask for, nor what portions to take, so that the greater part of you swallow a wrong dose, and die of the remedy. But if the town be the apothecary's shop, what in the plan of your idea stands for the apothecary?" asked an old gentleman, who perceived at what Tomlinson was driving. "The apothecary, sir," answered Augustus, stealing his notion from Clifford, and sinking his voice, lest the true proprietor should overhear him. Clifford was otherwise employed. "The apothecary, sir, is the law. It is the law that stands behind the counter, and dispenses to each man the dose he should take. To the poor it gives bad drugs gratuitously; to the rich pills to stimulate the appetite; to the latter premiums for luxury; to the former only speedy refuges from life. Alas, either your apothecary is but an ignorant quack, or his science itself is but in its cradle. He blunders as much as you would do if left to your own selection. Those who have recourse to him seldom speak gratefully of his skill. He relieves you, it is true, but of your money, not your malady, and the only branch of his profession in which he is an adept is that which enables him to bleed you. Oh, mankind!" continued Augustus, "what noble creatures you ought to be! You have keys to all sciences, all arts, all mysteries but one. You have not a notion how you ought to be governed. You cannot frame a tolerable law for the life and soul of you. You make yourselves as uncomfortable as you can by all sorts of galling and vexatious institutions, and you throw the blame upon fate. You lay down rules it is impossible to comprehend, much less to obey, and you call each other monsters, because you cannot conquer the impossibility. You invent all sorts of vices under pretense of making laws for preserving virtue, and the anomalous artificialities of conduct yourselves produce, you say you are born with. You make a machine by the perversest art you can think of, and you call it, with a sigh, human nature. With a host of good dispositions struggling at your breasts, you insist upon libeling the Almighty, and declaring that he meant you to be wicked. Nay, you even call the man mischievous and seditious, who begs and implores you to be one jot better than you are. Oh, mankind! You are like a nosegay bought at Covent Garden. The flowers are lovely, the scent delicious. Mark that glorious hue, contemplate that bursting petal. How beautiful, how redolent of health, of nature, of the dew and breath and blessing of heaven are you all! But as for the dirty piece of string that ties you together, one would think you had picked it out of the kennel." So saying, Tomlinson turned on his heel, broke away from the crowd, and solemnly descended the hill. The party of pleasure slowly followed, and Clifford, receiving an invitation from the squire to partake of his family dinner, walked by the side of Lucy, and felt as if his spirit were drunk with the airs of Eden. A brother squire, who among the gayeties of Bath was almost as forlorn as Joseph Brandon himself, partook of the Lord of Warlock's hospitality. When the three gentlemen adjourned to the drawing room, the two elder sat down to a game at backgammon, and Clifford was left to the undisturbed enjoyment of Lucy's conversation. She was sitting by the window when Clifford joined her. On the table by her side were scattered books, the charm of which they were chiefly poetry she had only of late learned to discover. There also were strewn various little masterpieces of female ingenuity, in which the fairy fingers of Lucy Brandon were especially formed to excel. The shades of evening were rapidly darkening over the empty streets, and in the sky, which was cloudless and transparently clear, the stars came gradually out one by one, until, as water does a sponge, so their soft light filled the void, hollow, universal air. Beautiful evening, if we, as well as Augustus Tomlinson, may indulge in an apostrophe. Beautiful evening! For thee all poets have had a song, and surrounded thee with rills and waterfalls, and dews and flowers, and sheep and bats, and melancholy and owls. Yet we must confess that to us, who in this very sentimental age are a bustling, worldly, hard-minded person, jostling our neighbors, and thinking of the main chance. To us thou art never so charming as when we meet thee walking in thy gray hood through the emptying streets and among the dying sounds of a city. We love to feel the stillness where all, 2 hours back, was clamor. We love to see the dingy abodes of trade and luxury, those restless patients of earth's constant fever, contrasted and canopied by a heaven full of purity and quietness and peace. We love to fill our thought with speculations on man, even though the man be the muffin man, rather than with inanimate objects, hills and streams, things to dream about, not to meditate on. Man is the subject of far nobler contemplation, of far more glowing hope, of a far purer and loftier vein of sentiment, than all the floods and fells in the universe. And that sweet evening is one reason why we like that the earnest and tender thoughts thou excitest within us should be rather surrounded by the labors and tokens of our species, than by sheep and bats and melancholy and owls. But whether, most blessed evening, thou delightest us in the country or in the town, thou equally disposest us to make and to feel love. Thou art the cause of more marriages and more divorces than any other time in the 24 hours. Eyes that were common eyes to us before, touched by thy enchanting and magic shadows, become inspired, and preach to us of heaven. A softness settles on features that were harsh to us while the sun shone. A mellow light of love reposes on the complexion, which by day we would have steeped full fathom 5 in a sea of Mrs. Gowland's lotion. What then, thou modest hypocrite, to those who already and deeply love, what then of danger and of paradise dost thou bring? Silent and stilling the breath which heaved in both quick and fitfully, Lucy and Clifford sat together. The streets were utterly deserted, and the loneliness, as they looked below, made them feel the more intensely, not only the emotions which swelled within them, but the undefined and electric sympathy which in uniting them divided them from the world. The quiet around was broken by a distant strain of rude music, and as it came nearer, two forms of no poetical order grew visible. The one was a poor blind man, who was drawing from his flute tones in which the melancholy beauty of the air compensated for any deficiency (the deficiency was but slight) in the execution. A woman much younger than the musician, and with something of beauty in her countenance, accompanied him, holding a tattered hat, and looking wistfully up at the windows of the silent street. We said two forms, we did the injustice of forgetfulness to another, a rugged and simple friend, it is true, but one that both minstrel and wife had many and moving reasons to love. This was a little wiry terrier, with dark piercing eyes that glanced quickly and sagaciously in all quarters from beneath the shaggy covert that surrounded them. Slowly the animal moved onward, pulling gently against the string by which he was held, and by which he guided his master. Once his fidelity was tempted, another dog invited him to play. The poor terrier looked anxiously and doubtingly round, and then, uttering a low growl of denial, pursued the noiseless tenor of his way. The little procession stopped beneath the window where Lucy and Clifford sat, for the quick eye of the woman had perceived them, and she laid her hand on the blind man's arm and whispered him. He took the hint and changed his air into one of love. Clifford glanced at Lucy. Her cheek was dyed in blushes. The air was over. Another succeeded. It was of the same kind. A third. The burden was still unaltered. And then Clifford threw into the street a piece of money, and the dog wagged his abridged and dwarfed tail, and darting forward, picked it up in his mouth. And the woman, she had a kind face, patted the officious friend, even before she thanked the donor, and then she dropped the money with a cheering word or two into the blind man's pocket, and the three wanderers moved slowly on. Presently they came to a place where the street had been mended, and the stones lay scattered about. Here the woman no longer trusted to the dog's guidance, but anxiously hastened to the musician, and led him with evident tenderness and minute watchfulness over the rugged way. When they had passed the danger, the man stopped, and before he released the hand which had guided him, he pressed it gratefully, and then both the husband and the wife stooped down and caressed the dog. This little scene, one of those rough copies of the loveliness of human affections, of which so many are scattered about the highways of the world, both the lovers had involuntarily watched. And now, as they withdrew their eyes, those eyes settled on each other. Lucy's swam in tears. "To be loved and tended by the one I love," said Clifford, in a low voice. "I would walk blind and barefoot over the whole earth." Lucy sighed very gently, and placing her pretty hands, the one clasped over the other, upon her knee, looked down wistfully on them, but made no answer. Clifford drew his chair nearer, and gazed on her as she sat, the long dark eyelashes drooping over her eyes, and contrasting the ivory lids, her delicate profile half turned from him, and borrowing a more touching beauty from the soft light that dwelt upon it, and her full yet still scarcely developed bosom heaving at thoughts which he did not analyze, but was content to feel at once vague and delicious. He gazed, and his lips trembled. He longed to speak, he longed to say, but those words which convey what volumes have endeavored to express, and have only weakened by detail, "I love." How he resisted the yearnings of his heart we know not, but he did resist, and Lucy, after a confused and embarrassed pause, took up one of the poems on the table, and asked him some questions about a particular passage in an old ballad which he had once pointed to her notice. The passage related to a border chief, one of the Armstrongs of old, who, having been seized by the English and condemned to death, vented his last feelings in a passionate address to his own home, his rude tower, and his newly wedded bride. "Do you believe," said Lucy, as their conversation began to flow, "that one so lawless and eager for bloodshed and strife as this robber is described to be could be so capable of soft affections?" "I do," said Clifford, "because he was not sensible that he was as criminal as you esteem him. If a man cherish the idea that his actions are not evil, he will retain at his heart all its better and gentler sensations, as much as if he had never sinned. The savage murders his enemy, and when he returns home is not the less devoted to his friend or the less anxious for his children. To harden and imbrute the kindly dispositions, we must not only indulge in guilt but feel that we are guilty. Oh, many that the world load with their opprobrium are capable of acts, nay, have committed acts, which in others the world would reverence and adore. Would you know whether a man's heart be shut to the power of love? Ask what he is, not to his foes, but to his friends. Crime, too," continued Clifford, speaking fast and vehemently, while his eyes flashed and the dark blood rushed to his cheek. "Crime? What is crime? Men embody their worst prejudices, their most evil passions, in a heterogeneous and contradictory code, and whatever breaks this code they term a crime. When they make no distinction in the penalty, that is to say, in the estimation awarded both to murder and to a petty theft imposed on the weak, will by famine, we ask nothing else to convince us that they are ignorant of the very nature of guilt, and that they make up in ferocity for the want of wisdom." Lucy looked in alarm at the animated and fiery countenance of the speaker. Clifford recovered himself after a moment's pause, and rose from his seat with the gay and frank laugh which made one of his peculiar characteristics. "There is a singularity in politics, Miss Brandon," said he, "which I dare say you have often observed, namely, that those who are least important are always most noisy, and that the chief people who lose their temper are those who have nothing to gain in return." Chapter 18, Part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, Part 2. As Clifford spoke, the doors were thrown open, and some visitors to Miss Brandon were announced. The good squire was still immersed in the vicissitudes of his game, and the sole task of receiving and entertaining the company, as the chambermaid's habit, fell, as usual, upon Lucy. Fortunately for her, Clifford was one of those rare persons who possess eminently the talents of society. There was much in his gay and gallant temperament, accompanied as it was with sentiment and ardor that resembled our beau ideal of those chevaliers ordinarily peculiar to the Continent. He rose equally in the drawing room and the field. Observant, courteous, witty, and versed in the various accomplishments that combine that most unfrequent of all unions, vivacity with grace, he was especially formed for that brilliant world from which his circumstances tended to exclude him. Under different auspices he might have been Pooh! We are running into a most pointless commonplace. What might any man be under auspices different from those by which his life has been guided? Music soon succeeded to conversation, and Clifford's voice was of necessity put into requisition. Miss Brandon had just risen from the harpsichord as he sat down to perform his part, and she stood by him with the rest of the group while he sang. Only twice his eye stole to that spot which her breath and form made sacred to him, once when he began, and once when he concluded his song. Perhaps the recollection of their conversation inspired him; certainly it dwelt upon his mind at the moment, threw a richer flush over his brow, and infused a more meaning and heartfelt softness into his tone. Stanza. When I leave thee, oh, ask not the world what that heart which adores thee to others may be. I know that I sin when from thee I depart, but my guilt shall not light upon thee. My life is a river which glasses a ray that hath deigned to descend from above. Whatever the banks that o'ershadow its way, it mirrors the light of thy love. Though the waves may run high when the night wind awakes, and hurries the stream to its fall, though broken and wild be the billows it makes, thine image still trembles on all. While this ominous love between Clifford and Lucy was thus finding fresh food in every interview and every opportunity, the unfortunate Maleverer, firmly persuaded that his complaint was a relapse of what he termed the warlock dyspepsia, was waging dire war with the remains of the beef and pudding which he tearfully assured his physicians were lurking in his constitution. As Maleverer, though complacent like most men of unmistakable rank, to all his acquaintances, whatever might be their grade, possessed but very few friends intimate enough to enter his sick chamber, and none of that few were at Bath, it will readily be perceived that he was in blissful ignorance of the growing fortunes of his rifle, and, to say the exact truth, illness, which makes a man's thoughts turn very much upon himself, banish many of the most tender ideas usually floating in his mind around the image of Lucy Brandon. His pill superseded his passion, and he felt that there are draughts in the world more powerful in their effects than those in the phials of Alcidanas. He very often thought, it is true, how pleasant it would be for Lucy to smooth his pillow, and Lucy to prepare that mixture. But then Maleverer had an excellent valet, who hoped to play the part enacted by Gil Blas towards the honest licentiate, and to nurse a legacy while he was nursing his master. And the earl, who was tolerably good tempered, was forced to confess that it would be scarcely possible for any one to know his ways better than Smoothson. Thus, during his illness, the fair form of his intended bride little troubled the peace of the noble adorer, and it was not till he found himself able to eat 3 good dinners consecutively with a tolerable appetite, that Maleverer recollected that he was violently in love. As soon as this idea was fully reinstated in his memory, and he had been permitted by his doctor to allow himself a little cheerful society, Maleverer resolved to go to the rooms for an hour or two. It may be observed that most great personages have some favorite place, some cherished bailli, at which they love to throw off their state, and to play the amiable instead of the splendid. And Bath at that time, from its gaiety, its ease, the variety of character to be found in its haunts, and the obliging manner in which such characters expose themselves to ridicule, was exactly the place calculated to please a man like Maleverer, who loved at once to be admired and to satirize. He was therefore an idolized person at the city of Blaudud, and as he entered the rooms, he was surrounded by a whole band of imitators and sycophants, delighted to find his lordship looking so much better, and declaring himself so convalescent. As soon as the earl had bowed and smiled and shaken hands sufficiently to sustain his reputation, he sauntered towards the dancers in search of Lucy. He found her not only exactly in the same spot in which he had last beheld her, but dancing with exactly the same partner, who had before provoked all the gallant nobleman's jealousy and wrath. Malevola, though not by any means addicted to preparing his compliments beforehand, had just been conning a delicate speech for Lucy. But no sooner did the person of her partner flash on him, than the whole flattery vanished at once from his recollection. He felt himself grow pale; and when Lucy turned, and seeing him near, addressed him in the anxious and soft tone which she thought due to her uncle's friend on his recovery, Malevola bowed, confused and silent; and that green-eyed passion which would have convulsed the mind of a true lover, altering a little the course of its fury, effectually disturbed the manner of the courtier. Retreating to an obscure part of the room, where he could see all without being conspicuous, Malevola now employed himself in watching the motions and looks of the young pair. He was naturally a penetrating and quick observer, and in this instance jealousy sharpened his talents. He saw enough to convince him that Lucy was already attached to Clifford, and being by that conviction fully persuaded that Lucy was necessary to his own happiness, he resolved to lose not a moment in banishing Captain Clifford from her presence, or at least in instituting such inquiries into that gentleman's relatives, rank, and respectability as would, he hoped, render such banishment a necessary consequence of the research. Fraught with this determination, Malevola repaired at once to the retreat of the squire, and engaging him in conversation, bluntly asked him who the deuce Miss Brandon was dancing with. The squire, a little piqued at this brusquerie, replied by a long eulogium on Paul; and Malevola, after hearing it throughout with the blandest smile imaginable, told the squire very politely that he was sure Mr. Brandon's good nature had misled him. "Clifford," said he, repeating the name, "Clifford? It is one of those names which are particularly selected by persons nobody knows; first, because the name is good, and secondly, because it is common. My long and dear friendship with your brother makes me feel peculiarly anxious on any point relative to his niece; and indeed, my dear William, overrating perhaps my knowledge of the world, and my influence in society, but not my affection for him, besought me to assume the liberty of esteeming myself a friend, nay, even a relation of yours and Miss Brandon's, so that I trust you do not consider my caution impertinent." The flattered squire assured him that he was particularly honored, so far from deeming his lordship, which never could be the case with people so distinguished as his lordship was especially, impertinent. Lord Malevola, encouraged by this speech, artfully renewed, and succeeded, if not in convincing the squire that the handsome captain was a suspicious character, at least in persuading him that common prudence required that he should find out exactly who the handsome captain was, especially as he was in the habit of dining with the squire thrice a week, and dancing with Lucy every night. "See," said Malevola, "he approaches you now. I will retreat to the chair by the fireplace, and you shall cross examine him. I have no doubt you will do it with the utmost delicacy." So saying, Malevola took possession of a seat where he was not absolutely beyond hearing, slightly deaf as he was, of the ensuing colloquy, though the position of his seat screened him from sight. Malevola was esteemed a man of the most punctilious honor in private life, and he would not have been seen in the act of listening to other people's conversation for the world. Hemming with an air, and resettling himself as Clifford approached, the squire thus skillfully commenced the attack. "Aha, my good Captain Clifford, and how do you do? I saw you, and I am very glad, my friend, as every one else is, to see you at a distance. And where have you left my daughter?" "Miss Brandon is dancing with Mr. Muskwell, sir," answered Clifford. "Oh, she is! Mr. Muskwell! Humph! Good family, the Muskwells. Came from Primrose Hall. Pray, Captain, not that I want to know for my own sake, for I am a strange odd person, I believe, and I am thoroughly convinced some people are censorious, and others, thank God, are not. Of your respectability, what family do you come from? You won't think my caution impertinent," added the shrewd old gentleman, borrowing that phrase which he thought so friendly in the mouth of Lord Malevola. Clifford colored for a moment, but replied with a quiet archness of look, "Family? Oh, my dear sir, I come from an old family, a very old family indeed." "So I always thought. And in what part of the world?" "Scotland, sir. All our family come from Scotland. Namely, all who live long do; the rest die young. Ay, particular air does agree with particular constitutions. I, for instance, could not live in all countries, not, you take me, in the north." "Few honest men can live there," said Clifford, dryly. "And," resumed the squire, a little embarrassed by the nature of his task, and the cool assurance of his young friend, "and pray, Captain Clifford, what regiment do you belong to?" "Regiment? Oh, the Rifles," answered Clifford. "Deuce is in me," muttered he, "if I can resist a jest, though I break my neck over it." "A very gallant body of men," said the squire. "No doubt of that, sir," rejoined Clifford. "And do you think, Captain Clifford," renewed the squire, "that it is a good corps for getting on?" "It is rather a bad one for getting off," muttered the captain. And then aloud, "Why, we have not much interest at court, sir." "Oh, but then there is a wider scope, as my brother the lawyer says, and no man knows better, for merit. I dare say you have seen many a man elevated from the ranks." "Nothing more common, sir, than such elevation, and so great is the virtue of our corps, that I have also known not a few willing to transfer the honor to their comrades." "You don't say so!" exclaimed the squire, opening his eyes at such disinterested magnanimity. "But," said Clifford, who began to believe he might carry the equivoque too far, and who thought, despite of his jesting, that it was possible to strike out a more agreeable vein of conversation, "but, sir, if you remember, you have not yet finished that youthful hunting adventure of yours, when the hounds were lost at Burnham Copse." "Oh, very true!" cried the squire, quite forgetting his late suspicions. And forthwith he began a story that promised to be as long as the chase it recorded. So charmed was he, when he had finished it, with the character of the gentleman who had listened to it so delightedly, that on rejoining Malevola he told the earl, with an important air, that he had strictly examined the young captain, and that he had fully convinced himself of the excellence of his family, as well as the rectitude of his morals. Malevola listened with a countenance of polite incredulity. He had heard but little of the conversation that had taken place between the pair, but on questioning the squire upon sundry particulars of Clifford's birth, parentage, and property, he found him exactly as ignorant as before. The courtier, however, seeing further expostulation was in vain, contented himself with patting the squire's shoulder, and saying with a mysterious urbanity, "Ah, sir, you are too good." With these words he turned on his heel, and not yet despairing, sought the daughter. He found Miss Brandon just released from dancing, and with a kind of paternal gallantry he offered his arm to parade the apartments. After some preliminary flourish, and reference for the 1000th time to his friendship for William Brandon, the earl spoke to her about that fine-looking young man who called himself Captain Clifford. Unfortunately for Malevola, he grew a little too unguarded, as his resentment against the interference of Clifford warmed with his language, and he dropped in his anger one or two words of caution which especially offended the delicacy of Miss Brandon. "Take care how I encourage, my lord," said Lucy, with glowing cheeks, repeating the words which had so affronted her. "I really must beg you" "You mean, dear Miss Brandon," interrupted Malevola, squeezing her hand with respectful tenderness, "that you must beg me to apologize for my inadvertent expression. I do most sincerely. If I had felt less interest in your happiness, believe me, I should have been more guarded in my language." Miss Brandon bowed stiffly, and the courtier saw with secret rage that the country beauty was not easily appeased, even by an apology from Lord Malevola. "I have seen the time," thought he, "when young unmarried ladies would have deemed an affront from me an honor. They would have gone into hysterics at an apology." Before he had time to make his peace, the squire joined them, and Lucy, taking her father's arm, expressed her wish to return home. The squire was delighted at the proposition. It would have been but civil in Malevola to offer his assistance in those little attentions preparatory to female departure from balls. He hesitated for a moment. "It keeps one so long in those cursed thorough draughts," thought he, shivering. "Besides, it is just possible that I may not marry her. And it is no good risking a cold, above all at the beginning of winter, for nothing." Fraught with this prudential policy, Malevola then resigned Lucy to her father, and murmuring in her ear that her displeasure made him the most wretched of men, concluded his adieu by a bow penitentially graceful. About 5 minutes afterwards he himself withdrew. As he was wrapping his corporeal treasure in his roquelaire of sables, previous to immersing himself in his chair, he had the mortification of seeing Lucy, who with her father, from some cause or other, had been delayed in the hall, handed to the carriage by Captain Clifford. Had the earl watched more narrowly than in the anxious cares due to himself he was enabled to do, he would, to his consolation, have noted that Lucy gave her hand with an averted and cool air, and that Clifford's expressive features bore rather the aspect of mortification than triumph. He did not, however, see more than the action, and as he was borne homeward, with his flambeau and footmen preceding him, and the watchful Smoothson by the side of the little vehicle, he muttered his determination of writing by the very next post to Brandon all his anger for Lucy, and all his jealousy of her evident lover. While this doughty resolve was animating the great soul of Malevola, Lucy reached her own room, bolted the door, and throwing herself on her bed, burst into a long and bitter paroxysm of tears. So unusual were such visitors to her happy and buoyant temper, that there was something almost alarming in the earnestness and obstinacy with which she now wept. "What!" said she, bitterly, "have I placed my affections upon a man of uncertain character? And is my infatuation so clear that an acquaintance dare hint at its imprudence? And yet his manner, his tone no, no, there can be no reason for shame in loving him." And as she said this, her heart smote her for the coldness of her manner towards Clifford on his taking leave of her for the evening. "Am I," she thought, weeping yet more vehemently than before, "am I so worldly, so base, as to feel altered towards him the moment I hear a syllable breathed against his name? Should I not, on the contrary, have clung to his image with a greater love, if he were attacked by others? But my father, my dear father, and my kind, prudent uncle, something is due to them, and they would break their hearts if I loved one whom they deemed unworthy. Why should I not summon courage and tell him of the suspicions respecting him? One candid word would dispel them. Surely it would be but kind in me towards him to give him an opportunity of disproving all false and dishonoring conjectures. And why this reserve, when so often by look and hint, if not by open avowal, he has declared that he loves me, and knows, he must know, that he is not indifferent to me? Why does he never speak of his parents, his relations, his home?" And Lucy, as she asked this question, drew from a bosom whose hue and shape might have rivaled hers who won Simon to be wise, a drawing which she herself had secretly made of her lover, and which, though inartificially and even rudely done, yet had caught the inspiration of memory, and breathed the very features and air that were stamped already ineffaceably upon a heart too holy for so sullied an idol. She gazed upon the portrait as if it could answer her question of the original, and as she looked and looked, her tears slowly ceased, and her innocent countenance relapsed gradually into its usual and eloquent serenity. Never, perhaps, could Lucy's own portrait have been taken at a more favorable moment. The unconscious grace of her attitude, her dress loosened, the modest and youthful voluptuousness of her beauty, the tender cheek to which the virgin bloom vanished for a while, was now all glowingly returning. The little white soft hand on which that cheek leaned, while the other contained the picture upon which her eyes fed, the half smile just conjured to her full red dewy lips, and gone the moment after, yet again restored, all made a picture of such enchanting loveliness, that we question whether Shakespeare himself could have fancied an earthly shape more meet to embody the vision of a Miranda or a Viola. The quiet and maiden neatness of the apartment gave effect to the charm, and there was a poetry even in the snowy furniture of the bed, the shutters partly unclosed and admitting a glimpse of the silver moon, and the solitary lamp just contending with the pure ray of the skies, and so throwing a mixed and softened light around the chamber. She was yet gazing on the drawing, when a faint stream of music stole through the air beneath her window, and it gradually rose till the sound of a guitar became distinct and clear, suiting with, not disturbing, the moonlit stillness of the night. The gallantry and romance of a former day, though at the time of our story subsiding, were not quite dispelled, and nightly serenades under the casements of a distinguished beauty were by no means of unfrequent occurrence. But Lucy, as the music floated upon her ear, blushed deeper and deeper, as if it had a dearer source to her heart than ordinary gallantry, and raising herself on one arm from her incumbent position, she leaned forward to catch the sound with a greater and more unerring certainty. After a prelude of some moments, a clear and sweet voice accompanied the instrument, and the words of the song were as follows: Clifford's Serenade. There is a world where every night my spirit meets and walks with thine, and hopes I dare not tell thee light, like stars of love, that world of mine. Sleep, to the waking world my heart hath now, methinks, a stranger grown. Ah, sleep, that I may feel thou art within one world that is my own. As the music died away, Lucy sank back once more, and the drawing which she held was pressed, with cheeks glowing, though unseen at the act, to her lips. And though the character of her lover was uncleared, though she herself had come to no distinct resolution even to inform him of the rumors against his name, yet so easily restored was her trust in him, and so soothing the very thought of his vigilance and his love, that before an hour had passed her eyes were closed in sleep. The drawing was laid as a spell against grief under her pillow, and in her dreams she murmured his name, and unconscious of reality and the future, smiled tenderly as she did so. End of chapter 18, part 2. Chapter 19 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Come, the plot thickens, and another fold of the warm cloak of mystery wraps us around. And for their loves, behold, the seal is on them. Tanner of Tyburn. We must not suppose that Clifford's manner and tone were towards Lucy Brandon such as they seemed to others. Love refines every roughness, and that truth which nurtures tenderness is never barren of grace. Whatever the habits and comrades of Clifford's life, he had at heart many good and generous qualities. They were not often perceptible, it is true, first, because he was of a gay and reckless turn; secondly, because he was not easily affected by any external circumstances; and thirdly, because he had the policy to affect among his comrades only such qualities as were likely to give him influence with them. Still, however, his better genius broke out whenever an opportunity presented itself. Though no corsair, romantic and unreal, an oceanic shadow becoming more vast in proportion as it recedes from substance, though no grandly imagined lie to the fair proportions of human nature, but an erring man in a very prosaic and homely world, Clifford still mingled a certain generosity and chivalric spirit of enterprise even with the practices of his profession. Although the name of Lovat, by which he was chiefly known, was one peculiarly distinguished in the annals of the adventurous, it had never been coupled with rumors of cruelty or outrage, and it was often associated with anecdotes of courage, courtesy, good humor, or forbearance. He was one whom a real love was peculiarly calculated to soften and to redeem. The boldness, the candor, the unselfishness of his temper were components of nature upon which affection invariably takes a strong and deep hold. Besides, Clifford was of an eager and aspiring turn, and the same temper and abilities which had in a very few years raised him in influence and popularity far above all the chivalric band with whom he was connected, when once inflamed, and if elevated by a higher passion, were likely to arouse his ambition from the level of his present pursuits, and reform him, ere too late, into a useful, nay, even an honorable member of society. We trust that the reader has already perceived that, despite his early circumstances, his manner and address were not such as to unfit him for a lady's love. The comparative refinement of his exterior is easy of explanation, for he possessed a natural and inborn gentility, a quick turn for observation, a ready sense both of the ridiculous and the graceful. And these are materials which are soon and lightly wrought from coarseness into polish. He had been thrown, too, among the leaders and heroes of his band, many not absolutely low in birth, nor debased in habit. He had associated with the Barringtons of the day, gentlemen who were admired at Ranelagh, and made speeches worthy of Cicero when they were summoned to trial. He had played his part in public places, and, as Tomlinson was wont to say after his classic fashion, the triumphs accomplished in the field had been planned in the ballroom. In short, he was one of those accomplished and elegant highwaymen of whom we yet read wonders, and by whom it would have been delightful to have been robbed, and the aptness of intellect which grew into wit with his friends softened into sentiment with his mistress. There is something, too, in beauty, and Clifford's person, as we have before said, was possessed of even uncommon attractions, which lifts a beggar into nobility, and there was a distinction in his gait and look which supplied the air of rank and the tone of courts. Men, indeed, skilled like Malevorer in the subtleties of manner, might perhaps have easily detected in him the want of that indescribable essence possessed only by persons reared in good society. But that want, being shared by so many persons of indisputable birth and fortune, conveyed no particular reproach. To Lucy, indeed, brought up in seclusion, and seeing at Warlock none calculated to refine her taste in the fashion of an air or phrase to a very fastidious standard of perfection, this want was perfectly imperceptible. She remarked in her lover only a figure everywhere unequaled, an eye always eloquent with admiration, a step from which grace could never be divorced, a voice that spoke in a silver key, and uttered flatteries delicate in thought and poetical in word, even a certain originality of mind, remark, and character, occasionally approaching to the bizarre, yet sometimes also to the elevated, possessed a charm for the imagination of a young and not unenthusiastic female, and contrasted favorably, rather than the reverse, with the dull insipidity of those she ordinarily saw. Nor are we sure that the mystery thrown about him, irksome as it was to her, and discreditable as it appeared to others, was altogether ineffectual in increasing her love for the adventurer, and thus fate, which transmutes in her magic crucible all opposing metals into that one which she is desirous to produce, swelled the wealth of an ill-placed and ominous passion by the very circumstances which should have counteracted and destroyed it. We are willing, by what we have said, not to defend Clifford, but to redeem Lucy, in the opinion of our readers, for loving so unwisely. And when they remember her youth, her education, her privation of a mother, of all female friendship, even of the vigilant and unrelaxing care of some protector of the opposite sex, we do not think that what was so natural will be considered by any inexcusable. Malevorer woke the morning after the ball in better health than usual, and consequently more in love than ever. According to his resolution the night before, he sat down to write a long letter to William Brandon. It was amusing and witty as usual, but the wily nobleman succeeded, under the cover of wit, in conveying to Brandon's mind a serious apprehension lest his cherished matrimonial project should altogether fail. The account of Lucy and of Captain Clifford contained in the epistle instilled, indeed, a double portion of sourness into the professionally acrid mind of the lawyer; and as it so happened that he read the letter just before attending the court, upon a case in which he was counsel to the Crown, the witnesses on the opposite side of the question felt the full effects of the barrister's ill humour. The case was one in which the defendant had been engaged in swindling transactions to a very large amount, and among his agents and assistants was a person of the very lowest orders, but who, seemingly enjoying large connections and possessing natural acuteness and address, appeared to have been of great use in receiving and disposing of such goods as were fraudulently obtained. As a witness against the latter person appeared a pawnbroker who produced certain articles that had been pledged to him at different times by this humble agent. Now Brandon, in examining the guilty go-between, became the more terribly severe in proportion as the man evinced that semblance of unconscious stolidity which the lower orders can so ingeniously assume, and which is so peculiarly adapted to enrage and to baffle the gentlemen of the bar. At length Brandon entirely subduing and quelling the stubborn hypocrisy of the culprit, the man turned towards him a look between wrath and beseechingness, muttering, "Aha! if so be, Counsellor Brandon, you knew that I knows, you vould not go for to bully I so." "And pray, my good fellow, what is it that you know that should make me treat you as if I thought you an honest man?" The witness had now relapsed into sullenness, and only answered by a sort of grunt. Brandon, who knew well how to sting a witness into communicativeness, continued his questioning till the witness, re-aroused into anger, and it may be into indiscretion, said in a low voice, "Hax Mr. Swapham, the pawnbroker, what I sold him on the 15th hof February, exactly 23 yearn ago." Brandon started back. His lips grew white. He clenched his hands with a convulsive spasm, and while all his features seemed distorted with an earnest yet fearful intensity of expectation, he poured forth a volley of questions, so incoherent and so irrelevant that he was immediately called to order by his learned brother on the opposite side. Nothing further could be extracted from the witness. The pawnbroker was re-summoned. He appeared somewhat disconcerted by an appeal to his memory so far back as 23 years; but after taking some time to consider, during which the agitation of the usually cold and possessed Brandon was remarkable to all the court, he declared that he recollected no transaction whatsoever with the witness at that time. In vain were all Brandon's efforts to procure a more elucidatory answer. The pawnbroker was impenetrable, and the lawyer was compelled reluctantly to dismiss him. The moment the witness left the box, Brandon sank into a gloomy abstraction. He seemed quite to forget the business and the duties of the court, and so negligently did he continue to conclude the case, so purposeless was the rest of his examination and cross-examination, that the cause was entirely marred, and a verdict "Not guilty" returned by the jury. The moment he left the court, Brandon repaired to the pawnbroker's, and after a conversation with Mr. Swapham, in which he satisfied that honest tradesman that his object was rather to reward than intimidate, Swapham confessed that 23 years ago the witness had met him at a public house in Devereux Court, in company with 2 other men, and sold him several articles in plate, ornaments, etc. The great bulk of these articles had, of course, long left the pawnbroker's abode, but he still thought a stray trinket or two, not of sufficient worth to be reset or remodeled, nor of sufficient fashion to find a ready sale, lingered in his drawers. Eagerly and with trembling hands did Brandon toss over the motley contents of the mahogany reservoirs, which the pawnbroker now submitted to his scrutiny. Nothing on earth is so melancholy a prospect as a pawnbroker's drawer. Those little quaint valueless ornaments, those true lovers' knots, those oval lockets, those battered rings, girdled by initials or some brief inscription of regard or of grief. What tales of past affections, hopes, and sorrows do they not tell? But no sentiment of so general a sort ever saddened the hard mind of William Brandon, and now less than at any time could such reflections have occurred to him. Impatiently he threw on the table, one after another, the baubles once hoarded perchance with the tenderest respect, till at length his eyes sparkled, and with a nervous grip he seized upon an old ring, which was inscribed with letters and circled a heart containing hair. The inscription was simply W.B. to Julia. Strange and dark was the expression that settled on Brandon's face as he regarded this seemingly worthless trinket. After a moment's gaze, he uttered an inarticulate exclamation, and thrusting it into his pocket, renewed his search. He found one or two other trifles of a similar nature. One was an ill done miniature set in silver, and bearing at the back sundry half effaced letters, which Brandon construed at once, though no other eye could, into Sir John Brandon, 1635, État 28. The other was a seal, stamped with the noble crest of the house of Brandon, a bull's head, ducally crowned and armed. Or, as soon as Brandon had possessed himself of these treasures, and arrived at the conviction that the place held no more, he assured the conscientious Swapham of his regard for that person's safety, rewarded him munificently, and went his way to Bow Street for a warrant against the witness who had commended him to the pawnbroker. On his road thither, a new resolution occurred to him. Why make all public, he muttered to himself, if it can be avoided? And it may be avoided. He paused a moment, then retraced his way to the pawnbroker's, and after a brief mandate to Mr. Swapham, returned home. In the course of the same evening, the witness we refer to was brought to the lawyer's house by Mr. Swapham, and there held a long and private conversation with Brandon. The result of this seemed a compact to their mutual satisfaction, for the man went away safe with a heavy purse and a light heart, although sundry shades and misgivings did certainly ever and anon cross the latter, while Brandon flung himself back in his seat with the triumphant air of one who has accomplished some great measure, and his dark face betrayed in every feature a joyousness and hope which were unfrequent guests, it must be owned, either to his countenance or his heart. So good a man of business, however, was William Brandon, that he allowed not the event of that day to defer beyond the night his attention to his designs for the aggrandizement of his niece and house. By daybreak the next morning he had written to Lord Mauleverer, to his brother, and to Lucy. To the last his letter, couched in all the anxiety of fondness and the caution of affectionate experience, was well calculated to occasion that mingled shame and soreness which the wary lawyer rightly judged would be the most effectual enemy to an incipient passion. "I've accidentally heard," he wrote, "from a friend of mine, just arrived from Bath, of the glaring attentions paid to you by a Captain Clifford. I will not, my dearest niece, wound you by repeating what also I heard of your manner in receiving them. I know the ill nature and the envy of the world, and I do not for a moment imagine that my Lucy, of whom I am so justly proud, would countenance, from a petty coquetry, the advances of one whom she could never marry, or evince to any suitor partiality unknown to her relations, and certainly placed in a quarter which could never receive their approbation. I do not credit the reports of the idle, my dear niece, but if I discredit, you must not slight them. I call upon your prudence, your delicacy, your discretion, your sense of right, at once and effectually to put a stop to all impertinent rumors. Dance with this young man no more. Do not let him be of your party in any place of amusement, public or private. Avoid even seeing him if you are able, and throw in your manner towards him that decided coldness which the world cannot mistake." Much more did the skillful uncle write, but all to the same purpose, and for the furtherance of the same design. His letter to his brother was not less artful. He told him at once that Lucy's preference of the suit of a handsome fortune hunter was the public talk, and besought him to lose not a moment in quelling the rumor. "You may do so easily," he wrote, "by avoiding the young man, and should he be very importunate, return at once to Warlock. Your daughter's welfare must be dearer to you than anything." To Malevorer, Brandon replied by a letter which turned first on public matters, and then slid carelessly into the subject of the earl's information. Among the admonitions which he ventured to give Malevorer, he dwelt, not without reason, on the want of tact displayed by the earl in not manifesting that pomp and show which his station in life enabled him to do. "Remember," he urged, "you are not among your equals, by whom unnecessary parade begins to be considered an ostentatious vulgarity. The surest method of dazzling our inferiors is by splendor, not taste. All young persons, all women in particular, are caught by show and enamored of magnificence. Assume a greater state, and you will be more talked of, and notoriety wins a woman's heart more than beauty or youth. You have, forgive me, played the boy too long. A certain dignity becomes your manhood. Women will not respect you if you suffer yourself to become stale and cheap to vulgar company. You are like a man who has 50 advantages and uses only one of them to gain his point, when you rely on your conversation and your manner, and throw away the resources of your wealth and your station. Any private gentleman may be amiable and witty, but any private gentleman cannot call to his aid the Aladdin's lamp possessed in England by a wealthy peer. Look to this, my dear lord. Lucy at heart is vain, or she is not a woman. Dazzle her then, dazzle. Love may be blind, but it must be made so by excess of light. You have a country house within a few miles of Bath. Why not take up your abode there instead of in a paltry lodging in the town? Give sumptuous entertainments. Make it necessary for all the world to attend them. Exclude, of course, this Captain Clifford. You will then meet Lucy without a rival. At present, excepting only your title, you fight on a level ground with this adventurer, instead of an eminence from which you could in an instant sweep him away. Nay, he is stronger than you. He has the opportunities afforded by a partnership in balls where you cannot appear to advantage. He is, you say, in the first bloom of youth. He is handsome. Reflect. Your destiny, so far as Lucy is concerned, is in your hands. I turn to other subjects," etc. As Brandon reread, ere he signed, this last letter, a bitter smile sat on his harsh yet handsome features. "If," said he mentally, "I can effect this object, if Malevorer does marry this girl, why so much the better that she has another, a fairer, and a more welcome lover. By the great principle of scorn within me, which has enabled me to sneer at what weaker minds adore, and make a footstool of that worldly honor which fools set up as a throne, it would be to me more sweet than fame, ay, or even than power, to see this fine spun lord a gibe in the mouths of men, a cuckold, a cuckold." And as he said the last word, Brandon laughed outright. "And he thinks, too," added he, "that he is sure of my fortune. Otherwise, perhaps he, the goldsmith's descendant, would not dignify our house with his proposals. But he may err there, he may err there." And finishing his soliloquy, Brandon finished also his letter by, "Adieu, my dear lord, your most affectionate friend." It is not difficult to conjecture the effect produced upon Lucy by Brandon's letter. It made her wretched. She refused for days to go out. She shut herself up in her apartment, and consumed the time in tears and struggles with her own heart. Sometimes what she conceived to be her duty conquered, and she resolved to forswear her lover. But the night undid the labor of the day; for at night, every night, the sound of her lover's voice, accompanied by music, melted away her resolution, and made her once more all tenderness and trust. The words, too, sung under her window, were especially suited to affect her. They breathed a melancholy which touched her the more from its harmony with her own thoughts. One while they complained of absence, at another they hinted at neglect, but there was always in them a tone of humiliation, not reproach. They bespoke a sense of unworthiness in the lover, and confessed that even the love was a crime, and in proportion as they owned the want of desert, did Lucy more firmly cling to the belief that her lover was deserving. The old squire was greatly disconcerted by his brother's letter. Though impressed with the idea of self-consequence, and the love of tolerably pure blood, common to most country squires, he was by no means ambitious for his daughter. On the contrary, the same feeling which at Warlock had made him choose his companions among the inferior gentry, made him averse to the thought of a son-in-law from the peerage. In spite of Malevorer's good nature, the very ease of the earl annoyed him, and he never felt at home in his society. To Clifford he had a great liking, and having convinced himself that there was nothing to suspect in the young gentleman, he saw no earthly reason why so agreeable a companion should not be an agreeable son in law. If he be poor, thought the Squire, though he does not seem so, Lucy is rich. And this truism appeared to him to answer every objection. Nevertheless, William Brandon possessed a remarkable influence over the weaker mind of his brother, and the Squire, though with great reluctance, resolved to adopt his advice. He shut his doors against Clifford, and when he met him in the streets, instead of greeting him with his wonted cordiality, he passed him with a hasty "Good day, Captain," which after the first day or two merged into a distant bow. Whenever very good-hearted people are rude, and unjustly so, the rudeness is in the extreme. The Squire felt it so irksome to be less familiar than heretofore with Clifford, that his only remaining desire was now to drop him altogether, and to this consummation of acquaintance the gradually cooling salute appeared rapidly approaching. Meanwhile Clifford, unable to see Lucy, shunned by her father, and obtaining in answer to all inquiry rude looks from the footman, whom nothing but the most resolute command over his muscles prevented him from knocking down, began to feel, perhaps for the first time in his life, that an equivocal character is at least no equivocal misfortune. To add to his distress, the earnings of his previous industry, we must use the expression cherished by the wise Tomlinson, waxed gradually less and less beneath the expenses of Bath; and the murmuring voices of his two comrades began already to reproach their chief for his inglorious idleness, and to hint at the necessity of a speedy exertion. CHAPTER XX. Chapter XX of Paul Clifford, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter XX. Whack 'em. Look you there now. Well, all Europe cannot show a knot of finer wits and braver gentlemen. Ding boy. Faith, they are pretty smart men. Shadwell, Scourers. The world of Bath was of a sudden delighted by the intelligence that Lord Mauleverer had gone to Beauvale, the beautiful seat possessed by that nobleman, in the neighborhood of Bath, with the intention of there holding a series of sumptuous entertainments. The first persons to whom the gay Earl announced his hospitable purpose were Mr. and Miss Brandon. He called at their house, and declared his resolution of not leaving it till Lucy, who was in her own room, consented to gratify him with an interview, and a promise to be the queen of his proposed festival. Lucy, teased by her father, descended to the drawing-room, spiritless and pale, and the Earl, struck by the alteration of her appearance, took her hand and made his inquiries with so interesting and feeling a semblance of kindness as prepossessed the father for the first time in his favor, and touched even the daughter. So earnest, too, was his request that she would honor his festivities with her presence, and with so skillful a flattery was it conveyed, that the Squire undertook to promise the favor in her name; and when the Earl, declaring he was not contented with that promise from another, appealed to Lucy herself, her denial was soon melted into a positive, though a reluctant assent. Delighted with his success, and more struck with Lucy's loveliness, refined as it was by her paleness, than he had ever been before, Mauleverer left the house, and calculated, with greater accuracy than he had hitherto done, the probable fortune Lucy would derive from her uncle. No sooner were the cards issued for Lord Mauleverer's fete, than nothing else was talked of among the circles which Bath people were pleased to term the world. But in the interim, caps are making, and talk flowing at Bath; and when it was found that Lord Mauleverer, the good-natured Lord Mauleverer, the obliging Lord Mauleverer, was really going to be exclusive, and out of 1,000 acquaintances to select only 800, it is amazing how his popularity deepened into respect. Now then came anxiety and triumph. She who was asked turned her back upon her who was not. Old friendships dissolved. Independents wrote letters for a ticket; and as England is the freest country in the world, all the mistresses Hodges and Snodges beg to take the liberty of bringing their youngest daughters. Leaving the enviable Maleverer, the godlike occasion of so much happiness and woe, triumph and dejection, ascend with us, O reader, into those elegant apartments over the hairdresser's shop, tenanted by Mr. Edward Pepper and Mr. Augustus Tomlinson. The time was that of evening. Captain Clifford had been dining with his two friends. The cloth was removed, and conversation was flowing over a table graced by 2 bottles of port, a bowl of punch for Mr. Pepper's especial discussion, 2 dishes of filberts, another of devilled biscuits, and a fourth of 3 Pomerian crudities, which nobody touched. The hearth was swept clean, the fire burned high and clear, the curtains were let down, and the light excluded. Our 3 adventurers and their rooms seemed the picture of comfort. So thought Mr. Pepper, for glancing round the chamber and putting his feet upon the fender, he said, "Were my portrait to be taken, gentlemen, it is just as I am now that I would be drawn." "And," said Tomlinson, cracking his filberts, Tomlinson was fond of filberts, "were I to choose a home, it is in such a home as this that I would be always quartered." "Ah, gentlemen," said Clifford, who had been for some time silent, "it is more than probable that both your wishes may be heard, and that ye may be drawn, quartered, and something else too, in the very place of your desert." "Well," said Tomlinson, smiling gently, "I am happy to hear you jest again, Captain, though it be at our expense." "Expense!" echoed Ned. "Ay, there's the rub. Who the deuce is to pay the expense of our dinner?" "And our dinners for the last week," added Tomlinson. "This empty nut looks ominous. It certainly has one grand feature strikingly resembling my pockets." "Heigho!" sighed Long Ned, turning his waistcoat commodities inside out with a significant gesture, while the accomplished Tomlinson, who was fond of plaintive poetry, pointed to the disconsolate vacua, and exclaimed, "E'en while fashion's brightest arts decoy, the heart desponding asks if this be joy. In truth, gentlemen," added he, solemnly depositing his nut crackers on the table, and laying, as was his wont when about to be luminous, his right finger on his sinister palm, "in truth, gentlemen, affairs are growing serious with us, and it becomes necessary forthwith to devise some safe means of procuring a decent competence." "I am dunned confoundedly," cried Ned. "And," continued Tomlinson, "no person of delicacy likes to be subjected to the importunity of vulgar creditors. We must therefore raise money for the liquidation of our debts. Captain Lovett, or Clifford, whichever you be styled, we call upon you to assist us in so praiseworthy a purpose." Clifford turned his eyes first on one, then on the other, but made no answer. "Imprimis," said Tomlinson, "let us each produce our stock in hand. For my part, I am free to confess (for what shame is there in that poverty which our exertions are about to relieve?) that I have only 2 guineas, 4 shillings, and 3 halfpenny." "And I," said Long Ned, taking a china ornament from the chimney piece, and emptying its contents in his hand, "am in a still more pitiful condition. See, I have only 3 shillings and a bad guinea. I gave the guinea to the waiter at the White Hart yesterday. The dog brought it back to me to day, and I was forced to change it with my last shiner. Plague take the thing, I bought it of a Jew for 4 shillings, and have lost £1.5 by the bargain." "Fortune frustrates our wisest schemes," rejoined the moralizing Augustus. "Captain, will you produce the scanty wrecks of your wealth?" Clifford, still silent, threw a purse on the table. Augustus carefully emptied it, and counted out 5 guineas. An expression of grave surprise settled on Tomlinson's contemplative brow, and extending the coins towards Clifford, he said in a melancholy tone, "All your pretty ones? Did you say all?" A look from Clifford answered the interesting interrogatory. "These, then," said Tomlinson, collecting in his hand the commonwealth, "these, then, are all our remaining treasures." As he spoke, he jingled the coins mournfully in his palm, and gazing upon them with a parental air, exclaimed, "Alas! regardless of their doom, the little victims play." "Oh, darn it!" said Ned, "no sentiment. Let us come to business at once. To tell you the truth, I for one am tired of this heiress hunting, and a man may spend a fortune in the chase before he can win one." "You despair, then, positively, of the widow you have courted so long?" asked Tomlinson. "Utterly," rejoined Ned, whose addresses had been limited solely to the dames of the middling class, and who had imagined himself at one time, as he punningly expressed it, sure of a dear rib from Cheapside. "Utterly. She was very civil to me at first, but when I proposed, asked me, with a blush, for my references. 'References?' said I. 'Why, I want the place of your husband, my charmer, not your footman.' The dame was inexorable, said she could not take me without a character, but hinted that I might be the lover instead of the bridegroom. And when I scorned the suggestion, and pressed for the parson, she told me point blank, with her unlucky city pronunciation, that she would never accompany me to the halter." "Ha! ha! ha!" cried Tomlinson, laughing. "One can scarcely blame the good lady for that. Love rarely brooks such permanent ties. But have you no other lady in your eye?" "Not for matrimony. All roads but those to the church." While this dissolute pair were thus conversing, Clifford, leaning against the wainscot, listened to them with a sick and bitter feeling of degradation, which till of late days had been a stranger to his breast. He was at length aroused from his silence by Ned, who, bending forward and placing his hand upon Clifford's knee, said abruptly, "In short, Captain, you must lead us once more to glory. We have still our horses, and I keep my mask in my pocket book, together with my comb. Let us take the road to morrow night, dash across the country towards Salisbury, and after a short visit in that neighbourhood to a band of old friends of mine, bold fellows who would have stopped the devil himself when he was at work upon Stonehenge, make a tour by Reading and Henley, and end by a plunge into London." "You have spoken well, Ned," said Tomlinson, approvingly. "Now, noble Captain, your opinion." "Messieurs," answered Clifford, "I highly approve of your intended excursion, and I only regret that I cannot be your companion." "Not? And why?" cried Mr. Pepper, amazed. "Because I have business here that renders it impossible. Perhaps before long I may join you in London." "Nay," said Tomlinson, "there is no necessity for our going to London, if you wish to remain here, nor need we at present recur to so desperate an expedient as the road. A little quiet business at Bath will answer our purpose, and for my part, as you well know, I love exerting my wits in some scheme more worthy of them than the highway. A profession meeter for a bully than a man of genius. Let us then, Captain, plan a project of enrichment on the property of some credulous tradesman. Why have recourse to rough measures so long as we can find easy fools?" Clifford shook his head. "I will own to you fairly," said he, "that I cannot at present take a share in your exploits. Nay, as your chief, I must lay my positive commands on you to refrain from all exercise of your talents at Bath. Rob, if you please. The world is before you, but this city is sacred." "Body o' me," cried Ned, coloring, "but this is too good. I will not be dictated to in this manner." "But, sir," answered Clifford, who had learned in his oligarchical profession the way to command, "but, sir, you shall, or if you mutiny you leave our body, and then will the hangman have no petty chance of your own? Come, come, ingrate as you are, what would you be without me? How many times have I already saved that long carcass of thine from the rope, and now would you have the baseness to rebel? Out on you!" Though Mr. Pepper was still wroth, he bit his lip in moody silence, and suffered not his passion to have its way, while Clifford, rising after a short pause, continued, "Look you, Mr. Pepper, you know my commands. Consider them peremptory. I wish you success and plenty. Farewell, gentlemen." "Do you leave us already?" cried Tomlinson. "You are offended?" "Surely not," answered Clifford, retreating to the door, "but an engagement elsewhere, you know." "Ay, I take you," said Tomlinson, following Clifford out of the room, and shutting the door after him. "Ay, I take you," added he in a whisper, as he arrested Clifford at the head of the stairs. "But tell me, how do you get on with the heiress?" Smothering that sensation at his heart, which made Clifford, reckless as he was, enraged and ashamed, whenever through the lips of his comrades there issued any allusion to Lucy Brandon, the chief replied, "I fear, Tomlinson, that I am already suspected by the old squire. All of a sudden he avoids me, shuts his door against me. Miss Brandon goes nowhere, and even if she did, what could I expect from her after this sudden change in the father?" Tomlinson looked blank and disconcerted. "But," said he, after a moment's silence, "why not put a good face on the matter, walk up to the squire, and ask him the reason of his unkindness?" "Why, look you, my friend, I am bold enough with all others, but this girl has made me as bashful as a maid in all that relates to herself. Nay, there are moments when I think I can conquer all selfish feeling, and rejoice for her sake that she has escaped me. Could I but see her once more, I could yes, I feel I could resign her forever." "Humph! said Tomlinson. "And what is to become of us? Really, my captain, your sense of duty should lead you to exert yourself. Your friends starve before your eyes, while you are shilly-shallying about your mistress. Have you no bowels for friendship?" "A truce with this nonsense," said Clifford, angrily. "It is sense, sober sense, and sadness, too," rejoined Tomlinson. "Ned is discontented. Our debts are imperious. Suppose now, just suppose, that we take a moonlight flitting from Bath. Will that tell well for you whom we leave behind? Yet this we must do, if you do not devise some method of refilling our purses. Either, then, consent to join us in a scheme meet for our wants, or pay our debts in this city, or fly with us to London, and dismiss all thoughts of that love which is so seldom friendly to the projects of ambition." Notwithstanding the manner in which Tomlinson made this threefold proposition, Clifford could not but acknowledge the sense and justice contained in it, and a glance at the matter sufficed to show how ruinous to his character, and therefore to his hopes, would be the flight of his comrades and the clamor of their creditors. "You speak well, Tomlinson," said he, hesitating, "and yet, for the life of me, I cannot aid you in any scheme which may disgrace us by detection. Nothing can reconcile me to the apprehension of Miss Brandon's discovering who and what was her suitor." "I feel for you," said Tomlinson, "but give me and Pepper at least permission to shift for ourselves. Trust to my known prudence for finding some method to raise the wind without creating a dust. In other words, this cursed Pepper makes one so vulgar, of preying on the public without being discovered." "I see no alternative," answered Clifford, reluctantly, "but if possible, be quiet for the present. Bear with me for a few days longer. Give me only sufficient time once more to see Miss Brandon, and I will engage to extricate you from your difficulties." "Spoken like yourself, frankly and nobly," replied Tomlinson. "No one has a greater confidence in your genius, once exerted, than I have." So saying, the pair shook hands and parted. Tomlinson rejoined Mr. Pepper. "Well, have you settled anything?" quoth the latter. "Not exactly; and though Lovat has promised to exert himself in a few days, yet, as the poor man is in love, and his genius under a cloud, I have little faith in his promises." "And I have none," said Pepper. "Besides, time presses. A few days! A few devils! We are certainly scented here, and I walk about like a barrel of beer at Christmas, under hourly apprehension of being tapped." "It is very strange," said the philosophic Augustus, "but I think there is an instinct in tradesmen by which they can tell a rogue at first sight, and I can get, dress I ever so well, no more credit with my laundress than my friends the Whigs can with the people." "In short, then," said Ned, "we must recur at once to the road, and on the day after to morrow there will be an excellent opportunity. The old Earl with the hard name gives a breakfast or feast, or some such mummery. I understand people will stay till after nightfall. Let us watch our opportunity. We are famously mounted, and some carriage later than the general string may furnish us with all our hearts can desire." "Bravo!" cried Tomlinson, shaking Mr. Pepper heartily by the hand. "I give you joy of your ingenuity, and you may trust to me to make our peace afterwards with Lovat. Any enterprise that seems to him gallant he is always willing enough to forgive, and as he never practises any other branch of the profession than that of the road, for which I confess that I think him foolish, he will be more ready to look over our exploits in that line than in any other more subtle but less heroic. Well, I leave it to you to propitiate the cove or not, as you please. And now that we have settled the main point, let us finish the lush. And," added Augustus, taking a pack of cards from the chimney piece, "we can in the meanwhile have a quiet game at cribbage for shillings." "Done!" cried Ned, clearing away the dessert. If the redoubted hearts of Mr. Edward Pepper and that Ulysses of robbers, Augustus Tomlinson, beat high as the hours brought on Lord Mauleverer's fete, their leader was not without anxiety and expectation for the same event. He was uninvited, it is true, to the gay scene, but he had heard in public that Miss Brandon, recovered from her late illness, was certainly to be there; and Clifford, torn with suspense, and eager once more, even if for the last time, to see the only person who had ever pierced his soul with a keen sense of his errors or crimes, resolved to risk all obstacles, and meet her at Mauleverer's. "My life," said he, as he sat alone in his apartment, eyeing the falling embers of his still and lethargic fire, "may soon approach its termination. It is indeed out of the chances of things that I can long escape the doom of my condition. And when, as a last hope to raise myself from my desperate state into respectability and reform, I came hither, and meditated purchasing independence by marriage, I was blind to the cursed rascality of the action. Happy, after all, that my intentions were directed against one whom I so soon and so adoringly learned to love. Had I wooed one whom I loved less, I might not have scrupled to deceive her into marriage. As it is, well, it is idle in me to think thus of my resolution, when I have not even the option to choose, when her father perhaps has already lifted the veil from my assumed dignities, and the daughter already shrinks in horror from my name. Yet I will see her. I will look once more upon that angel face. I will hear from her own lips the confession of her scorn. I will see that bright eye flash hatred upon me, and I can then turn once more to my fatal career, and forget that I have ever repented that it was begun. Yet what else could have been my alternative? Friendless, homeless, nameless, an orphan, worse than an orphan, the son of a harlot, my father even unknown, yet cursed with early aspirings and restlessness, and a half glimmering of knowledge, and an entire lust of whatever seemed enterprise. What wonder that I chose anything rather than daily labor and perpetual contumely? After all, the fault is in fortune and the world, not me. Oh, Lucy, had I but been born in your sphere, had I but possessed the claim to merit you, what would I not have done, and dared, and conquered for your sake? Such, or similar to these, were the thoughts of Clifford during the interval between his resolution of seeing Lucy and the time of effecting it. The thoughts were of no pleasing, though of an exciting nature, nor were they greatly soothed by the ingenious occupation of cheating himself into the belief that if he was a highwayman, it was altogether the fault of the highways. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. Dream. Let me but see her, dear Leontins, humorous lieutenant. Hemskirk, it was the fellow sure. Wolfort, what are you, sirrah? Beggar's bush. O thou divine spirit that burnest in every breast, inciting each with the sublime desire to be fine, that stirrest up the great to become little in order to seem greater, and that makest a duchess woo insult for a voucher. Thou that delightest in so many shapes multifarious, yet the same, spirit that makest the high despicable, and the lord meaner than his valet. Equally great, whether thou cheatest a friend, or cuttest a father, lacquering all thou touchest with a bright vulgarity that thy votaries imagine to be gold. Thou that sendest the few to fashionable balls, and the many to fashionable novels, that smitest even genius as well as folly, making the favorites of the gods boast an acquaintance they have not with the graces of a mushroom peerage, rather than the knowledge they have of the muses of an eternal Helicon. Thou that leavest in the great ocean of our manners no dry spot for the foot of independence, that pallest on the jaded eye with a moving and girdling panorama of daubed vilenesses, and fritterest away the souls of free-born Britons into a powder smaller than the angels which dance in myriads on a pin's point. Whether, O spirit, thou callest thyself fashion, or ton, or ambition, or vanity, or cringing, or cant, or any title equally lofty and sublime, would that from thy wings we could gain but a single plume. Fain would we, in fitting strain, describe the festivities of that memorable day when the benevolent Lord Mauleverer received and blessed the admiring universe of Bath. But to be less poetical, as certain writers say, when they have been writing nonsense, but to be less poetical and more exact. The morning, though in the depth of winter, was bright and clear, and Lord Mauleverer found himself in particularly good health. Nothing could be better planned than the whole of his arrangements. Unlike those which are ordinarily chosen for the express reason of being as foreign as possible to the nature of our climate, all at Lord Mauleverer's were made suitable to a Greenland atmosphere. The temples and summer houses interspersed through the grounds were fitted up, some as Eskimo huts, others as Russian pavilions. Fires were carefully kept up. The musicians, Mauleverer took care, should have as much wine as they pleased. They were set skillfully in places where they were unseen, but where they could be heard. One or two temporary buildings were erected for those who loved dancing, and as Mauleverer, miscalculating on the principles of human nature, thought gentlemen might be averse from ostentatious exhibition, he had hired persons to skate minuets and figures of eight upon his lakes for the amusement of those who were fond of skating. All people who would be kind enough to dress in strange costumes and make odd noises, which they call singing, the Earl had carefully engaged and planted in the best places for making them look still stranger than they were. There was also plenty to eat and more than plenty to drink. Mauleverer knew well that our countrymen and countrywomen, whatever be their rank, like to have their spirits exalted. In short, the whole déjeuner was so admirably contrived that it was probable the guests would not look much more melancholy during the amusements than they would have done had they been otherwise engaged at a funeral. Lucy and the squire were among the first arrivals. Mauleverer, approaching the father and daughter with his most courtly manner, insisted on taking the latter under his own escort, and being her cicerone through the round of preparations. As the crowd thickened, and it was observed how gallant were the attentions testified towards Lucy by the host, many and envious were the whispers of the guests. Those good people, naturally angry at the thought that two individuals should be married, divided themselves into two parties. One abused Lucy, and the other Lord Mauleverer. The former vituperated her art, the latter his folly. "I thought she would play her cards well, deceitful creature," said the one. "January and May," muttered the other. "The man's 60." It was noticeable that the party against Lucy was chiefly composed of ladies, that against Mauleverer of men. That conduct must indeed be heinous which draws down the indignation of one's own sex. Unconscious of her crimes, Lucy moved along, leaning on the arm of the gallant earl, and languidly smiling, with her heart far away, at his endeavours to amuse her. There was something interesting in the mere contrast of the pair, so touching seemed the beauty of the young girl, with her delicate cheek, maiden form, drooping eyelid, and quiet simplicity of air, in comparison to the worldly countenance and artificial grace of her companion. After some time, when they were in a sequestered part of the grounds, Mauleverer, observing that none were near, entered a rude hut, and so fascinated was he at that moment by the beauty of his guest, and so meet to him seemed the opportunity of his confession, that he with difficulty suppressed the avowal rising to his lips, and took the more prudent plan of first sounding and preparing, as it were, the way. "I cannot tell you, my dear Miss Brandon," said he, slightly pressing the beautiful hand leaning on his arm, "how happy I am to see you the guest, the queen rather, of my house. Ah, could the bloom of youth return with its feelings! Time is never so cruel as when, while stealing from us the power to please, he leaves us in full vigor the unhappy privilege to be charmed." Mauleverer expected at least a blushing contradiction to the implied application of a sentiment so affectingly expressed. he was disappointed. Lucy, less alive than usual to the sentimental, or its reverse, scarcely perceived his meaning, and answered simply that it was very true. "This comes of being, like my friend Burke, too refined for one's audience," thought Malevola, wincing a little from the unexpected reply. "And yet," he resumed, "I would not forego my power to admire, futile, nay, painful as it is. Even now, while I gaze on you, my heart tells me that the pleasure I enjoy, it is at your command at once and forever to blight into misery. But while it tells me, I gaze on." Lucy raised her eyes, and something of her natural archness played in their expression. "I believe, my lord," said she, moving from the hut, "that it would be better to join your guests. Walls have ears, and what would be the gay Lord Maulevier's self reproach if he heard again of his fine compliments to—" "The most charming person in Europe?" cried Mauleverer, vehemently, and the hand which he before touched he now clasped. At that instant Lucy saw, opposite to her, half hid by a copse of evergreens, the figure of Clifford. His face, which seemed pale and wan, was not directed towards the place where she stood, and he evidently did not perceive Mauleverer or herself, yet so great was the effect that this glimpse of him produced on Lucy that she trembled violently, and, unconsciously uttering a faint cry, snatched her hand from Mauleverer. The earl started, and, catching the expression of her eyes, turned instantly towards the spot to which her gaze seemed riveted. He had not heard the rustling of the boughs, but he saw, with his habitual quickness of remark, that they still trembled as if lately displaced, and he caught through their interstices the glimpse of a receding figure. He sprang forward with an agility very uncommon to his usual movements, but before he gained the copse, every vestige of the intruder had vanished. What slaves we are to the moment! As Mauleverer turned back to rejoin Lucy, who, agitated almost to fainting, leaned against the rude wall of the hut, he would as soon have thought of flying as of making that generous offer of self, etc., which the instant before he had been burning to render Lucy. The vain are always sensitively jealous, and Mauleverer, remembering Clifford and Lucy's blushes in dancing with him, instantly accounted for her agitation and its cause. With a very grave air he approached the object of his late adoration, and requested to know if it were not some abrupt intruder that had occasioned her alarm. Lucy, scarcely knowing what she said, answered in a low voice that it was, indeed, and begged instantly to rejoin her father. Mauleverer offered his arm with great dignity, and the pair passed into the frequented part of the grounds, where Mauleverer once more brightened into smiles and courtesy to all around him. "He is certainly accepted," said Mr. Shrewd to Lady Simper. "What an immense match for the girl!" was Lady Simper's reply. Amidst the music, the dancing, the throng, the noise, Lucy found it easy to recover herself, and disengaging her arm from Lord Mauleverer as she perceived her father, she rejoined the squire, and remained a patient listener to his remarks till late in the noon it became an understood matter that people were expected to go into a long room in order to eat and drink. Mauleverer, now alive to the duties of his situation, and feeling exceedingly angry with Lucy, was more reconciled than he otherwise might have been to the etiquette which obliged him to select for the object of his hospitable cares an old dowager duchess, instead of the beauty of the fete. But he took care to point out to the squire the places appointed for himself and daughter, which were, though at some distance from the earl, under the providence of his vigilant survey. While Mauleverer was deifying the dowager duchess, and refreshing his spirits with a chicken and a medicinal glass of Madeira, the conversation near Lucy turned, to her infinite dismay, upon Clifford. Some one had seen him in the grounds, booted, and in a riding undress. In that day people seldom rode and danced in the same conformation of coat; and as Malevola was a precise person about those little matters of etiquette, this negligence of Clifford's made quite a subject of discussion. By degrees the conversation changed into the old inquiry as to who this Captain Clifford was, and just as it had reached that point, it reached also the gently deafened ears of Lord Malevola. "Pray, my lord," said the old Duchess, "since he is one of your guests, you, who know who and what everyone is, can possibly inform us of the real family of this beautiful Mr. Clifford." "One of my guests, did you say?" answered Malevola, irritated greatly beyond his usual quietness of manner. "Really, your Grace does me wrong. He may be a guest of my valet, but he assuredly is not mine, and should I encounter him, I shall leave it to my valet to give him his congé as well as his invitation." Malevola, heightening his voice as he observed athwart the table an alternate paleness and flush upon Lucy's face, which stung all the angrier passions generally torpid in him into venom, looked round, on concluding, with a haughty and sarcastic air. So loud had been his tone, so pointed the insult, and so dead the silence at the table while he spoke, that every one felt the affront must be carried at once to Clifford's hearing, should he be in the room. And after Malevola had ceased, there was a universal nervous and indistinct expectation of an answer and a scene. All was still, and it soon became certain that Clifford was not in the apartment. When Mr. Shrewd had fully convinced himself of this fact, for there was a daring spirit about Clifford which few wished to draw upon themselves, that personage broke the pause by observing that no man who pretended to be a gentleman would intrude himself unasked and unwelcome into any society. And Malevola, catching up the observation, said, drinking wine at the same time with Mr. Shrewd, that undoubtedly such conduct fully justified the rumors respecting Mr. Clifford, and utterly excluded him from that rank to which it was before more than suspected he had no claim. So luminous and satisfactory an opinion from such an authority, once broached, was immediately and universally echoed; and long before the repast was over, it seemed to be tacitly agreed that Captain Clifford should be sent to Coventry, and if he murmured at the exile, he would have no right to insist upon being sent thence to the devil. The good old Squire, mindful of his former friendship for Clifford, and not apt to veer, was about to begin a speech on the occasion, when Lucy, touching his arm, implored him to be silent, and so ghastly was the paleness of her cheek while she spoke, that the Squire's eyes, obtuse as he generally was, opened at once to the real secret of her heart. As soon as the truth flashed upon him, he wondered, recalling Clifford's great personal beauty and marked attentions, that it had not flashed upon him sooner, and leaning back on his chair, he sank into one of the most unpleasant reveries he had ever conceived. At a given signal the music for the dancers recommenced, and at a hint to that effect from the host, persons rose without ceremony to repair to other amusements, and suffer such guests as had hitherto been excluded from eating to occupy the place of the relinquishers. Lucy, glad to escape, was one of the first to resign her situation, and with the Squire she returned to the grounds. During the banquet, evening had closed in, and the scene now really became fairy-like and picturesque. Lamps hung from many a tree, reflecting the light through the richest and softest hues. The music itself sounded more musically than during the day. Gipsy tents were pitched at wild corners and copses, and the bright wood fires burning in them blazed merrily upon the cold yet cheerful air of the increasing night. The view was really novel and inviting, and as it had been an understood matter that ladies were to bring furs, cloaks, and boots, all those who thought they looked well in such array made little groups, and scattered themselves about the grounds and in the tents. They, on the contrary, in whom the purple light of love was apt by the frost to be propelled from the cheeks to the central ornament of the face, or who thought a fire in a room quite as agreeable as a fire in a tent, remained within, and contemplated the scene through the open windows. Lucy longed to return home, nor was the Squire reluctant; but unhappily it wanted an hour to the time at which the carriage had been ordered, and she mechanically joined a group of guests who had persuaded the good natured Squire to forget his gout, and venture forth to look at the illuminations. Her party was soon joined by others, and the group gradually thickened into a crowd. The throng was stationary for a few minutes before a little temple in which fireworks had just commenced, an additional attraction to the scene. Opposite to this temple, as well as in its rear, the walks and trees had been purposely left in comparative darkness, in order to heighten the effect of the fireworks. "I declare," said Lady Simper, glancing down one of the alleys which seemed to stretch away into blackness, "I declare it seems quite a lover's walk. How kind in Lord Mauleverer! Such a delicate attention." "To your ladyship," added Mr. Shroud, with a bow. While one of this crowd Lucy was vacantly eyeing the long trains of light which ever and anon shot against the sky, she felt her hand suddenly seized, and at the same time a voice whispered, "For God's sake, read this now, and grant my request." The voice, which seemed to rise from the very heart of the speaker, Lucy knew at once. She trembled violently, and remained for some minutes with eyes which did not dare to look from the ground. A note, she felt, had been left in her hand, and the agonized and earnest tone of that voice, which was dearer to her than the fullness of all music, made her impatient yet afraid to read it. As she recovered courage, she looked around, and seeing that the attention of all was bent upon the fireworks, and that her father in particular, leaning on his cane, seemed to enjoy the spectacle with a child's engrossed delight, she glided softly away, and entering unperceived one of the alleys, she read by a solitary lamp that burned at its entrance the following lines, written in pencil, and in a hurried hand, apparently upon a leaf torn from a pocket book: "I implore, I entreat you, Miss Brandon, to see me, if but for a moment. I purpose to tear myself away from the place in which you reside, to go abroad, to leave even the spot hallowed by your footstep. After this night, my presence, my presumption, will degrade you no more. But this night, for mercy's sake, see me, or I shall go mad. I will but speak to you one instant. This is all I ask. If you grant me this prayer, the walk to the left where you stand, at the entrance to which there is one purple lamp, will afford an opportunity to your mercy. A few yards down that walk I will meet you. None can see or hear us. Will you grant this? I know not, I dare not think, but under any case your name shall be the last upon my lips. P.C." As Lucy read this hurried scrawl, she glanced towards the lamp above her, and saw that she had accidentally entered the very walk indicated in the note. She paused, she hesitated. The impropriety, the singularity of the request, darted upon her at once. On the other hand, the anxious voice still ringing in her ear, the incoherent vehemence of the note, the risk, the opprobrium Clifford had incurred solely, her heart whispered, to see her; all aided her simple temper, her kind feelings, and her love for the petitioner, in inducing her to consent. She cast one glance behind; all seemed occupied with far other thoughts than that of notice towards her. She looked anxiously before; all looked gloomy and indistinct. But suddenly, at some little distance, she descried a dark figure in motion. She felt her knees shake under her; her heart beat violently. She moved onward a few paces, again paused, and looked back. The figure before her moved as in approach. She resumed courage and advanced. The figure was by her side. "How generous, how condescending is this goodness in Miss Brandon," said the voice, which so struggled with secret and strong emotion that Lucy scarcely recognized it as Clifford's. "I did not dare to expect it. And now that I meet you" Clifford paused, as if seeking words, and Lucy even through the dark, perceived that her strange companion was powerfully excited. She waited for him to continue, but observing that he walked on in silence, she said, though with a trembling voice, "Indeed, Mr. Clifford, I fear that it is very, very improper in me to meet you thus. Nothing but the strong expressions in your letter, and in short, my fear that you meditated some desperate design at which I could not guess, caused me to yield to your wish for an interview." She paused, and Clifford, still preserving silence, she added, with some little coldness in her tone, "If you have really aught to say to me, you must allow me to request that you speak it quickly. This interview, you must be sensible, ought to end almost as soon as it begins." "Hear me, then," said Clifford, mastering his embarrassment, and speaking in a firm and clear voice. "Is that true which I have but just heard? Is it true that I have been spoken of in your presence in terms of insult and affront?" It was now for Lucy to feel embarrassed, fearful to give pain, and yet anxious that Clifford should know, in order that he might disprove the slight and the suspicion which the mystery around him drew upon his name. She faltered between the two feelings, and without satisfying the latter, succeeded in realizing the fear of the former. "Enough," said Clifford in a tone of deep mortification, as his quick ear caught and interpreted, yet more humiliatingly than the truth, the meaning of her stammered and confused reply. "Enough. I see that it is true, and that the only human being in the world to whose good opinion I am not indifferent has been a witness of the insulting manner in which others have dared to speak of me." "But," said Lucy, eagerly, "why give the envious or the idle any excuse? Why not suffer your parentage and family to be publicly known? Why are you here," and her voice sank into a lower key, "this very day, unasked, and therefore subject to the cavils of all who think the poor distinction of an invitation an honor? Forgive me, Mr. Clifford, perhaps I offend, I hurt you by speaking thus frankly, but your good name rests with yourself, and your friends cannot but feel angry that you should trifle with it." "Madam," said Clifford, and Lucy's eyes, now growing accustomed to the darkness, perceived a bitter smile upon his lips. "My name, good or ill, is an object of little care to me. I have read of philosophers who pride themselves in placing no value in the opinions of the world. Rank me among that sect. But I own I am, anxious that you alone of all the world should not despise me. And now that I feel you do, that you must, everything worth living or hoping for is past." "Despise you!" said Lucy, and her eyes filled with tears. "Indeed you wrong me and yourself. But listen to me, Mr. Clifford. I have seen, it is true, but little of the world, yet I have seen enough to make me wish I could have lived in retirement forever. The rarest quality among either sex, though it is the simplest, seems to me good nature, and the only occupation of what are termed fashionable people appears to be speaking ill of one another. Nothing gives such a scope to scandal as mystery, nothing disarms it like openness. I know your friends know, Mr. Clifford, that your character can bear inspection, and I believe, for my own part, the same of your family. Why not then declare who and what you are?" "That candor would indeed be my best defender," said Clifford, in a tone which ran displeasingly through Lucy's ear. "But in truth, madam, I repeat I care not one drop of this worthless blood. What men say of me, that time has passed, and forever. Perhaps it never keenly existed for me. No matter. I came hither, Miss Brandon, not wasting a thought on these sickening fooleries, or on the hoary idler by whom they are given. I came hither only once more to see you, to hear you speak, to watch you move, to tell you," and the speaker's voice trembled so as to be scarcely audible, "to tell you, if any reason for the disclosure offered itself, that I have had the boldness, the crime, to love, O God, to adore you, and then to leave you forever." Pale, trembling, scarcely preserved from falling by the tree against which she leaned, Lucy listened to this abrupt avowal. "Dare I touch this hand?" continued Clifford, as he knelt and took it timidly and reverently. "You know not, you cannot dream, how unworthy is he who thus presumes. Yet not all unworthy, while he is sensible of so deep, so holy a feeling as that which he bears to you. God bless you, Miss Brandon. Lucy, God bless you! And if hereafter you hear me subjected to still blacker suspicion, or severer scrutiny than that which I now sustain; if even your charity and goodness can find no defense from me; if the suspicion become certainty, and the scrutiny end in condemnation; believe at least that circumstances have carried me beyond my nature, and that under fairer auspices I might have been other than I am." Lucy's tear dropped upon Clifford's hand as he spoke, and while his heart melted within him as he felt it, and knew his own desperate and unredeemed condition, he added, "Every one courts you; the proud, the rich, the young, the high born, all are at your feet. You will select one of that number for your husband. May he watch over you as I would have done. Love you as I do he can not. Yes, I repeat it," continued Clifford, vehemently, "he can not. None amidst the gay, happy, silken crowd of your equals and followers can feel for you that single and overruling passion which makes you to me what all combined country, power, wealth, reputation, an honest name, peace, common safety, the quiet of the common air, alike the least blessing and the greatest, are to all others. Once more may God in heaven watch over you and preserve you. I tear myself on leaving you from all that cheers or blesses or raises or might have saved me. Farewell." The hand which Lucy had relinquished to her strange suitor was pressed ardently to his lips, dropped in the same instant, and she knew that she was once more alone. But Clifford, hurrying rapidly through the trees, made his way towards the nearest gate, which led from Lord Mauleverer's domain. When he reached it, a crowd of the more elderly guests occupied the entrance, and one of these was a lady of such distinction that Mauleverer, in spite of his aversion to any superfluous exposure to the night air, had obliged himself to conduct her to her carriage. He was in a very ill humor with this constrained politeness, especially as the carriage was very slow in relieving him of his charge, when he saw by the lamplight Clifford passing near him, and winning his way to the gate. Quite forgetting his worldly prudence, which should have made him averse to scenes with any one, especially with a flying enemy, and a man with whom, if he believed aright, little glory was to be gained in conquest, much less in contest, and only remembering Clifford's rivalship, and his own hatred towards him for the presumption, Mauleverer, uttering a hurried apology to the lady on his arm, stepped forward, and opposing Clifford's progress, said, with a bow of tranquil insult, "Pardon me, sir, but is it at my invitation, or that of one of my servants, that you have honored me with your company this day?" Clifford's thoughts at the time of this interruption were of that nature before which all petty misfortunes shrink into nothing. If therefore he started for a moment at the earl's address, he betrayed no embarrassment in reply, but bowing with an air of respect, and taking no notice of the affront implied in Mauleverer's speech, he answered, "Your lordship has only to deign a glance at my dress to see that I have not intruded myself on your grounds with the intention of claiming your hospitality. The fact is, and I trust to your lordship's courtesy to admit the excuse, that I leave this neighborhood to morrow, and for some length of time. A person whom I was very anxious to see before I left was one of your lordship's guests. I heard this, and knew that I should have no other opportunity of meeting the person in question before my departure. And I must now throw myself on the well known politeness of Lord Mauleverer to pardon a freedom originating in a business very much approaching to a necessity." Lord Mauleverer's address to Clifford had congregated an immediate crowd of eager and expectant listeners, but so quietly respectful, and really gentlemanlike, were Clifford's air and tone in excusing himself, that the whole throng were smitten with a sudden disappointment. Lord Mauleverer himself, surprised by the temper and deportment of the unbidden guest, was at a loss for one moment, and Clifford was about to take advantage of that moment and glide away, when Mauleverer, with a second bow, more civil than the former one, said, "I cannot but be happy, sir, that my poor place has afforded you any convenience. But if I am not very impertinent, will you allow me to inquire the name of my guest with whom you required a meeting?" "My lord," said Clifford, drawing himself up, and speaking gravely and sternly, though still with a certain deference, I need not surely point out to your lordship's good sense and good feeling, that your very question implies a doubt, and consequently an affront, and that the tone of it is not such as to justify that concession on my part which the further explanation you require would imply. Few spoken sarcasm could be so bitter as that silent one, which Malevola could command by a smile; and with this complimentary expression on his thin lips and raised brow, the earl answered: "Sir, I honor the skill testified by your reply. It must be the result of a profound experience in these affairs. I wish you, sir, a very good night, and the next time you favor me with a visit, I am quite sure that your motives for so indulging me will be no less creditable to you than at present." With these words Malevola turned to rejoin his fair charge. But Clifford was a man who had seen in a short time a great deal of the world, and knew tolerably well the theories of society, if not the practice of its minutiae. Moreover, he was of an acute and resolute temper, and these properties of mind, natural and acquired, told him that he was now in a situation in which it had become more necessary to defy than to conciliate. Instead, therefore, of retiring, he walked deliberately up to Malevola and said: "My lord, I shall leave it to the judgment of your guests to decide whether you have acted the part of a nobleman and a gentleman in thus, in your domains, insulting one who has given you such explanation of his trespass as would fully excuse him in the eyes of all considerate or courteous persons. I shall also leave it to them to decide whether the tone of your inquiry allowed me to give you any further apology. But I shall take it upon myself, my lord, to demand from you an immediate explanation of your last speech." "Insolent!" cried Malevola, coloring with indignation, and almost for the first time in his life losing absolute command over his temper. "Do you bandy words with me? Begone, or I shall order my servants to thrust you forth." "Begone, sir, begone!" cried several voices in echo to Malevola, from those persons who deemed it now high time to take part with the powerful. Clifford stood his ground, gazing around with a look of angry and defying contempt, which, joined to his athletic frame, his dark and fierce eye, and a heavy riding whip, which, as if mechanically he half raised, effectually kept the murmurers from proceeding to violence. "Poor pretender to breeding and to sense," said he, disdainfully turning to Malevola, "with one touch of this whip I could shame you forever, or compel you to descend from the level of your rank to that of mine, and the action would be but a mild return to your language. But I love rather to teach you than to correct. According to my creed, my lord, he conquers most in good breeding who forbears the most. Scorn enables me to forbear. Adieu." With this, Clifford turned on his heel and strode away, a murmur approaching to a groan from the younger or sillier part of the parasites. The mature and the sensible have no extra emotion to throw away, followed him as he disappeared. Chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22. Outlaw, stand, sir, and throw us that you have about you. Valentine. Ruffians, forego that rude, uncivil touch. The Two Gentlemen of Verona. On leaving the scene in which he had been so unwelcome a guest, Clifford hastened to the little inn where he had left his horse. He mounted and returned to Bath. His thoughts were absent, and he unconsciously suffered the horse to direct its course whither it pleased. This was naturally towards the nearest halting place which the animal remembered, and this halting place was at that illustrious tavern in the suburbs of the town, in which we have before commemorated Clifford's re-election to the dignity of chief. It was a house of long established reputation, and here news of any of the absent confederates was always to be obtained. This circumstance, added to the excellence of its drink, its ease, and the electric chain of early habits rendered it a favorite haunt, even despite their present gay and modish pursuits, with Tomlinson and Pepper. And here, when Clifford sought the pair at unseasonable hours, was he for the most part sure to find them. As his meditations were interrupted by the sudden stopping of his horse beneath the well known sign, Clifford, muttering an angry malediction on the animal, spurted onward in the direction of his own home. He had already reached the end of the street, when his resolution seemed to change, and muttering to himself, I might as well arrange this very night for our departure," he turned his horse's head backward, and was once more at the tavern door. He threw the bridle over an iron railing, and knocking with a peculiar sound at the door, was soon admitted. "Are and here?" asked he of the old woman as he entered, mentioning the cant words by which among friends Tomlinson and Pepper were usually known. "They are both gone on the sharps to night," replied the old lady, lifting her unsnuffed candle to the face of the speaker with an intelligent look. "Oliver, the moon, is sleepy, and the lads will take advantage of his nap." "Do you mean," answered Clifford, replying in the same key, which we take the liberty to paraphrase, "that they are out on any actual expedition?" "To be sure," rejoined the dame. "They who lag late on the road may want money for supper." "Ha! Which road?" "You are a pretty fellow for captain," rejoined the dame, with a good natured sarcasm in her tone. "Why, Captain Gloke, poor fellow, knew every turn of his men to a hair, and never needed to ask what they were about. Ah! he was a fellow. None of your girl faced mudgers, who make love to ladies, forsooth. A pretty woman need not look far for a kiss when he was in the room, I warrant, however coarse her duds might be. And Locke, but the captain was a sensible man, and liked a cow as well as a calf." "So, so! On the road, are they?" cried Clifford, musingly, and without heeding the insinuated attack on his decorum. "But answer me, what is the plan? Be quick." "Why," replied the dame, "there's some swell cove of a lord gives a blow out to day, and the lads, dear souls, think to play the queer on some straggler." Without uttering a word, Clifford darted from the house, and was remounted before the old lady had time to recover her surprise. "If you want to see them," cried she, as he put spurs to his horse, "they ordered me to have supper ready at . The horse's hoofs drowned the last words of the dame, and carefully rebolting the door, and muttering an invidious comparison between Captain Clifford and Captain Gloke, the good landlady returned to those culinary operations destined to rejoice the hearts of Tomlinson and Pepper. Return we ourselves to Lucy. It so happened that the squire's carriage was the last to arrive, for the coachman, long uninitiated among the shades of Warlock into the dissipation of fashionable life, entered on his début at Bath with all the vigorous heat of matured passions for the first time released, into the festivities of the ale house, and having a milder master than most of his comrades, the fear of displeasure was less strong in his aurigal bosom than the love of companionship; so that during the time this gentleman was amusing himself, Lucy had ample leisure for enjoying all the 1001 reports of the scene between Mauleverer and Clifford which regaled her ears. Nevertheless, whatever might have been her feelings at these pleasing recitals, a certain vague joy predominated over all. A man feels but slight comparative happiness in being loved, if he know that it is in vain; but to a woman that simple knowledge is sufficient to destroy the memory of 1,000 distresses, and it is not till she has told her heart again and again that she is loved, that she will even begin to ask if it be in vain. It was a partially starlight, yet a dim and obscure night, for the moon had for the last hour or two been surrounded by mist and cloud, when at length the carriage arrived, and Malevola, for the second time that evening, playing the escort, conducted Lucy to the vehicle. Anxious to learn if she had seen or been addressed by Clifford, the subtle Earl, as he led her to the gate, dwelt particularly on the intrusion of that person, and by the trembling of the hand which rested on his arm, he drew no delicious omen for his own hopes. However, thought he, the man goes to morrow, and then the field will be clear. The girl's a child yet, and I forgive her folly. And with an air of chivalric veneration, Malevola bowed the object of his pardon into her carriage. As soon as Lucy felt herself alone with her father, the emotions so long pent within her forced themselves into vent, and leaning back against the carriage, she wept, though in silence, tears, burning tears of sorrow, comfort, agitation, anxiety. The good old Squire was slow in perceiving his daughter's emotion. It would have escaped him altogether, if, actuated by a kindly warming of the heart towards her, originating in his new suspicion of her love for Clifford, he had not put his arm round her neck, and this unexpected caress so entirely unstrung her nerves that Lucy at once threw herself upon her father's breast, and her weeping, hitherto so quiet, became distinct and audible. "Be comforted, my dear, dear child," said the Squire, almost affected to tears himself, and his emotion, arousing him from his usual mental confusion, rendered his words less involved and equivocal than they were wont to be. "And now I do hope that you won't vex yourself. The young man is indeed, and I do assure you I always thought so, a very charming gentleman. There's no denying it. But what can we do? You see what they all say of him. And it really was, we must allow that, very improper in him to come without being asked. Moreover, my dearest child, it is very wrong indeed, to love any one and not know who he is. But don't cry, my dear love, don't cry so. All will be very well, I am sure, quite sure." As he said this, the kind old man drew his daughter nearer him, and feeling his hand hurt by something she wore unseen, which pressed against it, he inquired with some suspicion that the love might have proceeded to love gifts, what it was. "It is my mother's picture," said Lucy simply, and putting it aside. The old Squire had loved his wife tenderly, and when Lucy made this reply, all the fond and warm recollections of his youth rushed upon him. He thought, too, how earnestly on her death-bed that wife had recommended to his vigilant care their only child, now weeping on his bosom. He remembered how, dwelling on that which to all women seems the grand epoch of life, she had said, "Never let her affections be trifled with. Never be persuaded by your ambitious brother to make her marry where she loves not, or to oppose her, without strong reason, where she does. Though she be but a child now, I know enough of her to feel convinced that if ever she love, she will love too well for her own happiness, even with all things in her favor." These words, these recollections, joined to the remembrance of the cold-hearted scheme of William Brandon, which he had allowed himself to favor, and of his own supineness towards Lucy's growing love for Clifford, till resistance became at once necessary and too late, all smote him with a remorseful sorrow, and fairly sobbing himself, he said, "Thy mother, child, ah, would that she were living, she would never have neglected thee as I have done." The Squire's self-reproach made Lucy's tears cease on the instant, and as she covered her father's hands with kisses, she replied only by vehement accusations against herself, and praises of his too great fatherly fondness and affection. This little burst, on both sides, of honest and simple-hearted love, ended in a silence full of tender and mingled thoughts, and as Lucy still clung to the breast of the old man, uncouth as he was in temper, below even mediocrity in intellect, and altogether the last person in age or mind or habit that seemed fit for a confidant in the love of a young and enthusiastic girl, she felt the old homely truth that under all disadvantages there are, in this hollow world, few in whom trust can be so safely reposed, few who so delicately and subtly respect the confidence as those from whom we spring. The father and daughter had been silent for some minutes, and the former was about to speak when the carriage suddenly stopped. The squire heard a rough voice at the horses' heads. He looked forth from the window to see, through the mist of the night, what could possibly be the matter, and he encountered in this action, just 1 inch from his forehead, the protruded and shining barrel of a horse pistol. We may believe, without a reflection on his courage, that Mr. Brandon threw himself back into his carriage with all possible dispatch, and at the same moment the door was opened, and a voice said, not in a threatening but a smooth accent, "Ladies and gentlemen, I am sorry to disturb you, but want is imperious. Oblige me with your money, your watches, your rings, and any other little commodities of a similar nature." So delicate a request the squire had not the heart to resist, the more especially as he knew himself without any weapons of defense. Accordingly, he drew out a purse, not very full, it must be owned, together with an immense silver hunting watch, with a piece of black ribbon attached to it. "There, sir," said he with a groan, "don't frighten the young lady." The gentle applicant, who indeed was no other than the specious Augustus Tomlinson, slid the purse into his waistcoat pocket after feeling its contents with a rapid and scientific finger. "Your watch, sir," quoth he, and as he spoke he thrust it carelessly into his coat pocket, as a schoolboy would thrust a peg top, "is heavy; but trusting to experience, since an accurate survey is denied me, I fear it is more valuable from its weight than its workmanship. However, I will not wound your vanity by affecting to be fastidious. But surely the young lady, as you call her, for I pay you the compliment of believing your word as to her age, inasmuch as the night is too dark to allow me the happiness of a personal inspection, the young lady has surely some little trinket she can dispense with, beauty when unadorned, you know," etc. Lucy, who, though greatly frightened, lost neither her senses nor her presence of mind, only answered by drawing forth a little silk purse, that contained still less than the leathern convenience of the squire. To this she added a gold chain, and Tomlinson, taking them with an affectionate squeeze of the hand and a polite apology, was about to withdraw, when his sagacious eyes were suddenly stricken by the gleam of jewels. The fact was, that in altering the position of her mother's picture, which had been set in the few hereditary diamonds possessed by the Lord of Warlock, Lucy had allowed it to hang on the outside of her dress, and bending forward to give the robber her other possessions, the diamonds at once came in full sight, and gleamed the more invitingly from the darkness of the night. "Ah, madam," said Tomlinson, stretching forth his hand, "you would play me false, would you? Treachery should never go unpunished. Favor me instantly with the little ornament round your neck." "I can not, I can not," said Lucy, grasping her treasure with both her hands. "It is my mother's picture, and my mother is dead." "The wants of others, madam," returned Tomlinson, who could not for the life of him rob immorally, "are ever more worthy your attention than family prejudices. Seriously, give it, and that instantly. We are in a hurry, and your horses are plunging like devils. They will break your carriage in an instant. Dispatch." The squire was a brave man on the whole, though no hero, and the nerves of an old fox hunter soon recover from a little alarm. The picture of his buried wife was yet more inestimable to him than it was to Lucy, and at this new demand his spirit was roused within him. He clenched his fists, and advancing himself as it were on his seat, he cried in a loud voice, "Begone, fellow! I have given you, for my own part I think so, too much already, and by God you shall not have the picture." "Don't force me to use violence," said Augustus, and putting one foot on the carriage step, he brought his pistol within a few inches of Lucy's breast, rightly judging perhaps that the show of danger to her would be the best method to intimidate the squire. At that instant the valorous moralist found himself suddenly seized with a powerful grip on the shoulder, and a low voice, trembling with passion, hissed in his ear. Whatever might be the words that startled his organs, they operated as an instantaneous charm, and to their astonishment the squire and Lucy beheld their assailant abruptly withdraw. The door of the carriage was clapped to, and scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed before the robber, having remounted, his comrade, hitherto stationed at the horses' heads, set spurs to his own steed, and the welcome sound of receding hoofs smote upon the bewildered ears of the father and daughter. The door of the carriage was again opened, and a voice, which made Lucy paler than the preceding terror, said, "I fear, Mr. Brandon, the robbers have frightened your daughter. There is now, however, nothing to fear. The ruffians are gone." "God bless me!" said the squire. "Why, is that Captain Clifford?" "It is, and he conceives himself too fortunate to have been of the smallest service to Mr. and Miss Brandon." On having convinced himself that it was indeed to Mr. Clifford that he owed his safety as well as that of his daughter, whom he believed to have been in a far more imminent peril than she really was, for to tell thee the truth, reader, the pistol of Tomlinson was rather calculated for show than use, having a peculiarly long bright barrel with nothing in it, the squire was utterly at a loss how to express his gratitude, and when he turned to Lucy to beg she would herself thank their gallant deliverer, he found that, overpowered with various emotions, she had for the first time in her life fainted away. "Good heavens!" cried the alarmed father. "She is dead! My Lucy! My Lucy! They have killed her!" To open the door nearest to Lucy, to bear her from the carriage in his arms, was to Clifford the work of an instant. Utterly unconscious of the presence of any one else, unconscious even of what he said, he poured forth 1,000 wild, passionate, yet half audible expressions, and as he bore her to a bank by the roadside, and seating himself, supported her against his bosom, it would be difficult perhaps to say whether something of delight, of burning and thrilling delight, was not mingled with his anxiety and terror. He chafed her small hands in his own, his breath, all trembling and warm, glowed upon her cheek, and once, and but once, his lips drew nearer, and breathing aside the disheveled richness of her tresses, clung in a long and silent kiss to her own. Meanwhile, by the help of the footman, who had now somewhat recovered his astonished senses, the squire descended from his carriage, and approached with faltering steps the place where his daughter reclined. At the instant that he took her hand, Lucy began to revive, and the first action, in the bewildered unconsciousness of awaking, was to throw her arm around the neck of her supporter. Could all the hours and realities of hope, joy, pleasure, in Clifford's previous life have been melted down and concentrated into a single emotion, that emotion would have been but tame to the rapture of Lucy's momentary and innocent caress. And at a later, yet no distant period, when in the felon's cell the grim visage of death scowled upon him, it may be questioned whether his thoughts dwelt not far more often on the remembrance of that delightful moment than on the bitterness and ignominy of an approaching doom. "She breathes! She moves! She wakes!" cried the father, and Lucy, attempting to rise, and recognizing the squire's voice, said faintly, "Thank God, my dear father, you are not hurt. And are they really gone? And where? Where are we?" The squire, relieving Clifford of his charge, folded his child in his arms, while in his own elucidatory manner he informed her where she was, and with whom. The lovers stood face to face to each other, but what delicious blushes did the night, which concealed all but the outline of their forms, hide from the eyes of Clifford. The honest and kind heart of Mr. Brandon was glad of a release to the indulgent sentiments it had always cherished towards the suspected and maligned Clifford, and turning now from Lucy, it fairly poured itself forth upon her deliverer. He grasped him warmly by the hand, and insisted upon his accompanying them to Bath in the carriage, and allowing the footman to ride his horse. This offer was still pending when the footman, who had been to see after the health and comfort of his fellow servant, came to inform the party in a dolorous accent of something which, in the confusion and darkness of the night, they had not yet learned, namely, that the horses and coachman were gone. "Gone!" said the squire. "Gone! Why, the villains can't For my part, I never believed, though I have heard such wonders of, those sleight of hand have bagged them." Here a low groan was audible, and the footman, sympathetically guided to the spot whence it emanated, found the huge body of the coachman safely deposited with his face downward in the middle of the kennel. After this worthy had been lifted to his legs, and had shaken himself into intelligence, it was found that when the robber had detained the horses, the coachman, who required very little to conquer his more bellicose faculties, had, he himself said, by a violent blow from the ruffian, though perhaps the cause lay nearer home, quitted the coach box for the kennel. The horses grew frightened, and after plunging and rearing till he cared no longer to occupy himself with their arrest, the highwayman had very quietly cut the traces, and by the time present it was not impossible that the horses were almost at the door of their stables at Bath. The footman who had apprised the squire of this misfortune was, unlike most news tellers, the first to offer consolation. "There be an excellent public," quoth he, "about half a mile on, where your Honor could get horses; or mayhap, if Miss Lucy, poor heart, be faint, you may like to stop for the night." Though a walk of half a mile in a dark night, and under other circumstances, would not have seemed a grateful proposition, yet at present, when the squire's imagination had only pictured to him the alternatives of passing the night in the carriage, or of crawling on foot to Bath, it seemed but a very insignificant hardship; and tucking his daughter's arm under his own, while in a kind voice he told Clifford to support her on the other side, the squire ordered the footman to lead the way with Clifford's horse, and the coachman to follow or be durned, whichever he pleased. In silence Clifford offered his arm to Lucy, and silently she accepted the courtesy. The squire was the only talker, and the theme he chose was not ungrateful to Lucy, for it was the praise of her lover. But Clifford scarcely listened, for 1,000 thoughts and feelings contested within him, and the light touch of Lucy's hand upon his arm would alone have been sufficient to distract and confuse his attention. The darkness of the night, the late excitement, the stolen kiss that still glowed upon his lips, the remembrance of Lucy's flattering agitation in the scene with her at Lord Mauleverer's, the yet warmer one of that unconscious embrace, which still tingled through every nerve of his frame, all conspired with the delicious emotion which he now experienced at her presence and her contact to intoxicate and inflame him. Oh, those burning moments in love when romance has just mellowed into passion, and without losing anything of its luxurious vagueness, mingles the enthusiasm of its dreams with the ardent desires of reality and earth. That is the exact time when love has reached its highest point, when all feelings, all thoughts, the whole soul and the whole mind are seized and engrossed, when every difficulty weighed in the opposite scale seems lighter than dust, when to renounce the object beloved is the most deadly and lasting sacrifice, and when in so many breasts, where honor, conscience, virtue are far stronger than we can believe them ever to have been in a criminal like Clifford, honor, conscience, virtue have perished at once and suddenly into ashes before that mighty and irresistible fire. The servant, who had had previous opportunities of ascertaining the topography of the public of which he spake, and who was perhaps tolerably reconciled to his late terror, in the anticipation of renewing his intimacy with the spirits of the past, now directed the attention of our travelers to a small inn just before them. Mine host had not yet retired to repose, and it was not necessary to knock twice before the door was opened. A bright fire, an officious landlady, a commiserate landlord, a warm potation, and the promise of excellent beds, all appeared to our squire to make ample amends for the intelligence that the inn was not licensed to let post horses; and mine host, having promised forthwith to send 2 stout fellows, a rope and a cart horse, to bring the carriage under shelter, for the squire valued the vehicle because it was 20 years old, and moreover to have the harness repaired and the horses ready by an early hour the next day, the good humor of Mr. Brandon rose into positive hilarity. Lucy retired, under the auspices of the landlady, to bed; and the squire, having drunk a bowl of bishop, and discovered 1,000 new virtues in Clifford, especially that of never interrupting a good story, clapped the captain on the shoulder, and making him promise not to leave the inn till he had seen him again, withdrew also to the repose of his pillow. Clifford remained below, gazing abstractedly on the fire for some time afterwards. Nor was it till the drowsy chambermaid had thrice informed him of the prepared comforts of his bed, that he adjourned to his chamber. Even then it seems that sleep did not visit his eyelids, for a wealthy grazier, who lay in the room below, complained bitterly the next morning of some person walking overhead in all manner of strides, just for all the world like a happarition in boots. Chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23. Viola. And dost thou love me? Lysander. Love thee, Viola? Do I not fly thee when my being drinks light from thine eyes? That flight is all my answer. The Bride, Act II, Scene 1. The curtain meditations of the squire had not been without the produce of a resolve. His warm heart at once reopened to the liking he had formerly conceived for Clifford. He longed for an opportunity to atone for his past unkindness, and to testify his present gratitude. Moreover, he felt at once indignant at, and ashamed of, his late conduct in joining the popular, and, as he now fully believed, the causeless prepossession against his young friend; and before a more present and a stronger sentiment, his habitual deference for his brother's counsels faded easily away. Coupled with these favorable feelings towards Clifford were his sagacious suspicions, or rather certainty, of Lucy's attachment to her handsome deliverer, and he had at least sufficient penetration to perceive that she was not likely to love him the less for the night's adventure. To all this was added the tender recollection of his wife's parting words, and the tears and telltale agitation of Lucy in the carriage were sufficient to his simple mind, which knew not how lightly maidens' tears are shed and dried, to confirm the prediction of the dear deceased. Nor were the squire's more generous and kindly feelings utterly unmixed with selfish considerations. Proud, but not the least ambitious, he was always more ready to confer an honor than receive one, and at heart he was secretly glad at the notion of exchanging as a son-in-law the polished and unfamiliar Maleverer for the agreeable and social Clifford. Such, in admired disorder, were the thoughts which rolled through the teeming brain of Joseph Brandon; and before he had turned on his left side, which he always did preparatory to surrendering himself to slumber, the squire had fully come to a determination most fatal to the schemes of the lawyer and the hopes of the earl. The next morning, as Lucy was knitting the loose train of her amber dropping hair before the little mirror of her chamber, which even through its dimmed and darkened glass gave back a face which might have shamed a Grecian vision of Aurora, a gentle tap at her door announced her father. There was in his rosy and comely countenance that expression generally characteristic of a man pleased with himself and persuaded that he is about to give pleasure. "My dear child," said the squire, fondly stroking down the luxuriance of his Lucy's hair, and kissing her damask cheek, "I am come to have some little conversation with you. Sit down now, and for my part I love to talk at my ease, and by the bye, shut the window, my love, it is an easterly wind. I wish that we may come to a clear and distinct understanding. Give me your hand, my child. I think on these matters one can scarcely speak too precisely and to the purpose. Although I am well aware, for my own part, I always wish to act to every one, to you especially, my dearest child, with the greatest consideration, that we must go to work with as much delicacy as conciseness. You know this Captain Clifford. 'Tis a brave youth, is it not? Well, nay, never blush so deeply. There is nothing, for in these matters one can't have all one's wishes, one can't have everything, to be ashamed of. Tell me now, child, does think he is in love with thee?" If Lucy did not immediately answer by words, her pretty lips moved as if she could readily reply, and finally they settled into so sweet and so assured a smile that the Squire, fond as he was of precise information, was in want of no fuller answer to his question. "Ay, ay, young lady," said he, looking at her with all a father's affection, "I see how it is. And come now, what do you turn away for? Dost think if, as I believe, though there are envious persons in the world, as there always are, when a man's handsome, or clever, or brave, though, by the way, which is a very droll thing in my eyes, they don't envy, at least not ill naturedly, a man for being a lord or rich, but quite on the contrary, rank and money seem to make them think one has all the cardinal virtues. Humph! If, I say, this Mr. Clifford should turn out to be a gentleman of family, for you know that is essential, since the Brandons have, as my brother has probably told you, been a great race many centuries ago, dost think, my child, that thou couldst give up the cat is out of the bag this old lord, and marry a simple gentleman?" The hand which the Squire had held was now with an arch tenderness applied to his mouth, and when he again seized it, Lucy hid her glowing face in his bosom, and it was only by a whisper, as if the very air was garrulous, that he could draw forth, for now he insisted on a verbal reply, her happy answer. We are not afraid that our reader will blame us for not detailing the rest of the interview between the father and daughter. It did not last above an hour longer, for the Squire declared that, for his own part, he hated more words than were necessary. Mr. Brandon was the first to descend to the breakfast, muttering as he descended the stairs, "Well now, hang me if I am not glad that's off, for I do not like to think much of so silly a matter, my mind. And as for my brother, I shan't tell him till it's all over and settled, and if he is angry, he and the old lord may, though I don't mean to be unbrotherly, go to the devil together." When the three were assembled at the breakfast table, there could not perhaps have been found anywhere a stronger contrast than that which the radiant face of Lucy bore to the haggard and worn expression that disfigured the handsome features of her lover. So marked was the change that one night seemed to have wrought upon Clifford, that even the Squire was startled and alarmed at it. But Lucy, whose innocent vanity pleased itself with accounting for the alteration, consoled herself with the hope of soon witnessing a very different expression on the countenance of her lover. And though she was silent, and her happiness lay quiet and deep within her, yet in her eyes and lip there was that which seemed to Clifford an insult to his own misery, and stung him to the heart. However, he exerted himself to meet the conversation of the Squire, and to mask as well as he was able the evidence of the conflict which still raged within him. The morning was wet and gloomy. It was that drizzling and misty rain which is so especially nutritious to the growth of blue devils, and the jolly Squire failed not to rally his young friend upon his feminine susceptibility to the influences of the weather. Clifford replied jestingly, and the jest, if bad, was good enough to content the railer. In this facetious manner passed the time, till Lucy, at the request of her father, left the room to prepare for their return home. Drawing his chair near to Clifford's, the Squire then commenced in real and affectionate earnest his operations. These he had already planned in the following order. They were first, to inquire into and to learn Clifford's rank, family, and prospects. Secondly, having ascertained the proprieties of the outer man, they were to examine the state of the inner one. And thirdly, should our skillful inquirer find his guesses at Clifford's affection for Lucy confirmed, they were to expel the modest fear of a repulse, which the Squire allowed was natural enough, and to lead the object of the inquiry to a knowledge of the happiness that Lucy consenting might be in store for him. While, with his wonted ingenuity, the Squire was pursuing his benevolent designs, Lucy remained in her own room, in such meditation and such dreams as were natural to a heart so sanguine and enthusiastic. She had been more than half an hour alone, when the chambermaid of the hostelry knocked at her door, and delivered a message from the Squire, begging her to come down to him in the parlour. With a heart that beat so violently it almost seemed to wear away its very life, Lucy slowly and with tremulous steps descended to the parlour. On opening the door, she saw Clifford standing in the recess of the window. His face was partly turned from her, and his eyes downcast. The good old Squire sat in an elbow chair, and a sort of puzzled and half satisfied complacency gave expression to his features. "Come hither, child," said he, clearing his throat. "Captain Clifford has done you the honour to, and I dare say you will be very much surprised. Not that, for my own part, I think there is much to wonder at in it, but such may be my partial opinion, and it is certainly very natural in me to make you a declaration of love. He declares, moreover, that he is the most miserable of men, and that he would die sooner than have the presumption to hope. Therefore, you see, my love, I have sent for you to give him permission to destroy himself in any way he pleases. And I leave him to show cause why it is a fate that sooner or later happens to all his fellow men. Sentence of death should not be passed against him." Having delivered this speech with more propriety of word than usually fell to his share, the Squire rose hastily and hobbled out of the room. Lucy sank into the chair her father had quitted, and Clifford, approaching towards her, said in a hoarse and low voice, "Your father, Miss Brandon, says rightly, that I would die rather than lift my eyes in hope to you. I thought yesterday that I had seen you for the last time. Chance, not my own folly or presumption, has brought me again before you, and even the few hours I have passed under the same roof with you have made me feel as if my love, my madness, had never reached its height till now. Oh, Lucy," continued Clifford in a more impassioned tone, and as if by a sudden and irresistible impulse throwing himself at her feet, "if I could hope to merit you, if I could hope to raise myself, if I could but no, 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 I am cut off from all hope, and for ever." There was so deep, so bitter, so heartfelt an anguish and remorse in the voice with which these last words were spoken, that Lucy hurried off her guard, and forgetting everything in wondering sympathy and compassion, answered, extending her hand towards Clifford, who, still kneeling, seized and covered it with kisses of fire. "Do not speak thus, Mr. Clifford. Do not accuse yourself for what I am sure, quite sure, you cannot deserve. Perhaps, forgive me, your birth, your fortune, are beneath your merits, and you have penetrated into my father's weakness on the former point, or perhaps you yourself have not avoided all the errors into which men are hurried. Perhaps you have been imprudent or thoughtless. Perhaps you have fashion is contagious played beyond your means, or incurred debts. These are faults, it is true, and to be regretted, yet surely not irreparable." For that instant can it be wondered that all Clifford's resolution and self-denial deserted him, and lifting his eyes, radiant with joy and gratitude, to the face which bent in benevolent innocence towards him, he exclaimed, "No, Miss Brandon, no, Lucy, dear angel Lucy, my faults are less venial than these, but perhaps they are no less the consequence of circumstances and contagion. Perhaps it may not be too late to repair them. Would you indeed deign to be my guardian, I might not despair of being saved." "If," said Lucy, blushing deeply and looking down, while she spoke quick and eagerly, as if to avoid humbling him by her offer, "if, Mr. Clifford, the want of wealth has in any way occasioned you uneasiness, or error, do believe me, I mean us, so much your friends as not for an instant to scruple in relieving us of some little portion of our last night's debt to you." "Dear, noble girl," said Clifford, while there writhed upon his lips one of those smiles of powerful sarcasm, that sometimes distorted his features, and thrillingly impressed upon Lucy a resemblance to one very different in reputation and character to her lover. "Do not attribute my misfortunes to so petty a source. It is not money that I shall want while I live, though I shall to my last breath remember this delicacy in you, and compare it with certain base remembrances in my own mind. Yes, all past thoughts and recollections will make me hereafter worship you even more than I do now, while in your heart they will, unless Heaven grant me one prayer, make you scorn and detest me." "For mercy's sake, do not speak thus," said Lucy, gazing in indistinct alarm upon the dark and working features of her lover. "Scorn, detest you? Impossible! How could I, after the remembrance of last night?" "Ay, of last night," said Clifford, speaking through his ground teeth. "There is much in that remembrance to live long in both of us. But you, fair angel," and all harshness and irony vanishing at once from his voice and countenance, yielded to a tender and deep sadness, mingled with a respect that bordered on reverence. "You never could have dreamed of more than pity for one like me. You never could have stooped from your high and dazzling purity to know for me one such thought as that which burns at my heart for you. Yes, withdraw your hand. I am not worthy to touch it." And clasping his own hands before his face, he became abruptly silent. But his emotions were but ill concealed, and Lucy saw the muscular frame before her heaved and convulsed by passions which were more intense and rending because it was only for a few moments that they conquered his self will and struggled into vent. If afterwards, but long afterwards, Lucy, recalling the mystery of his words, confessed to herself that they betrayed guilt, she was then too much affected to think of anything but her love and his emotion. She bent down, and with a girlish and fond self abandonment which none could have resisted, placed both her hands on his. Clifford started, looked up, and in the next moment he had clasped her to his heart, and while the only tears he had shed since his career of crime fell fast and hot upon her countenance, he kissed her forehead, her cheek, her lips, in a passionate and wild transport. His voice died within him. He could not trust himself to speak. Only one thought, even in that seeming forgetfulness of her and of himself, stirred and spoke at his breast flight. The more he felt he loved, the more tender and the more confiding the object of his love, the more urgent became the necessity to leave her. All other duties had been neglected, but he loved with a real love, and love which taught him one duty bore him triumphantly through its bitter ordeal. "You will hear from me to night," he muttered. "Believe that I am mad, accursed, criminal, but not utterly a monster. I ask no more merciful opinion." He drew himself from his perilous position and abruptly departed. When Clifford reached his home, he found his worthy coadjutors waiting for him with alarm and terror on their countenances. An old feat in which they had signalized themselves had long attracted the rigid attention of the police, and certain officers had now been seen at Bath, and certain inquiries had been set on foot which portended no good to the safety of the sagacious Tomlinson and the valorous Pepper. They came humbly and penitentially, demanding pardon for their unconscious aggression of the squire's carriage, and entreating their captain's instant advice. If Clifford had before wavered in his disinterested determination, if visions of Lucy, of happiness and reform, had floated in his solitary ride too frequently and too glowingly before his eyes, the sight of these men, their conversation, their danger, all sufficed to restore his resolution. "Merciful God!" thought he, "and is it to the comrade of such lawless villains, to a man like them, exposed hourly to the most ignominious of deaths, that I have for one section of a moment dreamed of consigning the innocent and generous girl, whose trust or love is the only crime that could deprive her of the most brilliant destiny?" Short were Clifford's instructions to his followers, and so much do we do mechanically, that they were delivered with his usual forethought and precision. "You will leave the town instantly. Go not for your lives to London, or to rejoin any of your comrades. Ride for the Red Cave. Provisions are stored there, and since our late alteration of the interior, it will afford ample room to conceal your horses. On the night of the second day from this, I will join you, but be sure that you enter the cave at night, and quit it upon no account till I come." "Yes," said he, when he was alone, "I will join you again, but only to quit you. One more offense against the law, or at least one sum wrested from the swollen hands of the rich, sufficient to equip me for a foreign army, and I quit the country of my birth and my crimes. If I cannot deserve Lucy Brandon, I will be somewhat less unworthy. Perhaps. Why not? I am young, my nerves are not weak, my brain is not dull. Perhaps I may, in some field of honorable adventure, win a name that before my deathbed I may not blush to acknowledge to her." While this resolve beat high within Clifford's breast, Lucy sadly and in silence was continuing with the squire her short journey to Bath. The latter was very inquisitive to know why Clifford had gone, and what he had avowed, and Lucy scarcely able to answer, threw everything on the promised letter of the night. "I am glad," muttered the squire to her, "that he is going to write; for somehow or other, though I questioned him very tightly, he slipped through my cross examination, and bursting out at once as to his love for you, left me as wise about himself as I was before. No doubt, for my own part, I don't see what should prevent his being a great man incog. This letter will explain all." Late that night the letter came. Lucy, fortunately for her, was alone in her room. She opened it and read as follows: Clifford's letter. "I have promised to write to you, and I sit down to perform that promise. At this moment the recollection of your goodness, your generous consideration, is warm within me, and while I must choose calm and common words to express what I ought to say, my heart is alternately melted and torn by thoughts which would ask words, oh, how different! Your father has questioned me often of my parentage and birth. I have hitherto eluded his interrogatories. Learn now who I am. In a wretched abode, surrounded by the inhabitants of poverty and vice, I recall my earliest recollections. My father is unknown to me as to every one. My mother, to you I dare not mention who or what she was. She died in my infancy. Without a name, but not without an inheritance. My inheritance was large. It was infamy. I was thrown upon the world. I had received by accident some education, and imbibed some ideas not natural to my situation. Since then I have played many parts in life. Books and men I have not so neglected but that I have gleaned at intervals some little knowledge from both. Hence, if I have seemed to you better than I am, you will perceive the cause. Circumstances made me soon my own master. They made me also one whom honest men do not love to look upon. My deeds have been, and my character is, of a par with my birth and my fortunes. I came in the noble hope to raise and redeem myself by gilding my fate with a wealthy marriage to this city. I saw you, whom I had once before met. I heard you were rich. Hate me, Miss Brandon, hate me. I resolved to make your ruin the cause of my redemption. Happily for you, I scarcely knew you before I loved you. That love deepened, it caught something pure and elevated from yourself. My resolution forsook me. Even now I could throw myself on my knees and thank God that you, dearest and noblest of human beings, are not my wife. Now is my conduct clear to you? If not, imagine me all that is villainous, save in one point, where you are concerned, and not a shadow of mystery will remain. Your kind father, overrating the paltry service I rendered you, would have consented to submit my fate to your decision. I blush indignantly for him, for you, that any living man should have dreamed of such profanation for Miss Brandon. Yet I myself was carried away and intoxicated by so sudden and so soft a hope. Even I dared to lift my eyes to you, to press you to this guilty heart, to forget myself, and to dream that you might be mine. Can you forgive me for this madness? And hereafter, when in your lofty and glittering sphere of wedded happiness, can you remember my presumption and check your scorn? Perhaps you think that by so late a confession I have already deceived you. Alas, you know not what it costs me now to confess. I had only one hope in life. It was that you might still, long after you had ceased to see me, fancy me not utterly beneath the herd with whom you live. This burning yet selfish vanity I tear from me, and now I go where no hope can pursue me. No hope for myself, save one which can scarcely deserve the name, for it is rather a rude and visionary wish than an expectation. It is that under another name, and under different auspices, you may hear of me at some distant time. And when I apprise you that under that name you may recognize one who loves you better than all created things, you may feel then at least no cause for shame at your lover. What will you be then? A happy wife, a mother, the center of 1,000 joys, beloved, admired, blessed, when the eye sees you and the ear hears. And this is what I ought to hope. This is the consolation that ought to cheer me. Perhaps a little time hence it will. Not that I shall love you less, but that I shall love you less burningly, and therefore less selfishly. I have now written to you all that it becomes you to receive from me. My horse waits below to bear me from this city, and forever from your vicinity. Forever, ay, you are the only blessing forever forbidden me. Wealth I may gain, a fair name, even glory I may perhaps aspire to heaven itself I may find a path, but of you my very dreams cannot give me the shadow of a hope. I do not say, if you could pierce my soul while I write, that you would pity me. You may think it strange, but I would not have your pity for worlds. I think I would even rather have your hate. Pity seems so much like contempt. But if you knew what an effort has enabled me to tame down my language, to curb my thoughts, to prevent me from embodying that which now makes my brain whirl, and my hand feel as if the living fire consumed it, if you knew what has enabled me to triumph over the madness at my heart, and spare you what, if writ or spoken, would seem like the ravings of insanity, you would not and you could not despise me, though you might abhor. And now heaven guard and bless you. Nothing on earth could injure you, and even the wicked who have looked upon you learn to pray. I have prayed for you. Thus, abrupt and signatureless, ended the expected letter. Lucy came down the next morning at her usual hour, and except that she was very pale, nothing in her appearance seemed to announce past grief or emotion. The Squire asked her if she had received the promised letter. She answered, in a clear though faint voice, that she had; that Mr. Clifford had confessed himself of too low an origin to hope for marriage with Mr. Brandon's family; that she trusted the Squire would keep his secret, and that the subject might never again be alluded to by either. If in this speech there was something alien to Lucy's ingenuous character, and painful to her mind, she felt it as it were a duty to her former lover not to betray the whole of that confession so bitterly wrung from him. Perhaps, too, there was in that letter a charm which seemed to her too sacred to be revealed to any one, and mysteries were not excluded even from a love so ill placed and seemingly so transitory as hers. Lucy's answer touched the Squire in his weak point. A man of decidedly low origin, he confessed, was utterly out of the question. Nevertheless, the young man showed a great deal of candor in his disclosure. He readily promised never to broach a subject necessarily so unpleasant, and though he sighed as he finished his speech, yet the extreme quiet of Lucy's manner reassured him, and when he perceived that she resumed, though languidly, her wonted avocations, he felt but little doubt of her soon overcoming the remembrance of what he had hoped was but a girlish and fleeting fancy. He yielded with avidity to her proposal to return to Warlock, and in the same week as that in which Lucy had received her lover's mysterious letter, the father and daughter commenced their journey home. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24. Butler. What are these, sir? Yeoman. And of what nature? To what use? Petrarch. Imagine. The Tragedy of Rollo. Quickly. He's in Arthur's bosom, if ever man went to Arthur's bosom. Henry V. The stream of our narrative now conducts us back to William Brandon. The law promotions previously intended were completed, and to the surprise of the public, the envied barrister, undergoing the degradation of knighthood, had at the time we return to him just changed his toilsome occupations for the serene dignity of the bench. Whatever regret this wily and aspiring schemer might otherwise have felt at an elevation considerably less distinguished than he might reasonably have expected, was entirely removed by the hopes afforded to him of a speedy translation to a more brilliant office. It was whispered among those not unlikely to foresee such events, that the interest of the government required his talents in the House of Peers. Just at this moment, too, the fell disease, whose ravages Brandon endeavored as jealously as possible to hide from the public, had appeared suddenly to yield to the skill of a new physician, and by the administration of medicines which a man less stern or resolute might have trembled to adopt, so powerful and for the most part deadly was their nature, he passed from a state of almost insufferable torture to an elysium of tranquillity and ease. Perhaps, however, the medicines which altered also decayed his constitution, and it was observable that in two cases where the physician had attained a like success by the same means, the patients had died suddenly, exactly at the time when their cure seemed to be finally completed. However, Sir William Brandon appeared very little anticipative of danger. His manner became more cheerful and even than it had ever been before. There was a certain lightness in his gait, a certain exhilaration in his voice and eye, which seemed the tokens of one from whom a heavy burden had been suddenly raised, and who was no longer prevented from the eagerness of hope by the engrossing claims of a bodily pain. He had always been bland in society, but now his courtesy breathed less of artifice. It took a more hearty tone. Another alteration was discernible in him, and that was precisely the reverse of what might have been expected. He became more thrifty, more attentive to the expenses of life than he had been. Though a despiser of show and ostentation, and far too hard to be luxurious, he was too scientific an architect of the weaknesses of others not to have maintained during his public career an opulent appearance and a hospitable table. The profession he had adopted requires perhaps less of externals to aid it than any other. Still, Brandon had affected to preserve parliamentary as well as legal importance, and though his house was situated in a quarter entirely professional, he had been accustomed to assemble around his hospitable board all who were eminent in his political party for rank or for talent. Now, however, when hospitality and a certain largeness of expenses better became his station, he grew closer and more exact in his economy. Brandon never could have degenerated into a miser. Money, to one so habitually wise as he was, could never have passed from means into an object, but he had evidently, for some cause or another, formed the resolution to save. Some said it was the result of returning health and the hope of a prolonged life, to which many objects for which wealth is desirable might occur. But when it was accidentally ascertained that Brandon had been making several inquiries respecting a large estate in the neighborhood of Warlock, formerly in the possession of his family, the gossips, for Brandon was a man to be gossiped about, were no longer in want of a motive, false or real, for the judge's thrift. It was shortly after his elevation to the bench, and ere these signs of change had become noticeable, that the same strange ragamuffin whom we have mentioned before as introduced by Mr. Swapham to a private conference with Brandon, was admitted to the judge's presence. "Well," said Brandon, impatiently, the moment the door was closed, "your news?" "Vy, your Honor," said the man, bashfully, twirling a thing that stood proxy for a hat, "I think, says ow, I shall be hable to satisfy your Vorship's Honor." Then approaching the judge, and assuming an important air, he whispered, "'Tis as 'ow I thought." "My God!" cried Brandon, with vehemence. "And he is alive? And where?" "I believes," answered the seemly confidant of Sir William Brandon, "that he bees alive. And if he bees alive, may I flash my ivories in a glass case if I does not ferret him out. But as to saying where he be at this nick of the moment, smash me if I can." "Is he in this country?" said Brandon, "or do you believe that he has gone abroad?" "Vy, much of one and not a little of the other," said the euphonious confidant. "How? Speak plain, man. What do you mean?" "Vy, I means, your Honor, that I can't say vere he is." "And this," said Brandon, with a muttered oath, "this is your boasted news, is it? Dog, damned dog, if you trifle with me, or play me false, I will hang you, by the living God I will." The man shrank back involuntarily from Brandon's vindictive forehead and kindled eyes, but with the cunning peculiar to low vice, answered, though in a humbler tone, "And vet good vil that do your Honor, if so be as how you scrags I, will that put your Vorship in the vay of finding he?" Never was there an obstacle in grammar through which a sturdy truth could not break, and Brandon, after a moody pause, said in a milder voice, "I did not mean to frighten you. Never mind what I said, but you can surely guess whereabouts he is, or what means of life he pursues. Perhaps," and a momentary paleness crossed Brandon's swarthy visage, "perhaps he may have been driven into dishonesty in order to maintain himself." The informant replied with great naivete that such a thing was not impossible, and Brandon then entered into a series of seemingly careless but artful cross questionings, which either the ignorance or the craft of the man enabled him to baffle. After some time, Brandon, disappointed and dissatisfied, gave up his professional task, and bestowing on the man many sagacious and minute instructions, as well as a very liberal donation, he was forced to dismiss his mysterious visitor, and to content himself with an assured assertion that if the object of his inquiry should not already be gone to the devil, the strange gentleman employed to discover him would certainly sooner or later bring him to the judge. This assertion, and the interview preceding it, certainly inspired Sir William Brandon with a feeling like complacency, although it was mingled with a considerable alloy. "I do not," thought he, concluding his meditations when he was left alone, "I do not see what else I can do. Since it appears that the boy had not even a name when he set out alone from his wretched abode, I fear that an advertisement would have but little chance of even designating, much less of finding him after so long an absence. Besides, it might make me the prey to impostors, and in all probability he has either left the country or adopted some mode of living which would prevent his daring to disclose himself." This thought plunged the soliloquist into a gloomy abstraction, which lasted several minutes, and from which he started, muttering aloud, "Yes, yes, I dare to believe, to hope it. Now for the minister and the peerage." And from that time the root of Sir William Brandon's ambition spread with a firmer and more extended grasp over his mind. We grieve very much that the course of our story should now oblige us to record an event which we would willingly have spared ourselves the pain of narrating. The good old Squire of Warlock Manor House had scarcely reached his home on his return from Bath before William Brandon received the following letter from his brother's gray-headed butler. "Honored Sir, I send this with all speed, thof with a heavy bart, to acquaint you with the sudden, and it is feared by his loving friends and well wishers, which latter to be, Sir, is all as knows him, dangerous illness of the Squire. He was seized, poor dear gentleman, for God never made a better, no offence to your honour, the moment he set footing in his own hall, and what has hung round me like a millstone ever sin, is that instead of his saying, How do you do, Samson, as was his wont, whenever he returned from foreign parts, sich as Bath, London, and the like, he said, God bless you, Samson, which makes me think somehow that it will be his last words, for he has never spoke sin, for all Miss Lucy be by his bedside continual. She, poor dear, don't take on at all in regard to crying and such woman's work, but looks nevertheless for all the world just like a copse. I sends Tom the postilion with this hexpress, knowing he is a good hand at a gallop, having not 16 years ago beat some o' the best on un at a racing. Hoping as your honour will lose no time in coming to this house of mourning, I remain, with all respect, your honour's humble servant to command, John Sampson. The reader, who has doubtless noticed how invariably servants of long standing acquire a certain tone from that of their master, may observe that honest John Sampson had caught from the squire the habit of parenthetical composition. Sir William Brandon did not give himself time to reread this letter, in order to make it more intelligible, before he wrote to one of his professional compeers, requesting him to fill his place during his unavoidable absence on the melancholy occasion of his brother's expected death; and having so done, he immediately set off for Warlock. Inexplicable even to himself was that feeling, so nearly approaching to real sorrow, which the worldly lawyer felt at the prospect of losing his guileless and unspeculating brother. Whether it be that turbulent and ambitious minds, in choosing for their wavering affections the very opposite of themselves, feel, on losing the fellowship of those calm fair characters that have never crossed their rugged path, as if they lost, in losing them, a kind of haven for their own restless thoughts and tempest-worn designs. Be this as it may, certain it is that when William Brandon arrived at his brother's door, and was informed by the old butler, who for the first time was slow to greet him, that the squire had just breathed his last, his austere nature forsook him at once, and he felt the shock with a severity perhaps still keener than that which a more genial and affectionate heart would have experienced. As soon as he had recovered his self-possession, Sir William made question of his niece, and finding that after an unrelaxing watch during the whole of the squire's brief illness, nature had failed her at his death, and she had been borne senseless from his chamber to her own, Brandon walked with a step far different from his usual stately gait to the room where his brother lay. It was one of the oldest apartments in the house, and much of the ancient splendor that belonged to the mansion ere its size had been reduced with the fortunes of its successive owners, still distinguished the chamber. The huge mantelpiece ascending to the carved ceiling in grotesque pilasters and scrollwork of the blackest oak, with the quartered arms of Brandon and Seville escutcheoned in the center, the paneled walls of the same dark wainscot, the armory of ebony, the high-backed chairs with their tapestried seats, the lofty bed with its hearse-like plumes and draperies of a crimson damask that seemed, so massy was the substance, and so prominent the flowers, as if it were rather a carving than a silk. All conspired with the size of the room to give it a feudal solemnity, not perhaps suited to the rest of the house, but well calculated to strike a gloomy awe into the breast of the worldly and proud man who now entered the death chamber of his brother. Silently William Brandon motioned away the attendants, and silently he seated himself by the bed, and looked long and wistfully upon the calm and placid face of the deceased. It is difficult to guess at what passed within him during the space of time in which he remained alone in that room. The apartment itself he could not at another period have tenanted without secret emotion. It was that in which, as a boy, he had himself been accustomed to sleep, and even then, a schemer and an aspirant, the very sight of the room sufficed to call back all the hopes and visions, the restless projects and the feverish desires which had now brought him to the envied state of an acknowledged celebrity and a shattered frame. There must have been something awful in the combination of those active remembrances with the cause which had led him to that apartment. And there was a homily in the serene countenance of the dead, which preached more effectually to the heart of the living than William Brandon would ever have cared to own. He had been more than an hour in the room, and the evening had already begun to cast deep shadows through the small panes of the half-closed window, when Brandon was startled by a slight noise. He looked up and beheld Lucy opposite to him. She did not see him, but throwing herself upon the bed, she took the cold hand of the deceased, and after a long silence burst into a passion of tears. "My father," she sobbed, "my kind, good father, who will love me now?" "I," said Brandon, deeply affected, and passing round the bed, he took his niece in his arms. "I will be your father, Lucy, and you, the last of our race, shall be to me as a daughter." Chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25. Falsehood in him was not the useless lie of boasting pride or laughing vanity. It was the gainful, the persuading art, etc. Crabbe. On with the horses, off to Canterbury, tramp, tramp, o'er pebble and splash, splash through puddle. Hurrah! how swiftly speeds the post so merry! Here laws are all inviolate, none lay traps for the traveler. Every highway's clear. Here he was interrupted by a knife, with "Drat your eyes, your money, or your life." Don Juan. Misfortunes are like the creations of Cadmus. They destroy one another. Roused from the torpor of mind occasioned by the loss of her lover at the sudden illness of the squire, Lucy had no thought for herself, no thought for any one, for anything but her father, till long after the earth had closed over his remains. The very activity of the latter grief was less dangerous than the quiet of the former. And when the first keenness of sorrow passed away, and her mind gradually and mechanically returned to the remembrance of Clifford, it was with an intensity less strong and less fatal to her health and happiness than before. She thought it unnatural and criminal to allow anything else to grieve her, while she had so sacred a grief as that of her loss, and her mind, once aroused into resistance to passion, betrayed a native strength little to have been expected from her apparent character. Sir William Brandon lost no time in returning to town after the burial of his brother. He insisted upon taking his niece with him, and though with real reluctance, she yielded to his wishes, and accompanied him. By the squire's will, indeed, Sir William was appointed guardian to Lucy, and she yet wanted more than a year of her majority. Brandon, with a delicacy very uncommon to him where women, for he was a confirmed woman-hater, were concerned, provided everything that he thought could in any way conduce to her comfort. He ordered it to be understood in his establishment that she was its mistress. He arranged and furnished, according to what he imagined to be her taste, a suite of apartments for her sole accommodation. A separate carriage and servants were appropriated to her use, and he sought, by perpetual presents of books or flowers or music, to occupy her thoughts and atone for the solitude to which his professional duties obliged him so constantly to consign her. These attentions, which showed this strange man in a new light, seemed to bring out many little latent amiabilities which were usually embedded in the callosities of his rocky nature, and even despite her causes for grief and the deep melancholy which consumed her, Lucy was touched with gratitude at kindness doubly soothing in one who, however urbane and polished, was by no means addicted to the little attentions that are considered so gratifying by women, and yet for which they so often despise, while they like him who affords them. There was much in Brandon that wound itself insensibly around the heart. To one more experienced than Lucy, this involuntary attraction might not have been incompatible with suspicion, and could scarcely have been associated with esteem. And yet for all who knew him intimately, even for the penetrating and selfish Maleverer, the attraction existed. Unprincipled, crafty, hypocritical, even base when it suited his purpose, secretly sneering at the dupes he made, and knowing no code save that of interest and ambition, viewing men only as machines and opinions only as ladders, there was yet a tone of powerful feeling sometimes elicited from a heart that could at the same moment have sacrificed a whole people to the pettiest personal object. And sometimes with Lucy the eloquence or irony of his conversation deepened into a melancholy, a half suppressed gentleness of sentiment that accorded with the state of her own mind, and interested her kind feelings powerfully in his. It was these peculiarities in his converse which made Lucy love to hear him, and she gradually learned to anticipate with a gloomy pleasure the hour in which, after the occupations of the day, he was accustomed to join her. "You look unwell, uncle, to night," she said, when one evening he entered the room with looks more fatigued than usual, and rising she leaned tenderly over him and kissed his forehead. "I," said Brandon, utterly unwon by, and even unheeding, the caress, "our way of life soon passes into the sere and yellow leaf." And when Macbeth grieved that he might not look to have that which should accompany old age, he had grown doting, and grieved for what was worthless. "Nay, uncle, honor, love, obedience, troops of friends, these surely were worth the sighing for." "Pooh, not worth a single sigh. The foolish wishes we form in youth have something noble and something bodily in them, but those of age are utter shadows, and the shadows of pygmies. Why, what is honor, after all? What is this good name among men? Only a sort of heathenish idol, set up to be adored by one set of fools and scorned by another. Do you not observe, Lucy, that the man you hear most praised by the party you meet to day is most abused by that which you meet to morrow? Public men are only praised by their party, and their party, sweet Lucy, are such base minions that it moves one's spleen to think one is so little as to be useful to them. Thus a good name is only the good name of a sect, and the members of that sect are only marvelous proper knaves. But posterity does justice to those who really deserve fame. Posterity! Can you believe that a man who knows what life is, cares for the penny whistles of grown children after his death? Posterity, Lucy? No. Posterity is but the same perpetuity of fools and rascals. And even were justice desirable at their hands, they could not deal it. Do men agree whether Charles Stuart was a liar or a martyr? For how many ages have we believed Nero a monster? A writer now asks, as if demonstrating a problem, what real historian could doubt that Nero was a paragon? The patriarchs of Scripture have been declared by modern philosophy to be a series of astronomical hieroglyphs. And with greater show of truth, we are assured that the patriot Tell never existed. Posterity! The word has gulled men enough without my adding to the number. I, who loathe the living, can scarcely venerate the unborn. Lucy, believe me that no man can mix largely with men in political life, and not despise everything that in youth he adored. Age leaves us only one feeling, contempt. "Are you belied, then?" said Lucy, pointing to a newspaper, the organ of the party opposed to Brandon. "Are you belied when you are here called ambitious? When they call you selfish and grasping? I know they wrong you, but I confess that I have thought you ambitious. Yet can he who despises men desire their good opinion?" Their good opinion, repeated Brandon mockingly. Do we want the bray of the asses we ride? No, he resumed after a pause. It is power, not honor. It is the hope of elevating one's self in every respect, in the world without as well as in the world of one's own mind. It is this hope which makes me labor where I might rest, and will continue the labor to my grave. Lucy, continued Brandon, fixing his keen eyes on his niece, have you no ambition? Have power and pomp and place no charm for your mind? None, said Lucy quietly and simply. Indeed, yet there are times when I have thought I recognized my blood in your veins. You were sprung from a once noble but a fallen race. Are you ever susceptible to the weakness of ancestral pride? You say, answered Lucy, that we should care not for those who live after us, much less, I imagine, should we care for those who have lived ages before. Prettily answered, said Brandon, smiling. I will tell you at one time or another what effect that weakness you despise already once had long after your age upon me. You are early wise on some points. Profit by my experience, and be so on all. That is to say, in despising all men and all things, said Lucy, also smiling. Well, never mind my creed. You may be wise after your own, but trust one, dearest Lucy, who loves you purely and disinterestedly, and who is weighed with scales balanced to a hair all the advantages to be gleaned from an earth in which I verily think the harvest was gathered before we were put into it. Trust me, Lucy, and never think love, that maiden's dream, so valuable as rank and power. Pause well before you yield to the former. Accept the latter the moment they are offered you. Love puts you at the feet of another, and that other a tyrant. Rank puts others at your feet, and all those thus subjected are your slaves. Lucy moved her chair so that the new position concealed her face, and did not answer, and Brandon, in an altered tone, continued, Would you think, Lucy, that I once was fool enough to imagine that love was a blessing, and to be eagerly sought for? I gave up my hopes, my chances of wealth, of distinction, all that had burned from the years of boyhood into my very heart. I chose poverty, obscurity, humiliation, but I chose also love. What was my reward? Lucy Brandon, I was deceived. Deceived! Brandon paused, and Lucy took his hand affectionately, but did not break the silence. Brandon resumed, Yes, I was deceived, but I, in my turn, had a revenge, and a fitting revenge, for it was not the revenge of hatred, but, and the speaker laughed sardonically, of contempt. Enough of this, Lucy. What I wish to say to you is this. Grown men and women know more of the truth of things than ye young persons think for. Love is a mere bauble, and no human being ever exchanged for it one solid advantage without repentance. Believe this, and if rank ever puts itself under those pretty feet, be sure not to spurn the footstool. So saying, with a slight laugh, Brandon lighted his chamber candle, and left the room for the night. As soon as the lawyer reached his own apartment, he indited to Lord Mauleverer the following epistle. Why, dear Mauleverer, do you not come to town? I want you, your party wants you, perhaps the king wants you, and certainly, if you are serious about my niece, the care of your own love suit should induce you yourself to want to come hither. I have paved the way for you, and I think with a little management you may anticipate a speedy success. But Lucy is a strange girl, and perhaps, after all, though you ought to be on the spot, you had better leave her as much as possible in my hands. I know human nature, Mauleverer, and that knowledge is the engine by which I will work your triumph. As for the young lover, I am not quite sure whether it be not better for our sake that Lucy should have experienced a disappointment on that score. For when a woman has once loved, and the love is utterly hopeless, she puts all vague ideas of other lovers altogether out of her head. She becomes contented with a husband whom she can esteem. Sweet canter! But you, Mauleverer, want Lucy to love you, and so she will after you have married her. She will love you partly from the advantages she derives from you, partly from familiarity, to say nothing of your good qualities. For my part, I think domesticity goes so far, that I believe a woman always inclined to be affectionate to a man whom she has once seen in his nightcap. However, you should come to town. My poor brother's recent death allows us to see no one. The coast will be clear from rivals. Grief has softened my niece's heart. In a word, you could not have a better opportunity. Come. By the way, you say one of the reasons which made you think ill of this Captain Clifford was your impression that in the figure of one of his comrades you recognized something that appeared to you to resemble one of the fellows who robbed you a few months ago. I understand that at this moment the police are in active pursuit of three most accomplished robbers, nor should I be at all surprised if in this very Clifford were to be found the leader of the gang, namely, the notorious Lovett. I hear that the said leader is a clever and a handsome fellow, of a gentlemanlike address, and that his general associates are two men of the exact stamp of the worthies you have so amusingly described to me. I heard this yesterday from Nabhan, the police officer with whom I once scraped acquaintance on a trial, and in my grudge against your rival I hinted at my suspicion that he, Captain Clifford, might not impossibly prove this Rinaldo Rinaldini of the roads. Nabhan caught at my hint at once, so that if it be founded on a true guess, I may flatter my conscience as well as my friendship by the hope that I have had some hand in hanging this Adonis of my niece's. Whether my guess be true or not, Nabhan says he is sure of this Lovett, for one of his gang has promised to betray him. Hang these aspiring dogs! I thought treachery was confined to politics, and that thought makes me turn to public matters, in which all people are turning with the most edifying celerity. Sir William Brandon's epistle found Mauleverer in a fitting mood for Lucy and for London. Our worthy peer had been not a little chagrined by Lucy's sudden departure from Bath, and while in doubt whether or not to follow her, the papers had informed him of the squire's death. Mauleverer, being then fully aware of the impossibility of immediately urging his suit, endeavored, like the true philosopher he was, to reconcile himself to his hope deferred. Few people were more easily susceptible of consolation than Lord Mauleverer. He found an agreeable lady of a face more unfaded than her reputation, to whom he entrusted the care of relieving his leisure moments from ennui. And being a lively woman, the confidante discharged the trust with great satisfaction to Lord Mauleverer for the space of a fortnight, so that he naturally began to feel his love for Lucy gradually wearing away by absence and other ties. But just as the triumph of time over passion was growing decisive, the lady left Bath in company with a tall guardsman, and Mauleverer received Brandon's letter. These two events recalled our excellent lover to a sense of his allegiance, and there being now at Bath no particular attraction to counterbalance the ardor of his affection, Lord Mauleverer ordered the horses to his carriage, and attended only by his valet, set out for London. Nothing perhaps could convey a better portrait of the world's spoiled darling than a sight of Lord Mauleverer's thin, fastidious features peering forth through the closed window of his luxurious travelling chariot. The rest of the outer man being carefully enveloped in furs, half a dozen novels strewing the seat of the carriage, and a lean French dog, exceedingly like its master, sniffing in vain for the fresh air, which, to the imagination of Mauleverer, was peopled with all sorts of asthmas and catarrhs. Mauleverer got out of his carriage at Salisbury to stretch his limbs, and to amuse himself with a cutlet. Our nobleman was well known on the roads, and as nobody could be more affable, he was equally popular. The officious landlord bustled into the room to wait himself upon his lordship, and tell all the news of the place. "Well, Mr. Cheerley," said Mauleverer, bestowing a penetrating glance on his cutlet, "the bad times, I see, have not ruined your cook." "Indeed, my lord, your lordship is very good, and the times indeed are very bad indeed. Is there enough gravy? Perhaps your lordship will try the pickled onions." "The what? Onions? Oh, ah, nothing can be better, but I never touch them. So, are the roads good?" "Your lordship has, I hope, found them good to Salisbury." "Ah, I believe so. Oh, to be sure, excellent to Salisbury. But how are they to London? We have had wet weather lately, I think." "No, my lord. Here the weather has been dry as a bone." "Or a cutlet," muttered Mauleverer, and the host continued: "As for the roads themselves, my lord, so far as the roads are concerned, they are pretty good, my lord. But I can't say as how there is not something about them that might be mended." "By no means improbable. You mean the inns and the turnpikes," rejoined Mauleverer. "Your lordship is pleased to be facetious. No, I meant something worse than them." "What, the cooks?" "No, my lord, the highwaymen." "The highwaymen, indeed?" said Malevola, anxiously, for he had with him a case of diamonds, which at that time were on grand occasions often the ornaments of a gentleman's dress in the shape of buttons, buckles, etc. He had also a tolerably large sum of ready money about him, a blessing he had lately begun to find very rare. "By the way, the rascals robbed me before on this very road. My pistols shall be loaded this time. Mr. Cheerley, you had better order the horses. One may as well escape the nightfall." "Certainly, my lord, certainly. Jem, the horses immediately. Your lordship will have another cutlet?" "Not a morsel. A tart? Not for the world. Bring the cheese, John." "Much obliged to you, Mr. Cheerley, but I have dined, and if I have not done justice to your good cheer, thank yourself and the highwaymen. Where do these highwaymen attack one?" "Why, my lord, the neighbourhood of Reading is, I believe, the worst part, but they are very troublesome all the way to Salt Hill." "Damnation! The very neighbourhood in which the knaves robbed me before. You may well call them troublesome. Why the deuce don't the police clear the country of such movable species of trouble?" "Indeed, my lord, I don't know, but they say as how Captain Lovett, the famous robber, be one of the set, and nobody can catch him, I fear." "Because, I suppose, the dog has the sense to bribe as well as bully. What is the general number of these ruffians?" "Why, my lord, sometimes one, sometimes two, but seldom more than three." Malevola drew himself up. "My dear diamonds, and my pretty purse," thought he, "I may save you yet." "Have you been long plagued with the fellows?" he asked after a pause, as he was paying the bill. "Why, my lord, we have, and we have not. I fancy as how they have a sort of a haunt near Reading, for sometimes they are intolerable just about there, and sometimes they are quiet for months together. For instance, my lord, we thought them all gone some time ago, but lately they have regularly stopped every one, though I hear as how they have cleared no great booty as yet." Here the waiter announced the horses, and Malevola slowly re-entered his carriage, among the bows and smiles of the charmed spirits of the hostelry. During the daylight, Malevola, who was naturally of a gallant and fearless temper, thought no more of the highwaymen, a species of danger so common at that time that men almost considered it disgraceful to suffer the dread of it to be a cause of delay on the road. Travellers seldom deemed it best to lose time in order to save money, and they carried with them a stout heart and a brace of pistols, instead of sleeping all night on the road. Malevola, rather a preux chevalier, was precisely of this order of wayfarers, and a night at an inn, when it was possible to avoid it, was to him, as to most rich Englishmen, a tedious torture zealously to be shunned. It never, therefore, entered into the head of our excellent nobleman, despite his experience, that his diamonds and his purse might be saved from all danger if he would consent to deposit them with his own person at some place of hospitable reception, nor indeed was it till he was within a stage of Reading, and the twilight had entirely closed in, that he troubled his head much on the matter. But while the horses were putting to, he summoned the post boys to him, and after regarding their countenances with the eye of a man accustomed to read physiognomies, he thus eloquently addressed them: "Gentlemen, I am informed that there is some danger of being robbed between this town and Salt Hill. Now I beg to inform you that I think it next to impossible for 4 horses, properly directed, to be stopped by less than 4 men. To that number I shall probably yield; to a less number I shall most assuredly give nothing but bullets. You understand me?" The post boys grinned, touched their hats, and Malevola slowly continued: "If therefore, mark me, 1, 2, or 3 men stop your horses, and I find that the use of your whips and spurs are ineffectual in releasing the animals from the hold of the robbers, I intend, with these pistols you observe them, to shoot at the gentlemen who detain you. But as, though I am generally a dead shot, my eyesight wavers a little in the dark, I think it very possible that I may have the misfortune to shoot you, gentlemen, instead of the robbers. You see the rascals will be close by you, sufficiently so to put you in jeopardy, unless indeed you knock them down with the butt end of your whips. I merely mention this, that you may be prepared. Should such a mistake occur, you need not be uneasy beforehand, for I will take every possible care of your widows. Should it not, and should we reach Salt Hill in safety, I intend to testify my sense of the excellence of your driving by a present of 10 guineas apiece. Gentlemen, I have done with you. I give you my honour that I am serious in what I have said to you. Do me the favour to mount." Malevola then called his favourite servant, who sat in the dickey in front, rumble tumbles not being then in use. "Smoothson," said he, "the last time we were attacked on this very road you behaved damnably. See that you do better this time, or it may be the worse for you. You have pistols to night about you, eh? Well, that's right. "And you are sure they're loaded? Very well. Now then, if we are stopped, don't lose a moment. Jump down and fire one of your pistols at the first robber. Keep the other for a sure aim. One shot is to intimidate, the second to slay. You comprehend? My pistols are in excellent order, I suppose. Lend me the ramrod. So, so. No trick this time?" "They would kill a fly, my lord, provided your lordship fired straight upon it." "I do not doubt you," said Malevola. "Light the lanterns, and tell the postboys to drive on." It was a frosty and tolerably clear night. The dusk of the twilight had melted away beneath the moon, which had just risen, and the hoary rime glittered from the bushes and the sward, breaking into 1,000 diamonds as it caught the rays of the stars. On went the horses briskly, their breath steaming against the fresh air, and their hoofs sounding cheerily on the hard ground. The rapid motion of the carriage, the bracing coolness of the night, and the excitement occasioned by anxiety and the forethought of danger, all conspired to stir the languid blood of Lord Malevola into a vigorous and exhilarated sensation, natural in youth to his character, but utterly contrary to the nature he had imbibed from the customs of his manhood. He felt his pistols, and his hands trembled a little as he did so, not the least from fear, but from that restlessness and eagerness peculiar to nervous persons placed in a new situation. "In this country," he said to himself, "I have been only once robbed in the course of my life. It was then a little my fault, for before I took to my pistols I should have been certain they were loaded. To night I shall be sure to avoid a similar blunder, and my pistols have an eloquence in their barrels which is exceedingly moving. Humph! Another milestone. These fellows drive well, but we are entering a pretty looking spot for Messieurs the disciples of Robin Hood." It was indeed a picturesque spot by which the carriage was now rapidly whirling. A few miles from Maidenhead, on the Henley road, our readers will probably remember a small tract of forest-like land lying on either side of the road. To the left the green waste bears away among the trees and bushes, and one skilled in the country may pass from that spot through a landscape as little tenanted as green Sherwood was formerly, into the chains of wild common and deep beech woods which border a certain portion of Oxfordshire, and contrast so beautifully the general characteristics of that county. At the time we speak of, the country was even far wilder than it is now, and just on that point where the Henley and the Reading roads unite was a spot, communicating then with the waste land we have described, than which perhaps few places could be more adapted to the purposes of such true men as have recourse to the primary law of nature. Certain it was that on this part of the road Malevola looked more anxiously from his window than he had hitherto done, and apparently the increased earnestness of his survey was not altogether without meeting its reward. About 100 yards to the left, three dark objects were just discernible in the shade. A moment more, and the objects emerging grew into the forms of three men, well mounted and riding at a brisk trot. "Only three," thought Malevola, "that is well." And leaning from the front window with a pistol in either hand, Malevola cried out to the postboys in a stern tone, "Drive on, and recollect what I told you. Remember," he added to his servant. The postboys scarcely looked round, but their spurs were buried in their horses, and the animals flew on like lightning. The three strangers made a halt, as if in conference. Their decision was prompt. Two wheeled round from their comrade, and darted at full gallop by the carriage. Malevola's pistol was already protruded from the front window, when to his astonishment, and to the utter baffling of his ingenious admonition to his drivers, he beheld the two postboys knocked from their horses, one after the other, with a celerity that scarcely allowed him an exclamation. And before he had recovered his self-possession, the horses taking fright, and their fright being skillfully taken advantage of by the highwaymen, the carriage was fairly whirled into a ditch on the right side of the road, and upset. Meanwhile Smoothson had leaped from his station in the front, and having fired, though without effect, at the third robber, who approached menacingly towards him, he gained the time to open the carriage door and extricate his master. The moment Malevola found himself on terra firma, he prepared his courage for offensive measures, and he and Smoothson, standing side by side in front of the unfortunate vehicle, presented no unformidable aspect to the enemy. The two robbers who had so decisively rid themselves of the postboys acted with no less determination towards the horses. One of them dismounted, cut the traces, and suffered the plunging quadrupeds to go whither they listed. This measure was not, however, allowed to be taken with impunity. A ball from Malever's pistol passed through the hat of the highwayman with an aim so slightly erring that it whizzed among the locks of the astounded hero with a sound that sent a terror to his heart, no less from a love of his head than from anxiety for his hair. The shock staggered him for a moment, and a second shot from the hands of Malever would have probably finished his earthly career, had not the third robber, who had hitherto remained almost inactive, thrown himself from his horse, which, tutored to such docility, remained perfectly still, and advancing with a bold step and a levelled pistol towards Malever and his servant, said in a resolute voice, "Gentlemen, it is useless to struggle. We are well armed, and resolved on effecting our purpose. Your persons shall be safe if you lay down your arms, and also such part of your property as you may particularly wish to retain. But if you resist, I cannot answer for your lives." Malever had listened patiently to this speech in order that he might have more time for adjusting his aim. His reply was a bullet which grazed the side of the speaker and tore away the skin, without inflicting any more dangerous wound. Muttering a curse upon the error of his aim, and resolute to the last, when his blood was once up, Malever backed one pace, drew his sword, and threw himself into the attitude of a champion, well skilled in the use of the instrument he wore. But that incomparable personage was in a fair way of ascertaining what happiness in the world to come is reserved for a man who has spared no pains to make himself comfortable in this. For the two first and most active robbers, having finished the achievement of the horses, now approached Malever, and the taller of them, still indignant at the late peril to his hair, cried out in a stentorian voice, "By Jove, you old fool, if you don't throw down your toasting fork, I'll be the death of you." The speaker suited the action to the word by cocking an immense pistol. Malever stood his ground, but Smoothson retreated, and stumbling against the wheel of the carriage, fell backward. The next instant the second highwayman had possessed himself of the valet's pistols, and quietly seated on the fallen man's stomach, amused himself by inspecting the contents of the domestic's pockets. Malever was now alone, and his stubbornness so enraged the tall bully that his hand was already on his trigger, when the third robber, whose side Malever's bullet had grazed, thrust himself between the two. "Hold, Ned," said he, pushing back his comrade's pistol, "and you, my lord, whose rashness ought to cost you your life, learn that men can rob generously." So saying, with one dexterous stroke from the robber's riding whip, Malever's sword flew upwards, and alighted at the distance of 10 yards from its owner. "Approach now," said the victor to his comrades. "Rifle the carriage, and with all dispatch." The tall highwaymen hastened to execute this order, and the lesser one, having satisfactorily finished the inquisition into Mr. Smoothson's pockets, drew forth from his own pouch a tolerably thick rope. With this he tied the hands of the prostrate valet, moralizing as he wound the rope round and round the wrists of the fallen man, in the following edifying strain: "Lie still, sir, lie still, I beseech you. All wise men are fatalists, and no proverb is more pithy than that which says, 'What can't be cured must be endured.' Lie still, I tell you. Little, perhaps, do you think that you are performing one of the noblest functions of humanity. Yes, sir, you are filling the pockets of the destitute, and by my present action I am securing you from any weakness of the flesh likely to impede so praiseworthy an end, and so hazard the excellence of your action. There, sir, your hands are tight. Lie still and reflect." As he said this, with 3 gentle applications of his feet, the moralist rolled Mr. Smoothson into the ditch, and hastened to join his lengthy comrade in his pleasing occupation. In the interim, Malever and the third robber, who, in the true spirit of government, remained dignified and inactive, while his followers plundered what he certainly designed to share, if not to monopolize, stood within a few feet of each other, face to face. Malever had now convinced himself that all endeavor to save his property was hopeless, and he had also the consolation of thinking he had done his best to defend it. He therefore bade all his thoughts return to the care of his person. He adjusted his fur collar around his neck with great sang-froid, drew on his gloves, and patting his terrified poodle, who sat shivering on its haunches, with one paw raised and nervously trembling, he said: "You, sir, seem to be a civil person, and I really should have felt quite sorry if I had had the misfortune to wound you. You are not hurt, I trust? Pray, if I may inquire, how am I to proceed? My carriage is in the ditch, and my horses by this time are probably at the end of the world." "As for that matter," said the robber, whose face, like those of his comrades, was closely masked in the approved fashion of highwaymen of that day, "I believe you will have to walk to Maidenhead. It is not far, and the night is fine." "A very trifling hardship indeed," said Malevola ironically, but his new acquaintance made no reply, nor did he appear at all desirous of entering into any further conversation with Malevola. The earl, therefore, after watching the operations of the other robbers for some moments, turned on his heel, and remained humming an opera tune with dignified indifference until the pair had finished rifling the carriage, and seizing Malevola, proceeded to rifle him. With a curled lip and a raised brow, that supreme personage suffered himself to be, as the taller robber expressed it, cleaned out. His watch, his rings, his purse, and his snuff box all went. It was long since the rascals had captured such a booty. They had scarcely finished when the postboys, who had now begun to look about them, uttered a simultaneous cry, and at some distance a wagon was seen heavily approaching. Malevola really wanted his money, to say nothing of his diamonds, and so soon as he perceived assistance at hand, a new hope darted within him. His sword still lay on the ground. He sprang towards it, seized it, uttered a shout for help, and threw himself fiercely on the highwaymen who had disarmed him, but the robber, warding off the blade with his whip, retreated to his saddle, which he managed, despite of Malevola's lunges, to regain with impunity. The other two had already mounted, and within a minute afterwards not a vestige of the trio was visible. "This is what may fairly be called single blessedness," said Malevola, as, dropping his useless sword, he thrust his hands into his pockets. Leaving our peerless peer to find his way to Maidenhead on foot, accompanied, to say nothing of the poodle, by one wagoner, two postboys, and the released Mr. Smoothson, all four charming him with their condolences, we follow with our story the steps of the three alieni appetentes. Chapter 25. Chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Paul Clifford, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 26. The rogues were very merry on their booty. They said 1,000 things that showed the wickedness of their morals. Gil Blas. They fixed on a spot where they made a cave, which was large enough to receive them and their horses. This cave was enclosed within a sort of thicket of bushes and brambles. From this station they used to issue, etc. Memoirs of Richard Turpin. It was not for several minutes after their flight had commenced that any conversation passed between the robbers. Their horses flew on like wind, and the country through which they rode presented to their speed no other obstacle than an occasional hedge or a short cut through the thicknesses of some leafless beechwood. The stars lent them a merry light, and the spirits of two of them at least were fully in sympathy with the exhilaration of the pace and the air. Perhaps in the third, a certain presentiment that the present adventure would end less merrily than it had begun, conspired with other causes of gloom to check that exaltation of the blood which generally follows a successful exploit. The path which the robbers took wound by the sides of long woods or across large tracts of uncultivated land. Nor did they encounter anything living by the road, save now and then a solitary owl wheeling its gray body around the skirts of the bare woods, or occasionally troops of conies pursuing their sports and enjoying their midnight food in the fields. "Heavens!" cried the tall robber, whose incognito we need no longer preserve, and who, as our readers are doubtless aware, answered to the name of Pepper. "Heavens!" cried he, looking upward at the starry skies in a sort of ecstasy, "what a jolly life this is! Some fellows like hunting. Dern it, what hunting is like the road! If there be sport in hunting down a nasty fox, how much more is there in hunting down a nice, clean nobleman's carriage? If there be joy in getting a brush, how much more is there in getting a purse? If it be pleasant to fly over a hedge in the broad daylight, hang me if it be not 10 times finer sport to skim it by night. Here goes! Look how the hedges run away from us, and the silly old moon dances about, as if the sight of us put the good lady in spirits. Those old maids are always glad to have an eye upon such fine, dashing young fellows." "I?" cried the more erudite and sententious Augustus Tomlinson, roused by success from his usual philosophical sobriety. "No work is so pleasant as night work. And the witches our ancestors burned were in the right to ride out on their broomsticks with the owls and the stars. We are their successors now, Ned. We are your true fly by nights." "Only," quoth Ned, "we are a cursed deal more clever than they were, for they played their game without being a bit the richer for it, and we I say, Tomlinson, where the devil did you put that red morocco case?" "Experience never enlightens the foolish," said Tomlinson, "or you would have known, without asking, that I had put it in the very safest pocket in my coat. Gad, how heavy it is!" "Well," cried Pepper, "I can't say I wish it were lighter. Only think of our robbing my lord twice, and on the same road, too." "I say, Lovat," exclaimed Tomlinson, "was it not odd that we should have stumbled upon our Bath friend so unceremoniously? Lucky for us that we are so strict in robbing in masks. He would not have thought the better of Bath company if he had seen our faces." Lovat, or rather Clifford, had hitherto been silent. He now turned slowly in his saddle, and said: "As it was, the poor devil was very nearly dispatched. Long Ned was making short work with him, if I had not interposed." "And why did you?" said Ned. "Because I will have no killing. It is the curse of the noble art of our profession, to have passionate professors like thee." "Passionate!" repeated Ned. "Well, I am a little choleric, I own it. But that is not so great a fault on the road as it would be in housebreaking. I don't know a thing that requires so much coolness and self possession as cleaning out a house from top to bottom, quietly and civilly, mind you." "That is the reason, I suppose, then," said Augustus, "that you altogether renounced that career. Your first adventure was housebreaking, I think I have heard you say. I confess it was a vulgar debut, not worthy of you." "No, Harry Cook seduced me. But the specimen I saw that night disgusted me, of picking locks. It brings one in contact with such low companions. Only think, there was a merchant, a rag merchant, one of the party." "Faugh!" said Tomlinson, in solemn disgust. "Ay, you may well turn up your lip. I never broke into a house again." "Who were your other companions?" asked Augustus. "Only Harry Cook, a noted highwayman, and a very singular woman." Here Ned's narrative was interrupted by a dark defile through a wood, allowing room for only one horseman at a time. They continued this gloomy path for several minutes, until at length it brought them to the brink of a large dell, overgrown with bushes, and spreading around somewhat in the form of a rude semicircle. Here the robbers dismounted, and led their reeking horses down the descent. Long Ned, who went first, paused at a cluster of bushes, which seemed so thick as to defy intrusion, but which, yielding on either side to the experienced hand of the robber, presented what appeared the mouth of a cavern. A few steps along the passage of this gulf brought them to a door, which, even seen by torchlight, would have appeared so exactly similar in color and material to the rude walls on either side as to have deceived any unsuspecting eye, and which, in the customary darkness brooding over it, might have remained for centuries undiscovered. Touching a secret latch, the door opened, and the robbers were in the secure precincts of the Red Cave. It may be remembered that among the early studies of our exemplary hero, the memoirs of Richard Turpin had formed a conspicuous portion; and it may also be remembered that in the miscellaneous adventures of that gentleman, nothing had more delighted the juvenile imagination of the student than the description of the forest cave in which the gallant Turpin had been accustomed to conceal himself, his friend, his horse, and that sweet saint who lay by Turpin's side; or, to speak more domestically, the respectable Mrs. Turpin. So strong a hold indeed had that early reminiscence fixed upon our hero's mind, that no sooner had he risen to eminence among his friends than he had put the project of his childhood into execution. He had selected for the scene of his ingenuity an admirable spot. In a thinly peopled country, surrounded by commons and woods, and yet, as Mr. Robbins would say if he had to dispose of it by auction, within an easy ride of populous and well frequented roads, it possessed all the advantages of secrecy for itself and convenience for depredation. Very few of the gang, and those only who had been employed in its construction, were made acquainted with the secret of this cavern, and as our adventurers rarely visited it, and only on occasions of urgent want or secure concealment, it had continued for more than 2 years undiscovered and unsuspected. The cavern, originally hollowed by nature, owed but little to the decorations of art. Nevertheless, the roughness of the walls was concealed by a rude but comfortable arras of matting. 4 or 5 of such seats as the robbers themselves could construct were drawn around a small but bright wood fire, which, as there was no chimney, spread a thin volume of smoke over the apartment. The height of the cave, added to the universal reconciler, custom, prevented, however, this evil from being seriously unpleasant. And indeed, like the tenants of an Irish cabin, perhaps the inmates attached a degree of comfort to a circumstance which was coupled with their dearest household associations. A table, formed of a board coarsely planed, and supported by 4 legs of irregular size, made equal by the introduction of blocks or wedges between the legs and the floor, stood warming its uncouth self by the fire. At one corner a covered cart made a conspicuous article of furniture, no doubt useful either in conveying plunder or provisions. Beside the wheels were carelessly thrown 2 or 3 coarse carpenter's tools, and the more warlike utilities of a blunderbuss, a rifle, and 2 broadswords. In the other corner was an open cupboard, containing rows of pewter platters, mugs, etc. Opposite the fireplace, which was to the left of the entrance, an excavation had been turned into a dormitory, and fronting the entrance was a pair of broad, strong wooden steps ascending to a large hollow about 8 feet from the ground. This was the entrance to the stables, and as soon as their owners released the reins of the horses, the docile animals proceeded one by one leisurely up the steps, in the manner of quadrupeds educated at the public seminary of Astley's, and disappeared within the aperture. These steps, when drawn up, which, however, from their extreme clumsiness, required the united strength of 2 ordinary men, and was not that instantaneous work which it should have been, made the place above a tolerably strong hold; for the wall was perfectly perpendicular and level, and it was only by placing his hands upon the ledge, and so lifting himself gymnastically upward, that an active assailant could have reached the eminence; a work which defenders, equally active, it may easily be supposed, would not be likely to allow. This upper cave, for our robbers paid more attention to their horses than themselves, as the nobler animals of the 2 species, was evidently fitted up with some labor. The stalls were rudely divided, the litter of dry fern was clean, troughs were filled with oats, and a large tub had been supplied from a pond at a little distance. A cart, harness, and some old wagoners' frocks were fixed on pegs to the wall, while at the far end of these singular stables was a door, strongly barred, and only just large enough to admit the body of a man. The Confederates had made it an express law never to enter their domain by this door, or to use it except for the purpose of escape, should the cave ever be attacked; in which case, while 1 or 2 defended the entrance from the inner cave, another might unbar the door, and as it opened upon the thickest part of the wood, through which with great ingenuity a labyrinthine path had been cut, not easily tracked by ignorant pursuers, these precautions of the highwaymen had provided a fair hope of at least a temporary escape from any invading enemies. Such were the domestic arrangements of the Red Cave, and it will be conceded that at least some skill had been shown in the choice of the spot, if there were a lack of taste in its adornments. While the horses were performing their nightly ascent, our 3 heroes, after securing the door, made at once to the fire; and there, O reader, they were greeted in welcome by one, an old and revered acquaintance of thine, whom in such a scene it will equally astound and wound thee to re behold. Know then, but first we will describe to thee the occupation and the garb of the august personage to whom we allude. Bending over a large gridiron, daintily bespread with steaks of the fatted rump, the individual stood, with his right arm bared above the elbow, and his right hand grasping that mimic trident known unto gastrometers by the monosyllable fork. His wigless head was adorned with a cotton nightcap. His upper vestment was discarded, and a whitish apron flowed gracefully down his middle man. His stockings were ungartered, and permitted between the knee and the calf interesting glances of the rude carnal. One list shoe, and one of leathern manufacture, cased his ample feet. Enterprise, or the noble glow of his present culinary profession, spread a yet rosier blush over a countenance early tinged by generous libations, and from beneath the curtain of his pallid eyelashes his large and rotund orbs gleamed dazzlingly on the newcomers. Such, O reader, was the aspect and the occupation of the venerable man whom we have long since taught thee to admire. Such, alas, for the mutabilities of earth, was a new chapter only can contain the name. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Caliban, hast thou not dropped from heaven? Tempest. Peter McGrawler. Chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 28. God bless our King and Parliament, and send he may make such knaves repent. Loyal songs against the Rump Parliament. Ho, treachery! My guards, my scimitar. Byron. When the irreverent Mr. Pepper had warmed his hands sufficiently to be able to transfer them from the fire, he lifted the right palm, and with an indecent jocularity of spirits, accosted the ci devant ornament of the Athenaeum with a sounding slap on his back, or some such part of his conformation. "Ah, old boy," said he, "is this the way you keep house for us? A fire not large enough to roast a nit, and a supper too small to fatten him beforehand. But how the deuce should you know how to provender for gentlemen? You thought you were in Scotland, I'll be bound." "Perhaps he did, when he looked upon you, Ned," said Tomlinson, gravely. "'Tis but rarely out of Scotland that a man can see so big a rogue in so little a compass." Mr. McGrawler, into whose eyes the palmistry of Long Ned had brought tears of sincere feeling, and who had hitherto been rubbing the afflicted part, now grumbled forth, "You may say what you please, Mr. Pepper, but it is not often in my country that men of genius are seen performing the part of cook to robbers." "No," quoth Tomlinson, "they are performing the more profitable part of robbers to cooks, eh?" "Damme, you're out!" cried Long Ned, "for in that country there are either no robbers, because there is nothing to rob, or the inhabitants are all robbers, who have plundered one another and made away with the booty." "May the devil catch thee!" said McGrawler, stung to the quick, for like all Scots he was a patriot, much on the same principle as a woman who has the worst children makes the best mother. "The devil," said Ned, mimicking the silver sound, as Sir W. Scott had been pleased facetiously to call the mountain tongue. The Scots in general seem to think it is silver, they keep it so carefully. "The devil, MacDeal, you mean? Sure, the gentleman must have been a Scotchman." The sage grinned in spite, but remembering the patience of Epictetus when a slave, and mindful also of the strong arm of Long Ned, he curbed his temper, and turned the beefsteaks with his fork. "Well, Ned," said Augustus, throwing himself into a chair, which he drew to the fire, while he gently patted the huge limbs of Mr. Pepper, as if to admonish him that they were not so transparent as glass, "let us look at the fire; and by the bye, it is your turn to see to the horses." "Plague on it!" cried Ned, "it is always my turn, I think. Holla, you Scot of the pot, can't you prove that I groomed the beasts last? I'll give you a crown to do it." The wise McGrawler pricked up his ears. "A crown?" said he, "a crown? Do you mean to insult me, Mr. Pepper? But to be sure, you did see to the horses last, and this worthy gentleman, Mr. Tomlinson, must remember it too." "How!" cried Augustus, "you are mistaken, and I'll give you half a guinea to prove it." McGrawler opened his eyes larger and larger, even as you may see a small circle in the water widen into enormity if you disturb the equanimity of the surface by the obtrusion of a foreign substance. "Half a guinea," said he. "Nay, nay, you joke. I'm not mercenary. You think I am. Pooh, pooh, you are mistaken. I'm a man who means weal, a man of veracity, will speak the truth in spite of all the half guineas in the world. But certainly, now I begin to think of it, Mr. Tomlinson did see to the creature's last. And, Mr. Pepper, it is your turn." "A very Daniel," said Tomlinson, chuckling in his usual dry manner. "Ned, don't you hear the horses neigh?" "Oh, hang the horses!" said the volatile Pepper, forgetting everything else, as he thrust his hands in his pockets and felt the gains of the night. "Let us first look to our winnings." So saying, he marched towards the table, and emptied his pockets thereon. Tomlinson, nothing loath, followed the example. Heavens! What exclamations of delight issued from the scoundrels' lips, as, one by one, they inspected their new acquisitions. "Here's a magnificent creature!" cried Ned, handling that superb watch, studded with jewels, which the poor earl had once before unavailingly redeemed. "A repeater, by Jove!" "I hope not," said the phlegmatic Augustus. "Repeaters will not tell well for your conversation, Ned. But, powers that be, look at this ring, a diamond of the first water." "Oh, the sparkler! It makes one's mouth water as much as itself. 'Sdeath, here's a precious box for a sneezer, a picture inside, and rubies outside. The old fellow had excellent taste. It would charm him to see how pleased we are with his choice of jewelry." "Talking of jewelry," said Tomlinson, "I had almost forgotten the morocco case. Between you and me, I imagine we have a prize there. It looks like a jewel casket." So saying, the robber opened that case, which on many a gala day had lent lustre to the polished person of Malevola. Oh, reader, the burst of rapture that ensued! Imagine it; we cannot express it. Like the Grecian painter, we drop a veil over emotions too deep for words. "But here," said Pepper, when they had almost exhausted their transports at sight of the diamonds, "here's a purse, 50 guineas. And what's this? Notes, by Jupiter! We must change them to morrow before they are stopped. Curse those fellows at the bank, they are always imitating us. We stop their money, and they don't lose a moment in stopping it too. £300! Captain, what say you to our luck?" Clifford had sat gloomily looking on during the operations of the robbers. He now, assuming a correspondent cheerfulness of manner, made a suitable reply, and after some general conversation the work of division took place. "We are the best arithmeticians in the world," said Augustus, as he pouched his share. "Addition, subtraction, division, reduction, we have them all as pat as the tutor's assistant, and what is better, we make them all applicable to the rule of 3." "You have left out multiplication," said Clifford, smiling. "Ah, because that works differently. The other rules apply to the species of the kingdom, but as for multiplication, we multiply, I fear, no species but our own." "Fie, gentlemen!" said Magrawler, austerely, for there is a wonderful decorum in your true Scotsman. "Actions are trifles; nothing can be cleaner than their words." "Oh, you thrust in your wisdom, do you?" said Ned. "I suppose you want your part of the booty." "Part!" said the subtilizing Tomlinson. "He has 9 times as many parts as we have already. Is he not a critic, and has he not the parts of speech at his fingers' end?" "Nonsense!" said Magrawler, instinctively holding up his hands, with the fork dropping between the outstretched fingers of the right palm. "Nonsense yourself!" cried Ned. "You have a share in what you never took. A pretty fellow, truly. Mind your business, Mr. Scott, and fork nothing but the beefsteaks." With this Ned turned to the stables and soon disappeared among the horses. But Clifford, eyeing the disappointed and eager face of the culinary sage, took 10 guineas from his own share and pushed them towards his quondam tutor. "There," said he, emphatically. "Nay, nay," grunted Magrawler, "I don't want the money. It is my way to scorn such dross." So saying, he pocketed the coins, and turned, muttering to himself, to the renewal of his festive preparations. Meanwhile a whispered conversation took place between Augustus and the captain, and continued till Ned returned, and the night's viands smoked along the board. Souls of Don Raphael and Ambrose Lamela, what a charming thing it is to be a rogue for a little time! How merry men are when they have cheated their brethren! Your innocent milksops never made so jolly a supper as did our heroes of the way. Clifford perhaps acted a part, but the hilarity of his comrades was unfeigned. It was a delicious contrast, the boisterous ha ha of Long Ned, and the secret, dry, calculating chuckle of Augustus Tomlinson. It was Rabelais against Voltaire. They united only in the objects of their jests, and foremost of those objects, wisdom is ever the butt of the frivolous, was the great Peter Magrawler. The graceless dogs were especially merry upon the subject of the sage's former occupation. "Come, Mac, you carve this ham," said Ned. "You have had practice in cutting up." The learned man, whose name was thus disrespectfully abbreviated, proceeded to perform what he was bid. He was about to sit down for that purpose, when Tomlinson slyly subtracted his chair. The sage fell. "No jests at Magrawler," said the malicious Augustus. "Whatever be his faults as a critic, you see that he is well grounded, and he gets at once to the bottom of a subject. Max, suppose your next work be entitled 'A Tale of Woe.'" Men who have great minds are rarely flexible. They do not take a jest readily. So it was with Magrawler. He rose in a violent rage, and had the robbers been more penetrating than they condescended to be, they might have noticed something dangerous in his eye. As it was, Clifford, who had often before been the protector of his tutor, interposed in his behalf, drew the sage a seat near to himself, and filled his play for him. It was interesting to see this deference from power to learning. It was Alexander doing homage to Aristotle. "There's only one thing I regret," cried Ned, with his mouth full, "about the old lord. It was a thousand pities we did not make him dance. I remember the day, Captain, when you would have insisted on it. What a merry fellow you were once! Do you recollect one bright moonlight night, just like the present, for instance, when we were doing duty near Staines, how you swore every person we stopped, above 50 years old, should dance a minuet with you?" "Ay," added Augustus, "and the first was a bishop in a white wig. Faith, how stiffly his lordship jigged it, and how gravely Lovat bowed to him with his hat off, when it was all over, and returned him his watch and 10 guineas. It was worth the sacrifice." "And the next was an old maid of quality," said Ned, "as lean as a lawyer. Don't you remember how she curvetted?" "To be sure," said Tomlinson, "and you very wittily called her a hop pole. How delighted she was with the captain's suavity, when he gave her back her earrings and aigrette. She bade him with a tender sigh keep them for her sake. Ha! ha!" "And the third was a beau," cried Augustus, "and Lovat surrendered his right of partnership to me. Do you recollect how I danced his beauship into the ditch? Ah, we were mad fellows then, but we get sated blasés, as the French say, as we grow older." "We look only to the main chance now," said Ned. "Avarice supersedes enterprise," added the sententious Augustus. "And our captain takes to wine with an H after the W," continued the metaphorical Ned. "Come, we are melancholy," said Tomlinson, tossing off a bumper. "Methinks we are really growing old. We shall repent soon, and the next step will be hanging." "'Fore gad," said Ned, helping himself, "don't be so croaking. There are two classes of maligned gentry who should always be particular to avoid certain colors in dressing. I hate to see a true boy in black, or a devil in blue. But here's my last glass to night. I am confoundedly sleepy, and we rise early to morrow." "Right, Ned," said Tomlinson. "Give us a song before you retire, and let it be that one which Lovat composed the last time we were here." Ned, always pleased with an opportunity of displaying himself, cleared his voice and complied. A ditty from Sherwood. 1. Laugh with us at the prince and the palace. In the wild wood life there is better cheer. Would you board your mirth from your neighbor's malice? Gather it up in our garners here. Some kings their wealth from their subjects wring, while by their foes they the poorer wax. Free go the men of the wise wood king, and it is only our foes we tax. Leave the cheats of trade to the shrewd goodwife. Let the old be knaves at ease. Away with the tide of that dashing life, which is stirred by a constant breeze. 2. Laugh with us when you hear deceiving and solemn rogues tell you what knaves we be. Commerce and law have a method of thieving worse than a stand at the outlaw's tree. Say, will the maiden we love despise gallants, at least to each other true? I grant that we trample on legal ties, but I've heard that love scorns them too. Courage, then, courage, ye jolly boys, whom the fool with the knavish rates. Oh, who that is loved by the world enjoys half as much as the man it hates. "Bravissimo, Ned!" cried Tomlinson, rapping the table. "Bravissimo! Your voice is superb to night, and your song admirable. Really, Lovat, it does your poetical genius great credit. Quite philosophical, upon my honor." "Bravissimo!" said Magrawler, nodding his head awfully. "Mr. Pepper's voice is as sweet as a bagpipe. Ah, such a song would have been invaluable to the Athenaeum when I had the honor to be vicar of Bray to that establishment. interrupted Tomlinson. "Pray, Magrawler, why do they call Edinburgh the modern Athens?" "Because of the learned and great men it produces," returned Magrawler, with conscious pride. "Pooh, pooh! You are thinking of ancient Athens. Your city is called the modern Athens because you are also like the modern Athenians, the greatest scoundrels imaginable, unless travelers belie them." "Nay," interrupted Ned, who was softened by the applause of the critic, "Mac is a good fellow. Spare him. Gentlemen, your health. I am going to bed, and I suppose you will not tarry long behind me." "Trust us for that," answered Tomlinson. "The captain and I will consult on the business of the morrow, and join you in the twinkling of a bed post, as it has been shrewdly expressed." Ned yawned his last good night, and disappeared within the dormitory. Magrawler, yawning also, but with a graver yawn, as became his wisdom, betook himself to the duty of removing the supper paraphernalia. After bustling soberly about for some minutes, he let down a press bed in the corner of the cave, for he did not sleep in the robber's apartment, and undressing himself, soon appeared buried in the bosom of Morpheus. But the chief and Tomlinson, drawing their seats nearer to the dying embers, defied the slothful god, and entered with low tones into a close and anxious commune. "So then," said Augustus, "now that you have realized sufficient funds for your purpose, you will really desert us? Have you well weighed the pros and cons? Remember that nothing is so dangerous to our state as reform. The moment a man grows honest, the gang forsake him. The magistrate misses his fee, the informer peaches, and the recusant hangs." "I have well weighed all this," answered Clifford, "and have decided on my course. I have only tarried till my means could assist my will. With my share of our present and late booty, I shall betake myself to the Continent. Prussia gives easy trust and ready promotion to all who will enlist in her service. But this language, my dear friend, seems strange from your lips. Surely you will join me in my separation from the corps. What? You shake your head. Are you not the same Tomlinson who at Bath agreed with me that we were in danger from the envy of our comrades, and that retreat had become necessary to our safety? Nay, was not this your main argument for our matrimonial expedition?" "Why, look you, dear lover," said Augustus, "we are all blocks of matter formed from the atoms of custom. In other words, we are a mechanism to which habit is the spring. What could I do in an honest career? I am many years older than you. I have lived as a rogue till I have no other nature than roguery. I doubt if I should not be a coward were I to turn soldier. I am sure I should be the most consummate of rascals were I to affect to be honest. No, I mistook myself when I talked of separation. I must e'en jog on with my old comrades and in my old ways, till I jog into the noose hempen or melancholy alternative, the noose matrimonial." "This is mere folly," said Clifford, from whose nervous and masculine mind habits were easily shaken. "We have not for so many years discarded all the servile laws of others, to be the abject slaves of our own weaknesses. Come, my dear fellow, rouse yourself. Heaven knows, were I to succumb to the feebleness of my own heart, I should be lost indeed, and perhaps wrestle I ever so stoutly, I do not wrestle away that which clings within me, and will kill me, though by inches. But let us not be cravens, and suffer fate to drown us rather than swim. In a word, fly with me ere it be too late. A smuggler's vessel waits me off the coast of Dorset. In 3 days from this I sail. Be my companion. We can both rein a fiery horse, and wield a good sword. As long as men make war one against another, those accomplishments will prevent their owner from starving, or" "If employed in the field, not the road," interrupted Tomlinson, with a smile, "from hanging. But it cannot be. I wish you all joy, all success in your career. You are young, bold, and able, and you always had a loftier spirit than I have. Knave I am, and knave I must be to the end of the chapter." "As you will," said Clifford, who was not a man of many words, but he spoke with reluctance. "If so, I must seek my fortune alone." "When do you leave us?" asked Tomlinson. "To morrow, before noon. I shall visit London for a few hours, and then start at once for the coast." "London!" exclaimed Tomlinson. "What, the very den of danger? Pooh! You do not know what you say, or do you think it filial to caress Mother Lopkins before you depart?" "Not that," answered Clifford. "I have already ascertained that she is above the reach of all want, and her days, poor soul, cannot, I fear, be many. In all probability she would scarcely recognize me, for her habits cannot much have improved her memory. Would I could say as much for her neighbors. Were I to be seen in the purlieus of low thievery, you know as well as I do that some stealer of kerchiefs would turn informer against the notorious Captain Lovett." "What, then, takes you to town? Ah! You turn away your face, I guess. Well, love has ruined many a hero before. May you not be the worse for his godship?" Clifford did not answer, and the conversation made a sudden and long pause. Tomlinson broke it. "You know, Lovat," said he, "though I have as little heart as most men, yet I feel for you more than I could have thought it possible. I would fain join you. There is devilish good tobacco in Germany, I believe; and after all, there is not so much difference between the life of a thief and of a soldier." "Do profit by so sensible a remark," said Clifford. "Reflect how certain of destruction is the path you now tread. The gallows and the hulks are the only goals." "The prospects are not pleasing, I allow," said Tomlinson; "nor is it desirable to be preserved for another century in the immortality of a glass case in Surgeons' Hall, grinning from ear to ear, as if one had made the merriest finale imaginable. Well, I will sleep on it, and you shall have my answer to morrow. But poor Ned? Would he not join us? Certainly not. His neck is made for a rope, and his mind for the Old Bailey. There is no hope for him. Yet he is an excellent fellow. We must not even tell him of our meditated desertion." "By no means. I shall leave a letter to our London chief. It will explain all. And now to bed. I look to your companionship as settled." "Humph!" said Augustus Tomlinson. So ended the conference of the robbers. About an hour after it had ceased, and when no sound save the heavy breath of Long Ned broke the stillness of the night, the intelligent countenance of Peter Megrawler slowly elevated itself from the lonely pillow on which it had reclined. By degrees the back of the sage stiffened into perpendicularity, and he sat for a few moments erect on his seat of honor, apparently in listening deliberation. Satisfied with the deep silence that, save the solitary interruption we have specified, reigned around, the learned disciple of Vattel rose gently from the bed, hurried on his clothes, stole on tiptoe to the door, unbarred it with a noiseless hand, and vanished. Sweet reader, while thou art wondering at his absence, suppose we account for his appearance. One evening Clifford and his companion Augustus had been enjoying the rational amusement of Ranelagh, and were just leaving that celebrated place when they were arrested by a crowd at the entrance. That crowd was assembled round a pickpocket, and that pickpocket, O virtue, O wisdom, O Athenaeum, was Peter Megrawler. We have before said that Clifford was possessed of a good mien and an imposing manner, and these advantages were at that time especially effectual in preserving our Orbilius from the pump. No sooner did Clifford recognize the magisterial face of the sapient Scot, than he boldly thrust himself into the middle of the crowd, and collaring the enterprising citizen who had collared Megrawler, declared himself ready to vouch for the honesty of the very respectable person whose identity had evidently been so grossly mistaken. Augustus, probably foreseeing some ingenious ruse of his companion, instantly seconded the defense. The mob, who never descry any difference between impudence and truth, gave way. A constable came up, took part with the friend of two gentlemen so unexceptionally dressed. Our friends walked off. The crowd repented of their precipitation, and by way of amends ducked the gentleman whose pockets had been picked. It was in vain for him to defend himself, for he had an impediment in his speech, and Messieurs the mob, having ducked him once for his guilt, ducked him a second time for his embarrassment. In the interim, Clifford had withdrawn his quondam mentor to the asylum of a coffee house, and while Megrawler's soul expanded itself by wine, he narrated the causes of his dilemma. It seems that that incomparable journal, the Athenaeum, despite a series of most popular articles upon the writings of Aulus Prudentius, to which were added an exquisite string of dialogues, written in a tone of broad humor, namely broad Scotch, with Scotchmen it is all the same thing. Despite these invaluable miscellanies, to say nothing of some glorious political articles, in which it was clearly proved, to the satisfaction of the rich, that the less poor devils eat, the better for their constitutions. Despite, we say, these great acquisitions to British literature, the Athenaeum tottered, fell, buried its bookseller, and crushed its author. Megrawler only escaping, like Theodore, from the enormous helmet of Otranto, Megrawler only survived. Love, says Sir Philip Sidney, makes a man see better than a pair of spectacles. Love of life has a very different effect on the optics. It makes a man woefully dim of inspection, and sometimes causes him to see his own property in another man's purse. This deceptio visus did it impose upon Peter Megrawler. He went to Ranelagh. Reader, thou knowest the rest. Wine and the ingenuity of the robbers having extorted this narrative from Megrawler, the barriers of superfluous delicacy were easily done away with. Our heroes offered to the sage an introduction to their club. The offer was accepted, and Megrawler, having been first made drunk, was next made a robber. The gang engaged him in various little matters, in which we grieve to relate, that though his intentions were excellent, his success was so ill as thoroughly to enrage his employers. Nay, they were about at one time, when they wanted to propitiate justice, to hand him over to the secular power, when Clifford interposed in his behalf. From a robber the sage dwindled into a drudge. Menial offices, the robbers, the lying rascals, declared that such offices were best fitted to the genius of his country, succeeded to noble exploits, and the worst of robbers became the best of cooks. How vain is all wisdom but that of long experience! Though Clifford was a sensible and keen man, though he knew our sage to be a knave, he never dreamed he could be a traitor. He thought him too indolent to be malicious, and short-sighted humanity too silly to be dangerous. He trusted the sage with the secret of the cavern, and Augustus, who was a bit of an epicure, submitted, though forebodingly, to the choice because of the Scotchman's skill in broiling. But McGrawler, like Brutus, concealed a scheming heart under a stolid guise. The apprehension of the noted Lovat had become a matter of serious desire. The police was no longer to be bribed, nay, they were now eager to bribe. McGrawler had watched his time, sold his chief, and was now on the road to Reading to meet and to guide to the cavern Mr. Nabham of Bow Street and 4 of his attendants. Having thus, as rapidly as we were able, traced the causes which brought so startlingly before your notice the most incomparable of critics, we now, reader, return to our robbers. "Hist, Lovat," said Tomlinson, half asleep. "Methought I heard something in the outer cave." "It is the Scot, I suppose," answered Clifford. "You saw, of course, to the door?" "To be sure," muttered Tomlinson, and in 2 minutes more he was asleep. Not so Clifford. Many and anxious thoughts kept him waking. At one while, when he anticipated the opening to a new career, somewhat of the stirring and high spirit which still moved amidst the guilty and confused habits of his mind, made his pulse feverish and his limbs restless. At another time, an agonizing remembrance, the remembrance of Lucy in all her charms, her beauty, her love, her tender and innocent heart, Lucy all perfect and lost to him forever, banished every other reflection, and only left him the sick sensation of despondency and despair. "What avails my struggle for a better name?" he thought. "Whatever my future lot, she can never share it. My punishment is fixed. It is worse than a death of shame. It is a life without hope. Every moment I feel, and shall feel to the last, the pressure of a chain that may never be broken or loosened. And yet, fool that I am, I cannot leave this country without seeing her again, without telling her that I have really looked my last. But have I not twice told her that? Strange fatality! But twice have I spoken to her of love, and each time it was to tear myself from her at the moment of my confession. And even now, something that I have no power to resist compels me to the same idle and weak indulgence. Does destiny urge me? Ay, perhaps to my destruction. Every hour 1,000 deaths encompass me. I have now obtained all for which I seem to linger. I have won by a new crime enough to bear me to another land, and to provide me there a soldier's destiny. I should not lose an hour in flight, yet I rush into the nest of my enemies, only for one unavailing word with her, and this too after I have already bade her farewell. Is this fate? If it be so, what matters it? I no longer care for a life which, after all, I should reform in vain, if I could not reform it for her. Yet, selfish and lost that I am, will it be nothing to think hereafter that I have redeemed her from the disgrace of having loved an outcast and a felon? If I can obtain honor, will it not, in my own heart at least, will it not reflect, however dimly and distantly, upon her? Such bewildered, unsatisfactory, yet still steeped in the colors of that true love which raises even the lowest, were the midnight meditations of Clifford. They terminated, towards the morning, in an uneasy and fitful slumber. From this he was awakened by a loud yawn from the throat of Long Ned, who was always the earliest riser of his set. "Hullo," said he, "it is almost daybreak, and if we want to cash our notes, and to move the old lord's jewels, we should already be on the start." "A plague on you," said Tomlinson, from under cover of his woolen nightcap. "It was but this instant that I was dreaming you were going to be hanged, and now you wake me in the pleasantest part of the dream." "You be shot," said Ned, turning one leg out of bed. "And by the bye, you took more than your share last night, for you owed me 3 guineas for our last game at cribbage. You please to pay me before we part to day. Short accounts make long friends." "However true that maxim may be," returned Tomlinson, "I know one much truer, namely, long friends will make short accounts. You must ask Jack Ketch this day month if I'm wrong." "That's what you call wit, I suppose," retorted Ned, as he, now struggling into his inexpressibles, felt his way into the outer cave. "What, ho, Mac!" cried he, as he went. "Stir those bobbins of thine, which thou art pleased to call legs. Strike a light, and be durned to ye!" "A light for you!" said Tomlinson, profanely, as he reluctantly left his couch. "Will indeed be a light to lighten the Gentiles." "Why, Mac, Mac!" shouted Ned, "why don't you answer? Faith, I think the Scot's dead." "Seize your men! Yield, sirs!" cried a stern, sudden voice from the gloom, and at that instant two dark lanterns were turned, and their light streamed full upon the astounded forms of Tomlinson and his gaunt comrade. In the dark shade of the background 4 or 5 forms were also indistinctly visible, and the ray of the lanterns glimmered on the blades of cutlasses and the barrels of weapons still less easily resisted. Tomlinson was the first to recover his self possession. The light just gleamed upon the first step of the stairs leading to the stables, leaving the rest in shadow. He made one stride to the place beside the cart, where, we have said, lay some of the robbers' weapons. He had been anticipated. The weapons were gone. The next moment Tomlinson had sprung up the steps. "Love it, love it, love it!" shouted he. The captain, who had followed his comrades into the cavern, was already in the grasp of 2 men. From few ordinary mortals, however, could any 2 be selected as fearful odds against such a man as Clifford, a man in whom a much larger share of sinews and muscle than is usually the lot, even of the strong, had been hardened by perpetual exercise into a consistency and iron firmness which linked power and activity into a union scarcely less remarkable than that immortalized in the glorious beauty of the sculptured gladiator. His right hand is upon the throat of one assailant; his left locks, as in a vice, the wrist of the other. You have scarcely time to breathe. The former is on the ground; the pistol of the latter is wrenched from his grip. Clifford is on the step. A ball, another, whizzes by him. He is by the side of the faithful Augustus. "Open the secret door," whispered Clifford to his friend. "I will draw up the steps alone." Scarcely had he spoken, before the steps were already but slowly ascending beneath the desperate strength of the robber. Meanwhile Ned was struggling, as he best might, with 2 sturdy officers, who appeared loath to use their weapons without an absolute necessity, and who endeavored by main strength to capture and detain their antagonist. "Look well to the door," cried the voice of the principal officer, "and hang out more light." 2 or 3 additional lanterns were speedily brought forward, and over the whole interior of the cavern a dim but sufficient light now rapidly circled, giving to the scene and to the combatants a picturesque and wild appearance. The quick eye of the head officer descried in an instant the rise of the steps, and the advantage the robbers were thereby acquiring. He and 2 of his men threw themselves forward, seized the ladder, if so it may be called, dragged it once more to the ground, and descended. But Clifford, grasping with both hands the broken shaft of a cart that lay in reach, received the foremost invader with a salute that sent him prostrate and senseless back among his companions. The second shared the same fate, and the stout leader of the enemy, who, like a true general, had kept himself in the rear, paused now in the middle of the steps, dismayed alike by the reception of his friends, and the athletic form towering above, with raised weapons and menacing attitude. Perhaps that moment seemed the judicious Mr. Nabbin more favorable to parley than to conflict. He cleared his throat, and thus addressed the foe. "You, sir, Captain Lovett, alias Howard, alias Jackson, alias Cavendish, alias Solomons, alias Devil, for I knows you well, and could swear to you with half an eye in your clothes or without, you lay down your club there, and let me come alongside of you, and you'll find me as gentle as a lamb, for I've been used to gemmen all my life, and I knows how to treat 'em when I has 'em. But if I will not let you come alongside of me, what then? Why, I must send one of these here pops through your skull, that's all." "Nay, Mr. Nabbin, that would be too cruel. You surely would not harm one who has such an esteem for you. Don't you remember the manner in which I brought you off from Justice Burnflat, when you were accused, you know, whether justly or" "You're a liar, Captain," cried Nabbin, furiously, fearful that something not meet for the ears of his companions should transpire. "You knows you are. Come down, or let me mount, otherwise I won't be 'sponsible for the consequences." Clifford cast a look over his shoulder. A gleam of the gray daylight already glimmered through a chink in the secret door, which Tomlinson had now unbarred and was about to open. "Listen to me, Mr. Nabbin," said he, "and perhaps I may grant what you require. What would you do with me, if you had me?" "You speaks like a sensible man now," answered Nabbin, "and that's after my own heart. Why, you sees, Captain, your time has come, and you can't shilly shally any longer. You've had your full swing, your years are up, and you must die like a man. But I gives you my honor as a gemman, that if you surrenders, I'll take you to the justice folks as tenderly as if you were made of cotton." "Give way one moment," said Clifford, "that I may plant the steps firmer for you." Nabbin retreated to the ground, and Clifford, who had good naturedly enough been unwilling unnecessarily to damage so valuable a functionary, lost not the opportunity now afforded him. Down thundered the steps, clattering heavily among the other officers, and falling like an avalanche on the shoulder of one of the arresters of Long Ned. Meanwhile Clifford sprang after Tomlinson through the aperture, and found himself in the presence of four officers, conducted by the shrewd Magrawler. A blow from a bludgeon on the right cheek and temple of Augustus felled that hero, but Clifford bounded over his comrade's body, dodged from the stroke aimed at himself, caught the blow aimed by another assailant in his open hand, wrested the bludgeon from the officer, struck him to the ground with his own weapon, and darting onward through the labyrinth of the wood, commenced his escape with a step too fleet to allow the hope of a successful pursuit. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 29. In short, Isabella, I offer you myself. Heavens! cried Isabella, what do I hear? You, my lord? Castle of Otranto. A novel is like a weather glass, where the man appears out at one time, the woman at another. Variable as the atmosphere, the changes of our story now represent Lucy to the reader. That charming young person, who it may be remarked, is, her father excepted, the only unsophisticated and unsullied character in the pages of a story in some measure designed to show in the depravities of character the depravities of that social state wherein characters are formed, was sitting alone in her apartment at the period in which we return to her. As time, and that innate and insensible fund of healing which nature has placed in the bosoms of the young, in order that her great law, the passing away of the old, may not leave too lasting and keen a wound, had softened her first anguish at her father's death, the remembrance of Clifford again resumed its ancient sway in her heart. The loneliness of her life, the absence of amusement, even the sensitiveness and languor which succeed to grief, conspired to invest the image of her lover in a tenderer and more impressive guise. She recalled his words, his actions, his letters, and employed herself whole hours, whole days and nights, in endeavoring to decipher their mystery. Who that has been loved will not acknowledge the singular and mighty force with which a girl, innocent herself, clings to the belief of innocence in her lover? In breasts young and unacquainted with the world, there is so pure a credulity in the existence of unmixed good, so firm a reluctance to think that where we love there can be that which we would not esteem, or where we admire there can be that which we ought to blame, that one may almost deem it an argument in favor of our natural power to attain a greater eminence in virtue than the habits and arts of the existing world will allow us to reach. Perhaps it is not paradoxical to say that we could scarcely believe perfection in others were not the germ of perfectibility in our own minds. When a man has lived some years among the actual contests of faction, without imbibing the prejudice as well as the experience, how wonderingly he smiles at his worship of former idols! How different a color does history wear to him! How cautious is he now to praise, how slow to admire, how prone to cavil! Human nature has become the human nature of art, and he estimates it not from what it may be, but from what, in the corruptions of a semi-civilization, it is. But in the same manner as the young student clings to the belief that the sage or the minstrel who has enlightened his reason or chained his imagination is in character as in genius elevated above the ordinary herd, free from the passions, the frivolities, the little meannesses, and the darkening vices which ordinary flesh is heir to, does a woman who loves for the first time cling to the imagined excellence of him she loves. When Evelina is so shocked at the idea of an occasional fit of intoxication in her noble, her unrivalled lover, Who does not acknowledge how natural were her feelings? Had Evelina been married 6 years, and the same lover, then her husband been really guilty of what she suspected, who does not feel that it would have been very unnatural to have been shocked in the least at the occurrence? She would not have loved him less, nor admired him less, nor would he have been less the noble and the unrivalled. He would have taken his glass too much, have joked the next morning on the event, and the gentle Evelina would have made him a cup of tea. But that which would have been a matter of pleasantry in the husband would have been matter of damnation in a lover. But to return to Lucy. If it be so hard, so repellent to believe a lover guilty even of a trivial error, we may readily suppose that Lucy never for a moment admitted the supposition that Clifford had been really guilty of gross error or wilful crime. True that expressions in his letter were more than suspicious, but there is always a charm in the candor of self-condemnation. As it is difficult to believe the excellence of those who praise themselves, so it is difficult to fancy those criminal who condemn. What, too, is the process of a woman's reasoning? Alas, she is too credulous a physiognomist. The turn of a throat with her is the unerring token of nobleness of mind. And no one can be guilty of a sin who is blessed with a beautiful forehead. How fondly, how fanatically Lucy loved! She had gathered together a precious and secret hoard, a glove, a pen, a book, a withered rose leaf, treasures rendered inestimable because he had touched them. But more than all had she the series of his letters, from the first formal note written to her father meant for her, in which he answered an invitation and requested Miss Brandon's acceptance of the music she had wished to have, to the last wild and to her inexplicable letter in which he had resigned her forever. On these relics her eyes fed for hours, and as she pored over them, and over thoughts too deep not only for tears but for all utterance or conveyance, you might have almost literally watched the fading of her rich cheek and the pining away of her rounded and elastic form. It was just in such a mood that she was buried when her uncle knocked at her door for admittance. She hurried away her treasures and hastened to admit and greet him. "I have come," said he, smiling, "to beg the pleasure of your company for an old friend who dines with us to day. But stay, Lucy, your hair is ill arranged. Do not let me disturb so important an occupation as your toilette. Dress yourself, my love, and join us." Lucy turned, with a suppressed sigh, to the glass. The uncle lingered for a few moments, surveying her with mingled pride and doubt. He then slowly left the chamber. Lucy soon afterwards descended to the drawing-room, and beheld with a little surprise, for she had not had sufficient curiosity to inquire the name of the guest, the slender form and comely features of Lord Mauleverer. The earl approached with the same grace which had in his earlier youth rendered him almost irresistible, but which now, from the contrast of years with manner, contained a slight mixture of the comic. He paid his compliments, and in paying them declared that he must leave it to his friend Sir William to explain all the danger he had dared, for the sake of satisfying himself that Miss Brandon was no less lovely than when he had last beheld her. "Yes, indeed," said Brandon, with a scarcely perceptible sneer. "Lord Mauleverer has literally endured the moving accidents of flood and field, for he was nearly exterminated by a highwayman, and all but drowned in a ditch." "Commend me to a friend for setting one off to the best advantage," said Mauleverer, gayly. "Instead of attracting your sympathy, you see, Brandon would expose me to your ridicule. Judge for yourself whether I deserve it." And Mauleverer proceeded to give, with all the animation which belonged to his character, the particulars of that adventure with which the reader is so well acquainted. He did not, we may be sure, feel any scruple in representing himself and his prowess in the most favorable colors. The story was scarcely ended when dinner was announced. During that meal Mauleverer exerted himself to be amiable with infinite address, suiting his conversation, more than he had hitherto deigned to do, to the temper of Lucy, and more anxious to soften than to dazzle. He certainly never before appeared to her so attractive. We are bound to add that the point of attraction did not reach beyond the confession that he was a very agreeable old man. Perhaps if there had not been a certain half melancholy vein in his conversation, possibly less uncongenial to his lordship from the remembrance of his lost diamonds, and the impression that Sir William Brandon's cook was considerably worse than his own, he might not have been so successful in pleasing Lucy. As for himself, all the previous impressions she had made on him returned in colors yet more vivid. Even the delicate and subdued cast of beauty which had succeeded to her earlier brilliancy was far more charming to his fastidious and courtly taste than her former glow of spirits and health. He felt himself very much in love during dinner, and after it was over and Lucy had retired, he told Brandon with a passionate air that he adored his niece to distraction. The wily judge affected to receive the intimation with indifference, but knowing that too long an absence is injurious to a grande passion, he did not keep Mauleverer very late over his wine. The earl returned rapturously to the drawing room, and besought Lucy, in a voice in which affectation seemed swooning with delight, to indulge him with a song. More and more enchanted by her assent, he drew the music stool to the harpsichord, placed a chair beside her, and presently appeared lost in transport. Meanwhile Brandon, with his back to the pair, covered his face with his handkerchief, and to all appearance yielded to the voluptuousness of an after dinner repose. Lucy's song book opened accidentally at a song which had been praised by Clifford, and as she sang, her voice took a richer and more tender tone than in Mauleverer's presence it had ever before assumed. The complaint of the violets which lose their scent in May. In the shadow that falls from the silent hill, we slept in our green retreats, and the April showers were wont to fill our hearts with sweets. And though we lay in a lowly bower, yet all things loved us well, and the waking bee left her fairest flower with us to dwell. But the warm May came in his pride to woo the wealth of our honeyed store, and our hearts just felt his breath, and knew their sweets no more. And the summer rains on the quiet spot where we dwell, and its suns and showers bring balm to our sisters' hearts, but not, ah, not to ours. We live, we bloom, but forever o'er is the charm of the earth and sky. To our life, ye heavens, that balm restore, or bid us die. As with eyes suffused with many recollections, and a voice which melted away in an indescribable and thrilling pathos, Lucy ceased her song. Mauleverer, charmed out of himself, gently took her hand, and holding the soft treasure in his own, scarcely less soft, he murmured, "Angel, sing on. Life would be like your own music if I could breathe it away at your feet." There had been a time when Lucy would have laughed outright at this declaration, and even as it was, a suppressed and half arched smile played in the dimples of her beautiful mouth, and bewitchingly contrasted the swimming softness of her eyes. Drawing rather an erroneous omen from the smile, Mauleverer rapturously continued, still detaining the hand which Lucy endeavored to extricate. "Yes, enchanting Miss Brandon, I, who have for so many years boasted of my invulnerable heart, am subdued at last. I have long, very long, struggled against my attachment to you. Alas, it is in vain, and you behold me now utterly at your mercy. Make me the most miserable of men, or the most enviable. Enchantress, speak." "Really, my lord," said Lucy, hesitating, yet rising and freeing herself from his hand, "I feel it difficult to suppose you serious, and perhaps this is merely a gallantry to me, by way of practice on others." "Sweet Lucy, if I may so call you," answered Mauleverer, with an ardent gaze, "do not, I implore you, even for a moment, affect to mistake me. Do not for a moment jest at what to me is the bane or bliss of life. Dare I hope that my hand and heart, which I now offer you, are not deserving of your derision?" Lucy gazed on her adorer with a look of serious inquiry. Brandon still appeared to sleep. "If you are in earnest, my lord," said Lucy, after a pause, "I am truly and deeply sorry. For the friend of my uncle I shall always have esteem. Believe that I am truly sensible of the honor you render me, when I add my regret that I can have no other sentiment than esteem." A blank and puzzled bewilderment for a moment clouded the expressive features of Malevola. It passed away. "How sweet is your rebuke!" said he. "Yes, I do not yet deserve any other sentiment than esteem. You are not to be won precipitately. A long trial, a long course of attentions, a long knowledge of my devoted and ardent love, alone will entitle me to hope for a warmer feeling in your breast. Fix then your own time of courtship, angelic Lucy. A week, nay, a month. Till then I will not even press you to appoint that day, which to me will be the whitest of my life." "My lord," said Lucy, smiling now no longer half archly, "you must pardon me, for believing your proposal can be nothing but a jest. But here, I beseech you, let it rest forever. Do not mention this subject to me again." "By heavens!" cried Malevola, "this is too cruel. Brandon, intercede with me for your niece." Sir William started, naturally enough, from his slumber, and Malevola continued: "Yes, intercede for me. You, my oldest friend, be my greatest benefactor. I sue to your niece. She affects to disbelieve. Will you convince her of my truth, my devotion, my worship?" "Disbelieve you?" said the bland judge, with the same secret sneer that usually lurked in the corners of his mouth. "I do not wonder that she is slow to credit the honor you have done her, and for which the noblest damsels in England have sighed in vain. Lucy, will you be cruel to Lord Malevola? Believe me, he has often confided to me his love for you, and if the experience of some years avails, there is not a question of his honor and his truth. I leave his fate in your hands." Brandon turned to the door. "Stay, dear sir," said Lucy, "and instead of interceding for Lord Malevola, intercede for me." Her look now settled into a calm and decided seriousness of expression. "I feel highly flattered by his lordship's proposal, which, as you say, I might well doubt to be gravely meant. I wish him all happiness with a lady of higher deserts, but I speak from an unalterable determination, when I say that I can never accept the dignity with which he would invest me." So saying, Lucy walked quickly to the door and vanished, leaving the two friends to comment as they would upon her conduct. "You have spoiled all with your precipitation," said the uncle. "Precipitation, darn it! What would you have? I have been 50 years making up my mind to marry, and now, when I have not a day to lose, you talk of precipitation," answered the lover, throwing himself into an easy chair. "But you have not been 50 years making up your mind to marry my niece," said Brandon, dryly. "To be refused, positively refused, by a country girl," continued Malevola, soliloquizing aloud, "and that, too, at my age and with all my experience, a country girl without rank, ton, accomplishments. By heavens, I don't care if all the world heard it, for not a soul in the world will ever believe it." Brandon sat speechless, eyeing the mortified face of the courtier with a malicious complacency, and there was a pause of several minutes. Sir William then, mastering the strange feeling which made him always rejoice in whatever threw ridicule on his friend, approached, laid his hand kindly on Malevola's shoulder, and talked to him of comfort and of encouragement. The reader will believe that Malevola was not a man whom it was impossible to encourage. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 30. Before he came, everything loved me, and I had more things to love than I could reckon by the hairs of my head. Now I feel I can love but one, and that one has deserted me. Well, be it so. Let her perish. Let her be anything but mine. Melmoth. Early the next morning, Sir William Brandon was closeted for a long time with his niece, previous to his departure to the duties of his office. Anxious and alarmed for the success of one of the darling projects of his ambition, he spared no art in his conversation with Lucy that his great ingenuity of eloquence and wonderful insight into human nature could suggest, in order to gain at least a foundation for the raising of his scheme. Among other resources of his worldly tact, he hinted at Lucy's love for Clifford, and though darkly and subtly, as befitting the purity of the one he addressed, This abandoned and wily person did not scruple to hint also at the possibility of indulging that love after marriage, though he denounced as the last of indecorums the crime of encouraging it before. This hint, however, fell harmless upon the innocent ear of Lucy. She did not in the remotest degree comprehend its meaning. She only, with a glowing cheek and a pouting lip, resented the allusion to a love which she thought it insolent in any one even to suspect. When Brandon left the apartment, his brow was clouded and his eye absent and thoughtful. It was evident that there had been little in the conference with his niece to please or content him. Miss Brandon herself was greatly agitated, for there was in her uncle's nature that silent and impressive secret of influencing or commanding others which almost so invariably and yet so quietly attains the wishes of its owner. And Lucy, who loved and admired him sincerely, not the less, perhaps, for a certain modicum of fear, was greatly grieved at perceiving how rooted in him was the desire of that marriage which she felt was a moral impossibility. But if Brandon possessed the secret of sway, Lucy was scarcely less singularly endowed with the secret of resistance. It may be remembered in describing her character that we spoke of her as one who seemed, to the superficial, as of too yielding and soft a temper, but circumstances gave the lie to manner, and proved that she eminently possessed a quiet firmness and latent resolution, which gave to her mind a nobleness and trustworthy power that never would have been suspected by those who met her among the ordinary paths of life. Brandon had not been long gone when Lucy's maid came to inform her that a gentleman, who expressed himself very desirous of seeing her, waited below. The blood rushed from Lucy's cheek at this announcement, simple as it seemed. What gentleman could be desirous of seeing her? Was it Clifford? She remained for some moments motionless, and literally unable to move. At length she summoned courage, and smiling with self-contempt at a notion which appeared to her, after thoughts, utterly absurd, she descended to the drawing-room. The first glance she directed towards the stranger, who stood by the fireplace with folded arms, was sufficient. It was impossible to mistake, though the face was averted, the unequaled form of her lover. She advanced eagerly with a faint cry, checked herself, and sank upon the sofa. Clifford turned towards her, and fixed his eyes upon her countenance with an intense and melancholy gaze, but he did not utter a syllable. And Lucy, after pausing in expectation of his voice, looked up, and caught, in alarm, the strange and peculiar aspect of his features. He approached her slowly and still silent, but his gaze seemed to grow more earnest and mournful as he advanced. "Yes," said he at last, in a broken and indistinct voice, "I see you once more after all my promises to quit you forever, my solemn farewell after all that I have cost you. For, Lucy, you love me, and I shudder while I feel it. After all I myself have borne and resisted, I once more come wilfully into your presence. How have I burned and sickened for this moment! How have I said, 'Let me behold her once more, only once more, and fate may then do her worst.' Lucy, dear, dear Lucy, forgive me for my weakness. It is now in bitter and stern reality the very last I can be guilty of." As he spoke, Clifford sank beside her. He took both her hands in his, and holding them, though without pressure, again looked passionately upon her innocent yet eloquent face. It seemed as if he were moved beyond all the ordinary feelings of reunion and of love. He did not attempt to kiss the hands he held, and though the touch thrilled through every vein and fibre of his frame, his clasp was as light as that in which the first timidity of a boy's love ventures to stamp itself. "You are pale, Lucy," said he, mournfully, "and your cheek is much thinner than it was when I first saw you. When I first saw you! Ah! would for your sake that that had never been. Your spirits were light then, Lucy. Your laugh came from the heart. Your steps spurned the earth. Joy broke from your eyes. Everything that breathed around you seemed full of happiness and mirth. And now look upon me, Lucy. Lift those soft eyes, and teach them to flash upon me indignation and contempt. Oh, not thus, not thus. I could leave you happy, yes, literally blessed, if I could fancy you less forgiving, less gentle, less angelic." "What have I to forgive?" said Lucy, tenderly. "What? Everything for which one human being can pardon another. Have not deceit and injury been my crimes against you? Your peace of mind, your serenity of heart, your buoyancy of temper, have I marred these or not?" "Oh, Clifford," said Lucy, rising from herself and from all selfish thoughts, "why will you not trust me? You do not know me, indeed you do not. You are ignorant even of the very nature of a woman if you think me unworthy of your confidence. Do you believe I could betray it, or do you think that if you had done that for which all the world forsook you, I could forsake?" Lucy's voice faltered at the last words, but it sank as a stone sinks into deep waters to the very core of Clifford's heart. Transported from all resolution and all forbearance, he wound his arms around her in one long and impassioned caress, and Lucy, as her breath mingled with his, and her cheek drooped upon his bosom, did indeed feel as if the past could contain no secret powerful enough even to weaken the affection with which her heart clung to his. She was the first to extricate herself from their embrace. She drew back her face from his, and smiling on him through her tears with a brightness that the smiles of her earliest youth had never surpassed, she said, "Listen to me. Tell me your history or not, as you will, but believe me, a woman's wit is often no despicable counselor. They who accuse themselves the most bitterly are not often those whom it is most difficult to forgive. And you must pardon me if I doubt the extent of the blame you would so lavishly impute to yourself. I am now alone in the world." Here the smile withered from Lucy's lips. "My poor father is dead. I can injure no one by my conduct. There is no one on earth to whom I am bound by duty. I am independent. I am rich. You profess to love me. I am foolish and vain, and I believe you. Perhaps, also, I have the fond hope which so often makes dupes of women, the hope that if you have erred, I may reclaim you. If you have been unfortunate, I may console you. I know, Mr. Clifford, that I am saying that for which many would despise me, and for which perhaps I ought to despise myself, but there are times when we speak only as if some power at our hearts constrained us, despite ourselves, and it is thus that I have now spoken to you." It was with an air very unwonted to herself that Lucy had concluded her address, for her usual characteristic was rather softness than dignity, but as if to correct the meaning of her words, which might otherwise appear unmaidenly, there was a chaste, a proud, yet not the less a tender and sweet propriety and dignified frankness in her look and manner, so that it would have been utterly impossible for one who heard her not to have done justice to the nobleness of her motives, or not to have felt both touched and penetrated, as much by respect as by any warmer or more familiar feeling. Clifford, who had risen while she was speaking, listened with a countenance that varied at every word she uttered, now all hope, now all despondency. As she ceased, the expression hardened into a settled and compulsive resolution. "It is well," said he, mutteringly. "I am worthy of this, very, very worthy. Generous, noble girl, had I been an emperor, I would have bowed down to you in worship. But to debase, to degrade you no, no." "Is there debasement in love?" murmured Lucy. Clifford gazed upon her with a sort of enthusiastic and self‐gratulatory pride. Perhaps he felt to be thus loved, and by such a creature, was matter of pride, even in the lowest circumstances to which he could ever be exposed. He drew his breath hard, set his teeth, and answered, "You could love, then, an outcast, without birth, fortune, or character? No. You believe this now, but you could not. Could you desert your country, your friends, and your home, all that you are born and fitted for? Could you attend one over whom the sword hangs, through a life subjected every hour to discovery and disgrace? Could you be subjected yourself to the moodiness of an evil memory and the gloomy silence of remorse? Could you be the victim of one who has no merit but his love for you, and who, if that love destroy you, becomes utterly redeemed? Yes, Lucy, I was wrong. I will do you justice. All this, nay more, you could bear, and your generous nature would disdain the sacrifice. But am I to be all selfish, and you all devoted? Are you to yield everything to me, and I to accept everything and yield none? Alas, I have but one good, one blessing to yield, and that is yourself. Lucy, I deserve you. I outdo you in generosity. All that you would desert for me is nothing, O God, nothing to the sacrifice I make to you. And now, Lucy, I have seen you, and I must once more bid you farewell. I am on the eve of quitting this country forever. I shall enlist in a foreign service. Perhaps," and Clifford's dark eyes flashed with fire, "you will yet hear of me, and not blush when you hear. But," and his voice faltered, for Lucy, hiding her face with both hands, gave way to her tears and agitation, "but in one respect you have conquered. I had believed that you could never be mine, that my past life had forever deprived me of that hope. I now begin, with a rapture that can bear me through all ordeals, to form a more daring vision. A soil may be effaced, an evil name may be redeemed. The past is not set and sealed without the power of revoking what has been written. If I can win the right of meriting your mercy, I will throw myself on it without reserve. Till then, or till death, you will see me no more." He dropped on his knees, left his kiss and his tears upon Lucy's cold hand. The next moment she heard his step on the stairs, the door closed heavily and jarringly upon him, and Lucy felt one bitter pang, and for some time at least she felt no more. CHAPTER XXXI. Of Paul Clifford, by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter XXXI. Many things fall between the cup and the lip. Your man does please me with his conceit. Comes Chanon Hugh, accoutred as you see, disguised, and thus am I to gull the constable? Now have among you for a man at arms. High constable was more, though he laid dictator by the heels. Ben Jonson, Tale of a Tub. Meanwhile Clifford strode rapidly through the streets which surrounded the judge's house, and turning to an obscure quartier of the town, entered a gloomy lane or alley. Here he was abruptly accosted by a man wrapped in a shaggy greatcoat of somewhat a suspicious appearance. "Aha, Captain," said he, "you are beyond your time, but all's well." Attempting with indifferent success the easy self-possession which generally marked his address to his companions, Clifford, repeating the stranger's words, replied, "All's well. What, are the prisoners released?" "No, faith," answered the man, with a rough laugh, "not yet, but all in good time." "It is a little too much to expect the justices to do our work, though, by the Lord Harry, we often do theirs." "What then?" asked Clifford, impatiently. "Why, the poor fellows have been carried to the town of , and brought before the queer Cuffin magistrate ere I arrived, though I set off the moment you told me, and did the journey in 4 hours. The examination lasted all yesterday, and they were remanded till to day. Let's see, it is not yet noon. We may be there before it's over." "And this is what you call well?" said Clifford, angrily. "No, Captain, don't be glim-flashy. You have not heard all yet. It seems that the only thing buffed hard against them was by a stout grazier, who was cried stand to, some 50 miles off the town. So the queer Coffin thinks of sending the poor fellows to the jail of the county where they did the business. Ah, that may leave some hopes for them. We must look sharp to their journey. If they once get to prison, their only chances are the file and the bride. Unhappily, neither of them is so lucky as myself at that trade. No, indeed, there is not a stone wall in England that the great Captain Lovett could not creep through, I'll swear," said the admiring satellite. "Saddle the horses and load the pistols. I will join you in 10 minutes. Have my farmer's dress ready, the false hair, etc. Choose your own trim. Make haste, the Three Feathers is the house of meeting." "And in 10 minutes only, Captain?" "Punctually." The stranger turned a corner and was out of sight, Clifford muttering, "Yes, I was the cause of their apprehension. It was I who was sought. It is but fair that I should strike a blow for their escape before I attempt my own." continued his course till he came to the door of a public house. The sign of a seaman swung aloft, portraying the jolly tar with a fine pewter pot in his hand, considerably huger than his own circumference. An immense pug sat at the door, lolling its tongue out, as if, having stuffed itself to the tongue, it was forced to turn that useful member out of its proper place. The shutters were half closed, but the sounds of coarse merriment issued jovially forth. Clifford disconcerted the pug, and, crossing the threshold, cried in a loud tone, "Jансine?" "Here," answered a gruff voice, and Clifford, passing on, came to a small parlor adjoining the tap. There, seated by a round oak table, he found mine host, a red, fierce, weather beaten, but bloated looking personage, like Dick Hatteraick in a dropsy. "How now, Captain?" cried he, in a guttural accent, and interlarding his discourse with certain Dutch graces, which, with our reader's leave, we will omit, as being unable to spell them. "How now? Not gone yet?" "No, I start for the coast to morrow. Business keeps me to day. I came to ask if Millen may be fully depended on." "Ay, honest to the backbone." "And you are sure that in spite of my late delays he will not have left the village?" "Sure? What else can I be? Don't I know Jack Millen? These 20 years he would lie like a dog in a calm for 10 months together without moving a hair's breadth, if he was under orders. And his vessel is swift and well manned in case of an officer's chase." "The Black Molly swift? Ask your grandmother. The Black Molly would outstrip a shark." "Then good bye, Jансine. There is something to keep your pipe alight. We shall not meet within the three seas again, I think. England is as much too hot for me as Holland for you." "You are a capital fellow," cried mine host, shaking Clifford by the hand. "And when the lads come to know their loss, they will know they have lost the bravest and truest gill that ever took to the Toby. So good bye, and be darned to you." With this valedictory benediction, mine host released Clifford, and the robber hastened to his appointment at the Three Feathers. He found all prepared. He hastily put on his disguise, and his follower led out his horse. A noble animal of the grand Irish breed, of remarkable strength and bone, and save only that it was somewhat sharp in the quarters, a fault which they who look for speed as well as grace will easily forgive, of most unequal beauty in its symmetry and proportions. Well did the courser know, and proudly did it render obeisance to its master. Snorting impatiently and rearing from the hand of the attendant robber, the sagacious animal freed itself of the rein, and as it tossed its long mane in the breeze of the fresh air, came trotting to the place where Clifford stood. "So ho, Robin, so ho, what! thou chafest that I have left thy fellow behind at the Red Cave? Him we may never see more, but while I have life I will not leave thee, Robin." With these words the robber fondly stroked the shining neck of his favorite steed, and as the animal returned the caress by rubbing its head against the hands and the athletic breast of its master, Clifford felt at his heart somewhat of that old racy stir of the blood which had been once to him the chief charm of his criminal profession, and which in the late change of his feelings he had almost forgotten. "Well, Robin, well," he renewed, as he kissed the face of his steed. "Well, we will have some days like our old ones yet. Thou shalt say ha, ha, to the trumpet, and bear thy master along on more glorious enterprises than he has yet thanked thee for sharing. Thou wilt now be my only familiar, my only friend, Robin. We two shall be strangers in a foreign land, but thou wilt make thyself welcome easier than thy lord, Robin. And thou wilt forget the old days, and thine old comrades, and thine own loves, when ha!" and Clifford turned abruptly to his attendant, who addressed him. "It is late, you say? True, look you, it will be unwise for us both to quit London together. You know the 6th milestone. Join me there, and we can proceed in company." Not unwilling to linger for a parting cup, the comrade assented to the prudence of the plan proposed, and after one or two additional words of caution and advice, Clifford mounted and rode from the yard of the inn. As he passed through the tall wooden gates into the street, the imperfect gleam of the wintry sun falling over himself and his steed, it was scarcely possible, even in spite of his disguise and rude garb, to conceive a more gallant and striking specimen of the lawless and daring tribe to which he belonged. The height, strength, beauty, and exquisite grooming visible in the steed, the sparkling eye, the bold profile, the sinewy chest, the graceful limbs, and the careless and practised horsemanship of the rider. Looking after his chief with a long and an admiring gaze, the robber said to the hostler of the inn, an aged and withered man, who had seen 9 generations of highwaymen rise and vanish, "There, Joe, when did you ever look on a hero like that? the bravest heart, the frankest hand, the best judge of a horse, and the handsomest man that ever did honor to Hounslow." "For all that," returned the hostler, shaking his palsied head, and turning back to the tap room, "for all that, master, his time be up. Mark my wids, Captain Lovat will not be over the year, no, nor mayhap the month." "Why, you old rascal, what makes you so wise? You will not peach, I suppose?" "I peach, devil a bit; but there never was the gemman of the road, great or small, knowing or stupid, as outlived his 7th year. And this will be the Captain's 7th, come the 21st of next month. But he be a fine chap, and I'll go to his hanging." "Pish!" said the robber, peevishly. He himself was verging towards the end of his 6th year. "Pish! Mind, I tells it you, master, and somehow or other I thinks, and I has experience in these things, by the fey of his eye and the drop of his lip, that the Captain's time will be up to day." Here the robber lost all patience, and pushing the hoary bodor of evil against the wall, he turned on his heel, and sought some more agreeable companion to share his stirrup cup. It was in the morning of the day following, that in which the above conversations occurred, that the sagacious Augustus Tomlinson and the valorous Edward Pepper, handcuffed and fettered, were jogging along the road in a post chaise, with Mr. Nabbum squeezed in by the side of the former, and 2 other gentlemen in Mr. Nabbum's confidence mounted on the box of the chaise, and interfering sadly, as Long Ned growlingly remarked, with the beauty of the prospect. "Ah, well," quoth Nabbon, unavoidably thrusting his elbow into Tomlinson's side, while he drew out his snuff box, and helped himself largely to the intoxicating dust, "you had best prepare yourself, Mr. Pepper, for a change of prospects. I believes as how there is little to please you in Guad prison." "Nothing makes men so facetious as misfortune to others," said Augustus, moralizing, and turning himself as well as he was able in order to deliver his body from the pointed elbow of Mr. Nabbum. "When a man is down in the world, all the bystanders, very dull fellows before, suddenly become wits." "You reflects on I," said Mr. Nabbum. "Well, it does not sinnify a pin, for directly we does our duty, you chaps become howdaciously ungrateful." "Ungrateful!" said Pepper. "What a plague have we got to be grateful for? I suppose you think we ought to tell you, you are the best friend we have, because you've scrooged us neck and crop into this horrible hole, like turkeys fatted for Christmas. 'Sdeath, one's hair is flatted down like a pancake; and as for one's legs, you had better cut them off at once than tuck them up in a place a foot square, to say nothing of these blackguardy irons." "The only irons pardonable in your eyes, Ned," said Tomlinson, "are the curling irons, eh?" "Now, if this is not too much," cried Nabbum, crossly, "you objects to go in a cart, like the rest of your profession, and when I puts myself out of the way to obleege you with a shay, you slangs I for it." "Peace, good Nabbum," said Augustus, with a sage's dignity. "You must allow a little bad humor in men so unhappily situated as we are. The soft answer turneth away wrath." Tomlinson's answer softened Nabbon, and by way of conciliation he held his snuff box to the nose of his unfortunate prisoner. Shutting his eyes, Tomlinson long and earnestly sniffed up the luxury, and as soon as, with his own kerchief of spotted yellow, the officer had wiped from the proboscis some lingering grains, Tomlinson thus spoke: "You see us now, Mr. Nabbum, in a state of broken down opposition; but our spirits are not broken too. In our time we have had something to do with the administration, and our comfort at present is the comfort of fallen ministers." "Oh ho! You were in the Methodist line before you took to the road?" said Nabbum. "Not so," answered Augustus, gravely. "We were the Methodists of politics, not of the church. Namely, we lived upon our flock without a legal authority to do so, and that which the law withheld from us our wits gave. But tell me, Mr. Nabbum, are you addicted to politics?" "Why, they says I be," said Mr. Nabbum, with a grin. "And for my part, I thinks all who sarves the king should stand up for him, and take care of their little families." "You speak what others think," answered Tomlinson, smiling also. "And I will now, since you like politics, point out to you what I dare say you have not observed before." "What be that?" said Nabbum. "A wonderful likeness between the life of the gentleman adorning his Majesty's Senate, and the life of the gentleman whom you are conducting to his Majesty's jail." The libellous parallel of Augustus Tomlinson. "We enter our career, Mr. Nabbum, as your embryo ministers enter Parliament, by bribery and corruption. There is this difference, indeed, between the two cases: we are enticed to enter by the bribery and corruptions of others. They enter spontaneously by dint of their own. At first, deluded by romantic visions, we like the glory of our career better than the profit, and in our youthful generosity we profess to attack the rich solely from consideration for the poor. By and by, as we grow more hardened, we laugh at these boyish dreams. Peasant or prince fares equally at our impartial hands. We grasp at the bucket, but we scorn not the thimbleful. We use the word glory only as a trap for proselytes and apprentices. Our fingers, like an office door, are open for all that can possibly come into them. We consider the wealthy as our salary, the poor as our perquisites. What is this but a picture of your member of Parliament ripening into a minister, your patriot mellowing into your placeman? And mark me, Mr. Nebbin, is not the very language of both as similar as the deeds? What is the phrase either of us loves to employ? To deliver what? The public. And do not both invariably deliver it of the same thing, namely, its purse? Do we want an excuse for sharing the gold of our neighbors, or abusing them if they resist? Is not our mutual, our pithiest plea, distress? True, your patriot calls it distress of the country, but does he ever, a whit more than we do, mean any distress but his own? When we are brought low and our coats are shabby, do we not both shake our heads and talk of reform? And when, oh, when we are up in the world, do we not both kick reform to the devil? How often your Parliament man vacates his seat, only for the purpose of resuming it with a weightier purse? How often, dear Ned, have our seats been vacated for the same end? Sometimes, indeed, he really finishes his career by accepting the hundreds. It is by accepting the hundreds that ours may be finished too. Ned drew a long sigh. Notice now, Mr. Nabbin, in the zenith of our prosperity, we have filled our pockets, we have become great in the mouths of our party, our pals admire us, and our blow-ins adore. What do we in this short-lived summer? Save and be thrifty? Ah, no, we must give our dinners, and make light of our lush. We sport horses on the race course, and look big at the multitude we have bubbled. Is not this your minister come into office? Does not this remind you of his equipage, his palace, his plate? In both cases, lightly won, lavishly wasted, and the public, whose cash we have fingered, may at least have the pleasure of gaping at the figure we make with it. This then is our harvest of happiness. Our foes, our friends, are ready to eat us with envy. Yet what is so little enviable as our station? Have we not both our common vexations and our mutual disquietudes? Do we not both bribe Nabbin shook his head and buttoned his waistcoat our enemies, cajole our partisans, bully our dependents, and quarrel with our only friends, namely ourselves? Is not the secret question with each? It is all confoundedly fine, but how long will it last? Now, Mr. Nabbin, note me, reverse the portrait. We are fallen, our career is over, the road is shut to us, and new plunderers are robbing the carriages that once we robbed. Is not this the lot of no, no, I deceive myself. Your ministers, your jobmen, for the most part, milk the popular cow while there's a drop in the udder. Your chancellor declines on a pension, your minister attenuates on a grant. The feet of your great rogues may be gone from the treasury benches, but they have their little fingers in the treasury. Their past services are remembered by his majesty, ours only noted by the recorder. They save themselves, for they hang by one another. We go to the devil, for we hang by ourselves. We have our little day of the public, and all is over, but it is never over with them. We both hunt the same fox, but we are your fair riders, they are your knowing ones. We take the leap, and our necks are broken. They sneak through the gates, and keep it up to the last. As he concluded, Tomlinson's head dropped on his bosom, and it was easy to see that painful comparisons, mingled perhaps with secret murmurs at the injustice of fortune, were rankling in his breast. Long Ned sat in gloomy silence, and even the hard heart of the severe Mr. Nabbin was softened by the affecting parallel to which he had listened. They had proceeded without speaking for 2 or 3 miles, when Long Ned, fixing his eyes on Tomlinson, exclaimed, "Do you know, Tomlinson, I think it was a burning shame and love it to suffer us to be carried off like muttons, without attempting to rescue us by the way. It is all his fault that we are here, for it was he whom Nabbin wanted, not us." "Very true," said the cunning policeman, "and if I were you, Mr. Pepper, hang me if I would not behave like a man of spirit, and show as little concern for him as he shows for you. Why, Lord, no, I doesn't want to 'tice you, but this I does know, the justices are very anxious to catch Lovett, and one who gives him up, and says a word or two about his character, so as to make conviction sartin, may himself be sartin of a free pardon for all little sprees and so forth." "Ah! said Long Ned, with a sigh. "That is all very well, Mr. Nabbin, but I'll go to the craft like a gentleman, and not peach of my comrades. And now I think of it, Lovat could scarcely have assisted us. One man alone, even Lovat, clever as he is, could not have forced us out of the clutches of you and your myrmidons, Mr. Nabbin. And when we were once at that place, they took excellent care of us. But tell me now, my dear Nabbin," and Long Ned's voice wheedled itself into something like softness, "tell me, do you think the grazier will buff it home?" "No doubt of that," said the unmoved Nabbin. Long Ned's face fell. "And what if he does?" said he. "They can but transport us." "Don't deceive yourself, Master Pepper," said Nabbin. "You're too old a hand for the herring pond. They're resolved to make gallows apples of all such nonpareils as you." Ned cast a sullen look at the officer. "A pretty comforter you are," said he. "I've been in a post chaise with a pleasanter fellow, I'll swear. You may call me an apple if you will, but I take it I'm not an apple you'd like to see peeled." With this pugilistic and menacing pun, the lengthy hero relapsed into meditative silence. Our travellers were now entering a road skirted on one side by a common of some extent, and on the other by a thick hedgerow, which through its breaks gave occasional glimpses of woodland and fallow, interspersed with cross roads and tiny brooklets. "There goes a jolly fellow," said Nabbin, pointing to an athletic looking man, riding before the carriage, dressed in a farmer's garb, and mounted on a large and powerful horse of the Irish breed. "I dare say he is well acquainted with your grazier, Mr. Tomlinson. He looks mortal like one of the same kidney, and here comes another chap," as the stranger was joined by a short, stout, ruddy man, in a carter's frock, riding on a horse less showy than his comrades, but of the lengthy, reedy, lank, yet muscular race, which a knowing jockey would like to bet on. "Now that's what I calls a comely lad," continued Nabbin, pointing to the latter horseman. "None of your thin faced, dark, strapping fellows, like that Captain Lovat, as the Blowens raves about, but a nice, tight little body, with a face like a carrot. That's a beauty for my money. Honesty stamped on his face, Mr. Tomlinson, I dare says," and the officer grinned, for he had been a lad of the cross in his own day. "I dare says, poor innocent booby, he knows none of the ways of Lunnon town, and if he has not as merry a life as some folks, mayhap he may have a longer. But a merry one forever for such lads as us. Mr. Pepper, I say, has you heard as how Bill Fang went to Scratchland, Scotland, and was stretched for smashing queer screens, that is hung for uttering forged notes. He died nation game, for when his father, who was a grey headed parson, came to see him after the sentence, he says to the governor, says he, 'Give us a tip, old un, to pay the expenses, and die dacently.' The parson forks him out 10 shiners, preaching all the while like Winky. Bob drops one of the guineas between his fingers, and says, 'Hola, dad, you have only tipped us 9 of the yellow boys. Just now you said as how it was 10.' On this the parish bull, who was as poor as if he had been a mouse of the church instead of a curate, lugs out another, and Bob, turning round to the jailer, cries, 'Flung the governor out of a guinea, by God, fact.' Now that's what I calls keeping it up to the last." Mr. Nabbin had scarcely finished this anecdote, when the farmer like stranger, who had kept up by the side of the chaise, suddenly rode to the window, and touching his hat, said in a Norfolk accent, "Were the gentlemen we met on the road belonging to your party? They were asking after a chaise and pair." "No," said Nabbin, "there be no gentleman as belongs to our party." So saying, he tipped a knowing wink at the farmer, and glanced over his shoulder at the prisoners. "What, you are going all alone?" said the farmer. "Ay, to be sure," answered Nabbin. "Not much danger, I think. In the daytime, with the sun out as big as a sixpence, which is as big as ever I seed him in this country." At that moment the shorter stranger, whose appearance had attracted the praise of Mr. Nabbin, that personage was himself very short and ruddy, and who had hitherto been riding close to the post horses, and talking to the officers on the box, suddenly threw himself from his steed, and in the same instant that he arrested the horses of the chaise, struck the postilion to the ground with a short heavy bludgeon, which he drew from his frock. A whistle was heard, and answered as if by a signal. 3 fellows, armed with bludgeons, leaped from the hedge, and in the interim the pretended farmer, dismounting, flung open the door of the chaise, and seizing Mr. Nabbin by the collar, swung him to the ground with a celerity that became the circular rotundity of the policeman's figure rather than the deliberate gravity of his dignified office. Rapid and instantaneous as had been this work, it was not without a check. Although the policemen had not dreamed of a rescue in the very face of the day, and on the high road, their profession was not that which suffered them easily to be surprised. The 2 guardians of the dickey leaped nimbly to the ground, but before they had time to use their firearms, 2 of the new aggressors, who had appeared from the hedge, closed upon them, and bore them to the ground. While this scuffle took place, the farmer had disarmed the prostrate Nabham, and giving him in charge to the remaining confederate, extricated Tomlinson and his comrade from the chaise. "Hist!" said he in a whisper, "beware my name. My disguise hides me at present. Lean on me only through the hedge. A cart waits there, and you are safe." With these broken words he assisted the robbers as well as he could, in spite of their manacles, through the same part of the hedge from which the three allies had sprung. They were already through the barrier. Only the long legs of Ned Pepper lingered behind, when at the far end of the road, which was perfectly straight, a gentleman's carriage became visible. A strong hand from the interior of the hedge, seizing Pepper, dragged him through, and Clifford, for the reader need not be told who was the farmer, perceiving the approaching reinforcement, shouted at once for flight. The robber who had guarded Nabham, and who indeed was no other than old Baggs, slow as he habitually was, lost not an instant in providing for himself. Before you could say Laudamus, he was on the other side of the hedge. The two men engaged with the police officers were not capable of an equal celerity, but Clifford, throwing himself into the contest and engaging the policemen, gave the robbers the opportunity of escape. They scrambled through the fence, the officers, tough fellows and keen, clinging lustily to them, till one was felled by Clifford, and the other, catching against a stump, was forced to relinquish his hold. He then sprang back into the road and prepared for Clifford, who now, however, occupied himself rather in fugitive than warlike measures. Meanwhile, the moment the other rescuers had passed the Rubicon of the hedge, their flight, and that of the gentleman who had passed before them, commenced. On this mystic side of the hedge was a cross road, striking at once through an intricate and wooded part of the country, which allowed speedy and ample opportunities of dispersion. Here a light cart, drawn by two swift horses in a tandem fashion, awaited the fugitives. Long Ned and Augustus were stowed down at the bottom of this vehicle. Three fellows filed away at their irons, and a fourth, who had hitherto remained inglorious with the cart, gave the lash, and he gave it handsomely, to the coursers. Away rattled the equipage, and thus was achieved a flight still memorable in the annals of the elect, and long quoted as one of the boldest and most daring exploits that illicit enterprise ever accomplished. Clifford and his equestrian comrade only remained in the field, or rather the road. The former sprang at once on his horse, the latter was not long in following the example. But the policeman, who, it has been said, baffled in detaining the fugitives of the hedge, had leaped back into the road, was not idle in the meanwhile. When he saw Clifford about to mount, instead of attempting to seize the enemy, he recurred to his pistol, which in the late struggle hand to hand he had been unable to use, and taking sure aim at Clifford, whom he judged at once to be the leader of the rescue, he lodged a ball in the right side of the robber at the very moment he had set spurs in his horse and turned to fly. Clifford's head drooped to the saddle bow. Fiercely the horse sprang on. The robber endeavored, despite his reeling senses, to retain his seat. Once he raised his head, once he nerved his slackened and listless limbs, and then with a faint groan he fell to the earth. The horse bounded but one step more, and, true to the tutorship it had received, stopped abruptly. Clifford raised himself with great difficulty on one arm. With the other hand he drew forth a pistol. He pointed it deliberately towards the officer that wounded him. The man stood motionless, cowering and spellbound, beneath the dilating eye of the robber. It was but for a moment that the man had cause for dread, for, muttering between his ground teeth, "Why waste it on an enemy?" Clifford turned the muzzle towards the head of the unconscious steed, which seemed sorrowfully and wistfully to incline towards him. "Thou," he said, "whom I have fed and loved, shalt never know hardship from another." And with a merciful cruelty he dragged himself one pace nearer to his beloved steed, uttered a well known word which brought the docile creature to his side, and placing the muzzle of the pistol close to his ear, he fired and fell back senseless at the exertion. The animal staggered and dropped down dead. Meanwhile Clifford's comrade, profiting by the surprise and sudden panic of the officer, was already out of reach, and darting across the common, he and his ragged courser speedily vanished. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32, Part 1 of Paul Clifford by Edward Bulwer-Lytton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 32. Lose I not with him what fortune could in life allot? Lose I not hope, life's cordial? In fact, the lessons he from prudence took were written in his mind as in a book. There what to do he read, and what to shun, and all commanded was with promptness done. He seemed without a passion to proceed. Yet some believed those passions only slept. Crabbe. Relics of Love and Life's Enchanted Spring. A. Watts, on burning a packet of letters. Many and sad and deep were the thoughts folded in thy silent breast. Thou, too, couldst watch and weep. Mrs. Hemans. While Sir William Brandon was pursuing his ambitious schemes, and notwithstanding Lucy's firm and steady refusal of Lord Mauleverer, was still determined on that ill-assorted marriage; while Mauleverer himself, day after day, attended at the judge's house, and though he spoke not of love, looked it with all his might, it became obvious to every one but the lover and the guardian that Lucy herself was rapidly declining in appearance and health. Ever since the day she had last seen Clifford, her spirits, before greatly shattered, had refused to regain even a likeness to their naturally cheerful and happy tone. She became silent and abstracted. Even her gentleness of temper altered at times into a moody and fretful humour. Neither to books, nor music, nor any art by which time is beguiled, she recurred for a momentary alleviation of the bitter feelings at her heart, or for a transient forgetfulness of their sting. The whole world of her mind had been shaken. Her pride was wounded, her love galled, her faith in Clifford gave way at length to gloomy and dark suspicion. Nothing, she now felt, but a name, as well as fortunes, utterly abandoned, could have justified him for the stubbornness of heart in which he had fled and deserted her. Her own self-acquittal no longer consoled her in affliction. She condemned herself for her weakness, from the birth of her ill-starred affection to the crisis it had now acquired. "Why did I not wrestle with it at first?" she said bitterly. "Why did I allow myself so easily to love one unknown to me and equivocal in station, despite the cautions of my uncle and the whispers of the world?" Alas! Lucy did not remember that at the time she was guilty of this weakness. She had not learned to reason as she since reasoned. Her faculties were but imperfectly awakened. Her experience of the world was utter ignorance. She scarcely knew that she loved, and she knew not at all that the delicious and excited sentiment which filled her being could ever become as productive of evil and peril as it had done now. And even had her reason been more developed, and her resolutions more strong, does the exertion of reason and resolution always avail against the master passion? Love, it is true, is not unconquerable, but how few have ever, mind and soul, coveted the conquest. Disappointment makes a vow, but the heart records it not, or in the noble image of one who has so tenderly and so truly portrayed the feelings of her own sex. We make a ladder of our thoughts, where angels step, but sleep ourselves at the foot. The History of the Lyre, by L.E.L. Before Clifford had last seen her, we have observed that Lucy had, and it was a consolation, clung to the belief that, despite of appearances and his own confession, his past life had not been such as to place him without the pale of her just affections; and there were frequent moments when, remembering that the death of her father had removed the only being who could assert an unanswerable claim to the dictation of her actions, she thought that Clifford, hearing her hand was utterly at her own disposal, might again appear, and again urge a suit which he felt so few circumstances could induce her to deny. All this half acknowledged, yet earnest train of reasoning and hope vanished from the moment he had quitted her uncle's house. His words bore no misinterpretation. He had not yielded even to her own condescension, and her cheek burned as she recalled it. Yet he loved her. She saw, she knew it in his every word and look. Bitter then and dark must be that remorse which could have conquered every argument, but that which urged him to leave her when he might have claimed her forever. True that when his letter formally bade her farewell, the same self-accusing language was recurred to, the same dark hints and allusions to infamy or guilt, yet never till now had she interpreted them rigidly, and never till now had she dreamed how far their meaning could extend. Still, what crimes could he have committed? The true ones never occurred to Lucy. She shuddered to ask herself, and hushed her doubts in a gloomy and torpid silence. But through all her accusations against herself, and through all her awakened suspicions against Clifford, she could not but acknowledge that something noble and not unworthy of her mingled in his conduct, and occasioned his resistance to her and to himself. And this belief perhaps irritated even while it touched her, and kept her feelings in a perpetual struggle and conflict which her delicate frame and soft mind were little able to endure. When the nerves once break, how breaks the character with them? How many ascetics, withered and soured, do we meet in the world, who but for one shock to the heart and form might have erred on the side of meekness? Whether it come from woe or disease, the stroke which mars a single fibre plays strange havoc with the mind. Slaves we are to our muscles, and puppets to the spring of the capricious blood, and the great soul with all its capacities, its solemn attributes, and sounding claims, is, while on earth, but a jest to this mountebank, the body. From the dream which toys with it for an hour, to the lunacy which shivers it into a driveler, laughing as it plays with its own fragments, and reeling benighted and blinded to the grave. We have before said that Lucy was fond both of her uncle and his society, and still, whenever the subject of Lord Mauleverer and his suit was left untouched, there was that in the conversation of Sir William Brandon which aroused an interest in her mind, engrossed and self-consuming as it had become. Sorrow, indeed, and sorrow's companion, reflection, made her more and more capable of comprehending a very subtle and intricate character. There is no secret for discovering the human heart like affliction, especially the affliction which springs from passion. Does a writer startle you with his insight into your nature, be sure that he has mourned. Such lore is the alchemy of tears. Hence the insensible and almost universal confusion of idea, which confounds melancholy with depth, and finds but hollow inanity in the symbol of a laugh. Pitiable error, reflection, first leads us to gloom, but its next stage is to brightness. The laughing philosopher had reached the goal of wisdom. Heraclitus whimpered at the starting post, but enough for Lucy to gain even the vestibule of philosophy. Notwithstanding the soreness we naturally experience towards all who pertinaciously arouse an unpleasant subject, and in spite, therefore, of Brandon's furtherance of Mauleverer's courtship, Lucy felt herself inclined strangely, and with something of a daughter's affection, towards this enigmatical being. In spite, too, of all the cold and measured vice of his character, the hard and wintry grayness of heart with which he regarded the welfare of others, or the substances of truth, honor, and virtue, the callousness of his fossilized affections, which no human being softened but for a moment, and no warm and healthful impulse struck, save into an evanescent and idle flash. In spite of this consummate obduracy and worldliness of temperament, it is not paradoxical to say that there was something in the man which Lucy found at times analogous to her own vivid and generous self. This was, however, only noticeable when she led him to talk over earlier days, and when by degrees the sarcastic lawyer forgot the present and grew eloquent, not over the actions, but the feelings of the past. He would speak to her for hours of his youthful dreams, his occupations, or his projects as a boy. Above all, he loved to converse with her upon Warloch, its remains of ancient magnificence, the green banks of the placid river that enriched its domains, and the summer pomp of wood and heathland amidst which his noonday visions had been nursed. When he spoke of these scenes and days, his countenance softened, and something in its expression, recalling to Lucy the image of one still dearer, made her yearn to him the more. An ice seemed broken from his mind, and streams of released and gentle feelings, mingled with kindly and generous sentiment, flowed forth. Suddenly a thought, a word, brought him back to the present. His features withered abruptly into their cold placidity or latent sneer. The seal closed suddenly on the broken spell, and like the victim of a fairy tale, condemned at a stated hour to assume another shape, the very being you had listened to seemed vanished, and replaced by one whom you startled to behold. But there was one epoch of his life on which he was always silent, and that was his first onset into the actual world, the period of his early struggle into wealth and fame. All that space of time seemed as a dark gulf, over which he had passed, and become changed at once, as a traveler landing in a strange climate may adopt, the moment he touches its shore, its costume, and its language. All men, the most modest, have a common failing, but it is one which often assumes the domino and mask pride. Brandon was, however, proud to a degree very rare in men who have risen and flourished in the world. Out of the wrecks of all other feelings, this imperial survivor made one great palace for its residence, and called the fabric disdain. Scorn was the real essence of Brandon's nature, even in the blandest disguises. The smoothness of his voice, the insinuation of his smile, the popular and supple graces of his manners, and oily derision floated, rarely discernible, it is true, but proportioning its strength and quantum to the calm it produced. In the interim, while his character thus displayed and contradicted itself in private life, his fame was rapidly rising in public estimation. Unlike many of his brethren, the brilliant lawyer had exceeded expectation, and shone even yet more conspicuously in the less adventitiously aided duties of the judge. Envy itself, and Brandon's political virulence, had, despite his personal affability, made him many foes, was driven into acknowledging the profundity of his legal knowledge, and in admiring the manner in which the peculiar functions of his novel dignity were discharged. No juvenile lawyer browbeat, no hackneyed casuist puzzled him. Even his attention never wandered from the dullest case subjected to his tribunal. A painter, desirous of stamping on his canvas the portrait of an upright judge, could scarcely have found a finer realization for his beau ideal than the austere, collected, keen, yet majestic countenance of Sir William Brandon, such as it seemed in the trappings of office and from the seat of justice. The newspapers were not slow in recording the singular capture of the notorious Lovett. The boldness with which he had planned and executed the rescue of his comrades, joined to the suspense in which his wound for some time kept the public as to his escape from one death by the postern gate of another, caused a very considerable ferment and excitation in the popular mind. And to feed the impulse, the journalists were little slothful in retailing every anecdote, true or false, which they could collect, touching the past adventures of the daring highwayman. Many a good story then came to light, which partook as much of the comic as the tragic, for not a single one of the robber's adventures was noted for cruelty or bloodshed. Many of them betokened rather an hilarious and jovial spirit of mirthful enterprise. It seemed as if he had thought the highway a capital arena for jokes, and only robbed for the sake of venting a redundant affection for jesting. Persons felt it rather a sin to be severe with a man of so merry a disposition, and it was especially observable that not one of the ladies who had been despoiled by the robber could be prevailed on to prosecute. On the contrary, they always talked of the event as one of the most agreeable remembrances in their lives, and seemed to bear a provoking gratitude to the comely offender, rather than resentment. All the gentlemen were not, however, of so placable a temper, and two sturdy farmers, with a grazier to boot, were ready to swear, through thick and thin, to the identity of the prisoner, with a horseman who had civilly borne each of them company for an hour in their several homeward rides from certain fairs, and had carried the pleasure of his society, they very gravely asserted, considerably beyond a joke, so that the state of the prisoner's affairs took a very somber aspect, and the counsel, an old hand entrusted with his cause, declared confidentially that there was not a chance. But a yet more weighty accusation, because it came from a much nobler quarter, awaited Clifford. In the robbers' cavern were found several articles answering exactly to the description of those valuables feloniously abstracted from the person of Lord Mauleverer. That nobleman attended to inspect the articles and to view the prisoner. The former he found himself able to swear to with a very tranquilized conscience. The latter he beheld feverish, attenuated, and in a moment of delirium, on the sick bed to which his wound had brought him. He was at no loss, however, to recognize in the imprisoned felon the gay and conquering Clifford, whom he had once even honored with his envy. Although his former dim and vague suspicions of Clifford were thus confirmed, the good-natured peer felt some slight compunction at appearing as his prosecutor. This compunction, however, vanished the moment he left the sick man's apartment, and after a little patriotic conversation with the magistrates about the necessity of public duty, a theme which brought virtuous tears into the eyes of those respectable functionaries, he re-entered his carriage, returned to town, and after a lively dinner tete-a-tete with an old chère amie, who, of all her charms, had preserved only the attraction of conversation and the capacity of relishing a salami, Mauleverer, the very evening of his return, betook himself to the house of Sir William Brandon. When he entered the hall, Barlow, the judge's favorite servant, met him with rather a confused and mysterious air, and arresting him as he was sauntering into Brandon's library, informed him that Sir William was particularly engaged, but would join his lordship in the drawing-room. While Barlow was yet speaking, and Mauleverer was bending his right ear, with which he heard the best, towards him, the library door opened, and a man in a very coarse and ruffianly garb awkwardly bowed himself out. So this is the particular engagement, thought Mauleverer. A strange Sir Pandarus, but those old fellows have droll tastes. "I may go in now, my good fellow, I suppose?" said his lordship to Barlow, and without waiting an answer he entered the library. He found Brandon alone, and bending earnestly over some letters which strewed his table. Mauleverer carelessly approached, and threw himself into an opposite chair. Sir William lifted his head as he heard the movement, and Mauleverer, reckless as was that personage, was chilled and almost awed by the expression of his friend's countenance. Brandon's face was one which, however pliant, nearly always wore one pervading character, calmness. Whether in the smoothness of social courtesy, or the austerity of his official station, or the bitter sarcasm which escaped him at no unfrequent intervals, still a certain hard and inflexible dryness stamped both his features and his air. But at this time a variety of feelings, not ordinarily eloquent in the outward man, struggled in his dark face, expressive of all the energy and passion of his powerful and masculine nature. There seemed to speak from his features and eyes something of shame and anger and triumph and regret and scorn. All these various emotions, which it appears almost a paradox to assert met in the same expression, nevertheless were so individually and almost fearfully stamped as to convey at once their signification to the mind of Mauleverer. He glanced towards the letters, in which the writing seemed faint and discolored by time or damp, and then once more regarding the face of Brandon, said, in rather an anxious and subdued tone, "Heavens, Brandon, are you ill, or has anything happened? You alarm me." "Do you recognize these locks?" said Brandon in a hollow voice, and from under the letters he drew some ringlets of an auburn hue, and pushed them with an averted face towards Mauleverer. The earl took them up, regarded them for a few moments, changed color, but shook his head with a negative gesture as he laid them once more on the table. "This handwriting, then?" renewed the judge, in a yet more impressive and painful voice, and he pointed to the letters. Mauleverer raised one of them, and held it between his face and the lamp, so that whatever his features might have betrayed was hidden from his companion. At length he dropped the letter with an affected nonchalance, and said, "Ah, I know the writing even at this distance of time. This letter is directed to you." "It is. So are all these," said Brandon, with the same voice of preternatural and strained composure. "They have come back to me after an absence of nearly 25 years. They are the letters she wrote to me in the days of our courtship." Here Brandon laughed scornfully. "She carried them away with her, you know when, and a pretty clod of consistency is woman. She kept them, it seems, to her dying day." The subject in discussion, whatever it might be, appeared a sore one to Mauleverer. He turned uneasily on his chair, and said at length, "Well, poor creature, these are painful remembrances, since it turned out so unhappily. But it was not our fault, dear Brandon. We were men of the world. We knew the value of women, and treated them accordingly." "Right, right, right!" cried Brandon, vehemently, laughing in a wild and loud disdain, the intense force of which it would be in vain to attempt expressing. "Right, and faith, my lord, I repine not, nor repent." "So, so, that's well," said Malevola, still not at his ease, and hastening to change the conversation. "But, my dear Brandon, I have strange news for you. You remember that fellow Clifford, who had the insolence to address himself to your adorable niece? I told you I suspected that long friend of his of having made my acquaintance somewhat unpleasantly, and I therefore doubted of Clifford himself. Well, my dear friend, this Clifford is, whom do you think? No other than Mr. Lovat of Newgate celebrity." "You do not say so?" rejoined Brandon, apathetically, as he slowly gathered his papers together and deposited them in a drawer. "Indeed it is true. And what is more, Brandon, this fellow is one of the very identical highwaymen who robbed me on my road from Bath. No doubt he did me the same kind office on my road to Malevola Park." "Possibly," said Brandon, who appeared absorbed in a reverie. "Ay," answered Malevola, piqued at this indifference. "But do you not see the consequences to your niece?" "My niece!" repeated Brandon, rousing himself. "Certainly, I grieve to say it, my dear friend, but she was young, very young, when at Bath. She suffered this fellow to address her too openly. Nay, for I will be frank, she was suspected of being in love with him." "She was in love with him?" said Brandon, dryly, and fixing the malignant coldness of his eye upon the suitor. "And, for aught I know," added he, "she is so at this moment." "You are cruel," said Malevola, disconcerted. "I trust not, for the sake of my continued addresses." "My dear lord," said Brandon, urbanely taking the courtier's hand, while the anguis in urbe of his sneer played around his compressed lips, "my dear lord, we are old friends, and need not deceive each other. You wish to marry my niece because she is an heiress of great fortune, and you suppose that my wealth will in all probability swell her own. Moreover, she is more beautiful than any other young lady of your acquaintance, and, polished by your example, may do honor to your taste as well as your prudence. Under these circumstances you will, I am quite sure, look with lenity on her girlish errors, and not love her the less because her foolish fancy persuades her that she is in love with another." "Ahem!" said Malevola, "you view the matter with more sense than sentiment. But look you, Brandon, we must try, for both our sakes, if possible, to keep the identity of Lovat with Clifford from being known." "I do not see why it should be. No doubt he was on his guard while playing the gallant, and committed no atrocity at Bath. The name of Clifford is hitherto perfectly unsullied. No fraud, no violence are attached to the appellation, and if the rogue will but keep his own counsel, we may hang him out of the way without the secret transpiring." "But if I remember right," said Brandon, "the newspapers say that this Lovat will be tried some 70 or 80 miles only from Bath, and that gives a chance of recognition." "Ay, but he will be devilishly altered, I imagine, for his wound has already been but a bad beautifier to his face. Moreover, if the dog has any delicacy, he will naturally dislike to be known as the gallant of that gay city where he shone so successfully, and will disguise himself as well as he is able. I hear wonders of his powers of self transformation." "But he may commit himself on the point between this and his trial," said Brandon. "I think of ascertaining how far that is likely by sending my valet down to him. You know one treats these gentlemen highwaymen with a certain consideration, and hangs them with all due respect to their feelings. To hint that it will be doubtless very unpleasant to him under his present unfortunate circumstances. Is not that the phrase? To be known as the gentleman who enjoyed so deserved a popularity at Bath, and that though the laws of my country compel me to prosecute him, yet, should he desire it, he may be certain that I will preserve his secret. Come, Brandon, what say you to that maneuver? It will answer my purpose, and make the gentleman, for doubtless he is all sensibility, shed tears at my generous forbearance." "It is no bad idea," said Brandon. "I commend you for it. At all events, it is necessary that my niece should not know the situation of her lover. She is a girl of a singular turn of mind, and fortune has made her independent. Who knows but that she might commit some folly or another, write petitions to the king, and beg me to present them, or go (for she has a world of romance in her) to prison to console him. Or at all events she would beg my kind offices on his behalf, a request peculiarly awkward, as in all probability I shall have the honor of trying him." "Ay, by the bye, so you will, and I fancy the poor rogue's audacity will not cause you to be less severe than you usually are. They say you promise to make more human pendulums than any of your brethren." "They do say that, do they?" said Brandon. "Well, I own I have a bile against my species. I loathe their folly and their half vices. Ridet et odit, he laughs and hates, is my motto, and I allow that it is not the philosophy that makes men merciful." "Well, Juvenal's wisdom be yours, mine be Horace's," rejoined Malevola, as he picked his teeth. "But I am glad you see the absolute necessity of keeping this secret from Lucy's suspicion. She never reads the papers, I suppose? Girls never do." "No, and I will take care not to have them thrown in her way. And as in consequence of my poor brother's recent death she sees nobody but us, there is little chance, should Lovett's right to the name of Clifford be discovered, that it should reach her ears." "But those confounded servants?" "True enough. But consider that before they know it, the newspapers will; so that, should it be needful, we shall have our own time to caution them. I need only say to Lucy's woman, a poor gentleman, a friend of the late squire, whom your mistress used to dance with, and you must have seen, Captain Clifford, is to be tried for his life. It will shock her, poor thing, in her present state of health, to tell her of so sad an event to her father's friend. Therefore be silent, as you value your place and 10 guineas, and I may be tolerably sure of caution." "You ought to be chairman to the Ways and Means Committee," cried Malevola. "My mind is now easy, and when once poor Clifford is gone, fallen from a high estate, we may break the matter gently to her; and as I intend thereon to be very respectful, very delicate, etc., she cannot but be sensible of my kindness and real affection." "And if a live dog be better than a dead lion," added Brandon, "surely a lord in existence will be better than a highwayman hanged." "According to ordinary logic," rejoined Malevola, "that syllogism is clear enough. And though I believe a girl may cling now and then to the memory of a departed lover, I do not think she will when the memory is allied with shame. Love is nothing more than vanity pleased. Wound the vanity, and you destroy the love. Lucy would be forced, after having made so bad a choice of a lover, to make a good one in a husband, in order to recover her self esteem." "And therefore you are certain of her?" said Brandon, ironically. "Thanks to my star, my garter, my ancestor, the first baron, and myself, the first earl, I hope I am," said Malevola, and the conversation turned. Malevola did not stay much longer with the judge, and Brandon, left alone, recurred once more to the perusal of his letters. CHAPTER XXXII.